The knife went in under my ribs while Dane Vare was still telling me I had done well. That is the part I kept out of all of it. Not the pain. The praise. He was proud of me right up to the wrist. We were standing in a ritual circle cut into the floor of a gate site under Nerith, the black glass in the seams gone the color of a hot coal, and 7 bells were ringing above us with the sequence all wrong. He had told me I was the only one who could survive the cut, and he was not lying about that. Curse Eater could hold the old condition long enough to sever it. He simply never mentioned the ending. Across the circle, a woman was chained to the fault key with her wrists above her head, white hair, black crimson lines climbing the left side of her neck, and she was screaming a description at me. Not for help. She had already worked out that no one was coming. She was telling me there was a mark on my back and that she knew what that kind of mark was for, and I learned what she meant about 4 seconds later. The ritual did not finish. Whatever the mark was meant to do needed us both alive and hooked into the same current, and when he cut me, that current folded in on itself and the floor came up to meet my face. Then, I was standing. Warm air, chalk dust, and a ring of 19 cold witness coins hanging over my head on wires, turning slowly, the way they do in the Hall of Measures on an awakening morning. I was 20 again, in the charcoal uniform of a scholarship student with no crest on the shoulder, in a line of 40 other 20-year-olds waiting for a stone ring to tell us what we were. And by my count, I had about 8 hours before a black glass frame in the academy's lower levels started moving with that woman inside it, and after that, I would never find her again. The examiner that year was Kellen Dorr. Red sash, polished smile, a measuring crystal he handled better than he handled colleagues, and a fondness for reading results aloud when they got a reaction. He set my hand on the plate. The ring went cold enough to sting, and the words came up over my head in plain civic script, sized generously for the back rows, the way the hall does everything. Curse Eater. Then underneath, because the Hall of Measures has never once done tact, the class record. Accepts released curse pressure by direct contact. Gains no experience from monster kills. Somebody near the back asked whether I would be paid by the curse or by the hour. Kellen let it run, because a bad result is entertainment, and entertainment is how an examiner gets remembered. Corin Ashfeld drew Null Lancer 4 names after me. Tall, blonde, coat pressed like an argument. He did not laugh. He read my line of the record and then looked away, which was somehow worse than the joke. In the corridor outside, there was a hand on my shoulder, warm and friendly, and as heavy as I remembered it. And Dane Vare told me not to listen to a single one of them. Support classes scale late, he said. My guild takes the people the rankings throw away. Come to the hall tonight and we can find out what you are actually for. In the erased version, I said yes on that step, with cistern dust still on my sleeve so fast that he laughed. It cost me 5 years, and then it cost me everything that came after them. So this time I said no, and I watched something interesting happen to his face. Not anger, recalculation. A man checking a number he had been completely certain of all week. That was the last free thing I ever got from him, and I spent it walking out of the hall in the wrong direction, down to the honey stalls at the low end of the ash market, and buying a hot twist with my last 2 coppers. What I actually had was not prophecy. It was a porter's memory. 2 years into that guild, I had processed an old transfer manifest for the containment division, and I had read all of it. A covert transfer, legal on its face, moving 1 asset out of the lower ring on the night of the awakening. 6 specialized dead seals, a frame called the Pilgrim Cage, 7 sump lines, and a corridor. I had never known who the asset was. I knew the corridor because I had carried containment supplies through the disused cistern beneath it a dozen times, and cisterns do not change shape in 5 years. The Pilgrim Cage needs all 7 of this city's black glass towers. Before it moves a living seal, it runs 1 synchronization cycle, 10 minutes, every line locked to the frame, and the inner gate cannot be opened. Not because of a rule, because opening it resets the 6 seals and dumps their load into the transfer corridor, which would kill everyone standing in that corridor, including whoever gave the order. So there are exactly 10 minutes when the most guarded person in the academy sits behind a door her own escort is forbidden to touch. I did not need a plan. I needed a stopwatch and a hole in a floor. The hole was a service cistern under the old water office, and getting into it involved a grate, a drop of 3 meters and a landing I would like to describe as controlled. It was not controlled. My 20-year-old body had none of the calluses and none of the timing of the man I had been, and I took the last meter on my shoulder in 20 centimeters of black water and lay in it doing arithmetic. Halfway along the arc, the gutter beside the maintenance walk began to glow from the floor upward, crimson and moving. So I put both feet on a grounded brass footbridge the way every child here is taught and let it run under me. Then the towers went. 1st, 2nd, 4th, 6th, and a gap where the 3rd should have been. 4 voices and a hole in the sequence, which meant the cage had begun pulling the lines together. I ran the last of the cistern with one hand out for the wall and came up through the floor grate of the transfer corridor about 40 seconds later than I wanted, into a space that was completely empty. That frightened me more than guards would have. 12 men in Academy half-plate stood beyond the sealed inner gate at the far end, backs to it, doing nothing at all, because that is what the cycle does. The frame stood in the middle of the inner room. Black glass, a waist-high base, 6 ceramic capsules seated around it with their little windows already turning from white to a thin, dirty red. She was not in it. Loading comes after the cycle. She was sitting against the wall beside it, not lying down, because sitting was clearly the more irritating option for the people who had put her there. White hair cut unevenly where metal had caught it. 4 restraints, both wrists and throat, and a heavy band across the ribs. 3 of them clean. The 4th, left wrist, cracked open at the seam, and the crack was leaking. Not smoke, not light, just a wrongness in the air over her hand like heat coming off a road, except the heat was going into her arm instead of out of it. So I said the only true thing I had time for. Your left restraint is venting into you. I can take what it vents, and it will hurt less. Then I put my hand flat on the crack, because we had 9 minutes. She hit me. Fast, flat, open palm into the side of my head, and the room went sideways, and my ear rang for an hour afterward. The intake had already started, so I kept my hand where it was. Black-red lines came up under the skin of my forearm like ink through wet paper, and then a receipt sat itself in the corner of my eye. Gained, 18. Abyss load, under 1%. Level 1, next level at 100. 18. 2 hours of crawling through sewage for 18. I laughed, which was the wrong choice, and she stopped trying to hit me and started looking at me like a problem instead of a threat. You are the curse eater, she said, and she did not make it a question. The class record came through the containment office at noon. Halvek read it to the duty room. Everyone thought it was very funny. Everyone did, I said, and then gave her the number that mattered. 9 minutes until the 7th tower catches up, and after that, this frame moves, and after that, I do not find you again. She asked how a scholarship student knows what a pilgrim cage cycle sounds like. A fair question, and a better one than she knew, so I handed her the things she could check without trusting me at all. 6 seals, not 4. Because the frame is rated for a living anchor. The 3rd tower is silent because it is slave to the frame instead of its district. And your escort is standing outside a door they may not open. She listened to the corridor. 12 men had not moved a boot. Something in her jaw changed, and she said quietly that she had been told the transfer was to a medical wing 4 streets away. 4 streets do not need 7 towers, I said. She already knew that. She had known it since the first bell. She simply had not had a single person to say it to since they put the collar on her. Then I made the offer, and I made it badly because I had rehearsed it in a cistern. The cracked restraint will keep venting into you until somebody stabilizes it or until you stop breathing. I can take it faster than the crack feeds it, I said, but only if you open the rest of it yourself, because this class will not touch a curse still bound in a living person without that person's say. Then I gave her the part that made her look at me properly. 2 per second is my ceiling. 1,000, and I stop. Because 1,000 leaves me carrying 20% of something that does not leave. Say stop, and I let go, I said, and you do not have to explain it, and I do not get a vote. She looked at my hand on her wrist for what felt like the whole 9 minutes and was probably 4 seconds. Then she said one word, and it was not yes. It was sit. Standing over her turned out to be the specific thing she was not going to allow, and she was right. So I sat down on the wet floor. What she did next I could not have done for her and could not have forced. She opened her hand, not the restraint. The thing underneath it that the restraint had spent years holding shut. The trickle became a river. The receipt stopped bothering with single numbers and simply climbed. 2 per second, which sounds slow right up until you sit inside it for 8 minutes and 20 seconds. Level 2 at 100. Level 3 at 300. Level 4 at 600. Every step arrived with 2 attribute points and the indignity of feeling my arms become slightly less useless. Her breathing changed at about 2 minutes, and the crimson climbing her neck drew back below the collar band. She noticed it before I did and said nothing about it, which I understood completely. At 1,000 it stopped, because I stopped it. And the last thing to arrive was not a number. It was a flat, dry sense of what I had my hand on, sitting in my head like a filed report. Trace. At level 5. Source. The fault under this city, running through her. Condition. An owner's command must reach its property. Enforced effect, on the broken segment, the command reaches the wrong end. I sat there with my palm on a cracked piece of black metal and understood that somebody had built a very good leash, then broken it, and that broken leashes point backward at the hand holding them. And the other thing the receipt gave me, in the same bloodless language it uses for everything, was that the source had not moved. Nothing had come off the total, and nothing was going to. 20% load, level 5. Safe intake reached. Source active. That is the whole promise of my second life in 3 lines, and the first thing it taught me was that the limit was mine and not hers. Then Halvek Bale did the only clever thing available to him. He could not open the door, so he used the one channel the cycle leaves open and sent an authenticated custody command down it, calm and unhurried, addressed to the asset by inventory number, in the name of the division. It was not cruelty. It was paperwork. He believed he was addressing an object, and the object he addressed had broken metal on it. The segment came off her wrist like a snapped cable. It did not go for her. It went back along the channel after the command and cracked the authenticated mark on Halvek's own chest at the far end. Nobody writes a procedure for what happens next. An enforced command is a curse effect, and a curse effect that misses becomes loose pressure, and loose pressure in a sealed corridor goes into the nearest line. The gutter along the corridor floor lit from the ground up, crimson, moving fast, straight through the middle of the escort, and 4 men were standing in the glow with their feet flat on stone. And I could not eat it. First hour of being useful, and the thing I was built for was standing in front of me. 20%, a river in the floor, no room for a point of it. So I came out of the inner room shouting the instruction every 6-year-old in Nerith learns, which is bridge, get on the brass, and somebody with dark braided hair and a scratched insignia was already ahead of me. She had her sergeant by the harness and was dragging him bodily out of the light. Sella Arvin. What I knew then was that she had a fugitive in front of her and had chosen to spend her formation on her own people. "Warden," she shouted, "the corridor is live. Hold the line at the stair." It was not a plea, but the correct order, given by the wrong rank, loudly, in front of a dozen witnesses who could all count. Between us, we got all 4 off the glass. One had cooked the sole of his boot to the stone and we had to cut him out of it, and he kept apologizing, which is a thing men do when they are frightened. "Go," she said. And then, because she was already the person she was going to be, she added that she was noting the time, and that I would be answering for the great one way or another. Halvek did not shout, which was worse. He stood at the stair with a ruined badge and a broken formation, and gave 3 orders in the voice of a filing clerk, and every one of them was correct. Inhibitor silver from the armory. No cursed equipment past the second landing. Clean force only, and lock the lower sump ring rather than chase us through it. He had watched a curse feed a boy and adapted inside a minute. Back in the inner room, I found her standing, which took her longer than she wanted me to see. 3 restraints instead of 4, and a length of black metal in her right hand that she had not dropped. I said the thing I had been holding since the cistern, which was that the cage could carry her. 6 hours along prepared roads. The only object in that building that could move her without tearing her. She looked at the frame with its 6 little red windows and said that it was a coffin with a schedule, that she had been inside it before, and that she was not getting back into it to be rescued. I started to explain the fault stress. She cut me off with one hand and told me she had been the fault stress since the collapse, and that she could feel the lower ring closing from where she was standing. Then she put 2 fingers on the wall, followed something I could not see, and said the western outfall was already dead because Halvek had shut the 3rd tower to feed the cage, which meant the sealed ring had a soft seam in it. The seam ran under the old bathhouse row, and we could walk it if we walked it slowly and if I kept my hands off her while she did. At the grate she stopped and asked the question I had been dreading since the 2nd bell. "How did you know the corridor? And how did you know what my restraint was made to do?" So I told her the truth. The manifest, the porter work, the cistern, the 6 seals. All of it checkable, all of it real, every word something she could take to another person and verify without me. And I did not tell her the other half. That I had come down here knowing she was a renewable source, and that a class which earns nothing from monsters had found the one thing in the world it could live on. This was not an oversight. There was a gap in that conversation, roughly 2 seconds wide, where the truth would have fitted comfortably, and I watched it go past and let it. She said, "All right," and went into the dark of the cistern ahead of me with one hand on the wall, moving like somebody who has learned to spend her body carefully, and the bells started again above us. The sequence came back whole with the 3rd in it, which meant the cage had aborted its cycle, which meant 6 specialized seals were sitting half-charged in a room with no living anchor to justify them. Somebody was going to have to explain those seals to a signatory. That thought kept me warm for about a minute, right up until the first inhibitor lamp came on at the head of the ring behind us. Inhibitor silver does not look like much. It is a dull gray lamp on a pole, no brighter than a reading candle, and standing in its light feels like standing anywhere else in the world. What it does is switch my class off. Curse pressure will not cross it, will not leave a carrier inside it, and will not come to my hand. Halvek had 4 of them at the head of the ring within 20 minutes. He did not send men down after us, and that restraint is why he was dangerous. He put lamps at every exit of the lower ring, sat down on the correct side of them, and began making the space smaller. Era set the pace, which was slower than either of us wanted. Every 100 meters, she stopped with her palm flat on the wall and waited for something I could not hear to finish happening in her chest. I asked once whether it was the collar. She said it was the city, and that she would explain it properly when there was not a cordon closing, and that I should spend the walking time counting exits instead. So I counted, 6 ways out of the lower ring on the plan I remembered. 4 lamps meant 4 dead. The 5th was the western outfall she had already told me was shut. That left the junction under the bathhouse row. There is a cabinet in the wall of the old water office, 3/4 of the way along the maintenance walk, painted the same municipal green as everything else down there so that nobody looks at it twice. I had opened it 14 times as a porter. Emergency containment stock, checked annually, signed for by a man who did the signing and not the checking. 2 dead seal blanks, a coil of grounding braid, 1 broken lantern. The lock was the same lock. People describe that now as a hidden arsenal, and it was a cupboard in a wall. Municipal green, 1 broken lantern, a coil of braid and 2 blanks in it. A standard blank is a pale ceramic capsule about the length of a forearm with 1 clear window down the side. Empty, the window is white. As it fills, the white goes red, and a full one is worth killing for. I took both. Then I sat down on the walk with my back to the cold wall and pushed 10 points of abyss load out of my body into the first one, which is a procedure with no dignity in it whatsoever. It takes about a minute. It feels like being sick in reverse. The window went from white to a thick, unpleasant red in front of my eyes, and when it stopped, the capsule was full and would never take anything again. 20% down to 10. That is what 1 seal buys. 10 points off a body, and a heavy, dangerous object you are now responsible for and cannot legally throw away anywhere in this city. Era watched the whole thing without a word. When it was done, she asked how many of those cupboards there were in the world, and I told her the truth, which was that I knew of one, and I had just emptied it. The junction under the bathhouse row is where 4 service lines meet, and where, at that hour, somebody else was already crouched with a shuttered lamp and an expression of profound personal disappointment. Compact build, shaved at the temples, red scarf, and a coat lined on the inside with root tokens that clicked when he moved. He looked at me, then at the woman behind me with a collar on her throat, and sighed. "No," he said. "Whatever it is, no. I run parcels. I am not in the business of the containment division, and I have a sister whose accounts do not survive me being interesting." I told him we needed a way east that was not on the ring plan. He told me that the going rate for a way east that is not on the ring plan is more money than a scholarship student has ever touched. Then he looked past me at the towers, and I watched a courier do arithmetic. The 3rd tower had come back on. The cage had aborted, and a pilgrim cage synchronization leaves a trail on the resonance roads for hours. "Teo Bran," he said, as though introducing himself was a concession. "Here is what I will actually sell you, not a rescue. Rescues are free, and free is how people end up dead in my ledger with no entry." He wanted the trail. 6 prepared resonance roads had lit up tonight, and a courier who knew which 6 could sell that map to 4 separate buyers before the academy scrubbed it, and no one would ever ask why he had it. So he priced us. Guidance east through the junction, 1 silver up front, which I did not have, plus first refusal on the trail data, plus a standing fee per crossing afterward that he named twice so I could not misremember it. I agreed to all of it. He made me repeat the standing fee back to him. Then he wrote it in a little book out loud, saying the words as he wrote them, which I later learned is the closest thing Teo has to a religion. Era did not follow us. She had stopped at the mouth of the junction with her hand out over the black glass, and when I turned back, she said, flatly, that my route ended in 1 great and 1 guess. So she made options. She put the broken restraint segment against the line and drew it back slowly, and the black glass under her hand went the color of an old bruise for about 4 meters. 3 times. 3 separate false signatures laid into 3 separate branches, each one shaped like a living seal moving away at walking pace, and each one costing her something she did not name. Teo watched this with the expression of a man revising the price of everything he has ever sold. "That," he said, "is worth considerably more than a silver, and I am now extremely uncomfortable about the fee I quoted." Then he shut his lamp, because the eastern branch had gone bright at the far end, and bright at the far end means somebody is coming up it with a clean lamp and a formation. Corin Ashfeld came into the junction the way he does everything, which is correctly. 4 trainees, a proper wedge, silver-tipped spear collapsed to half-length for the ceiling height, and no cursed equipment at all. He had listened to Halvek's order, and it took me longer than it should have to accept what that meant. He is not stupid, he is not late, and he does not carry a weapon my class can eat. He announced himself. Full name, unit, authority, and the formal words for a lawful containment stop, delivered in a service corridor to 2 fugitives and a courier who were already moving in 3 directions. Teo went left. Era went right. I went nowhere at all, because a trainee took me off my feet before I had gone 4 paces, and I discovered what my new body was actually made of. In the life I lost, I had 31 years of bruises teaching me how to fall. This body had none of them. My hands were slow. My weight went to the wrong foot. He put me down on the stone, and I stayed there. Corin did not gloat either. He put the butt of the spear on my chest, told the trainee to secure the courier instead, and asked me one question, which was whether the woman was moving under her own consent. I said yes. He said he would be verifying that, and he meant it. And that is the exact moment I stopped being able to write him off. He was not there to win. He was there to be sure. Era answered for herself from 6 meters away, which was better than anything I could have said. She told him she had chosen the route, chosen the door, and chosen the company, and that he could put it in his report. Corin was still forming the next correct sentence, and I was still on the stone with a spear butt on my chest when the junction spoke. It is a sound like a wet rope going tight. All 4 lines feeding that box had been rerouted by the cordon, because closing 6 exits means the pressure that used those exits has to go somewhere, and somewhere is a junction. The whole box lit at once, floor upward, and the crimson came out of the black glass and started traveling in a way it is not supposed to travel, which is across the walk instead of along it. Sela Arvin arrived at the top of the north stair with 8 guards and 1 sealed order, and she stopped dead in the doorway and did the mathematics out loud, which I have come to understand is how she thinks. "The cordon did this," she said. "Warden, the cordon did this. Say it back to me on the record." Nobody said it back to her, but 11 people heard her ask and 2 of them were writing. Then she gave the order that ended her promotion for the year. Break the line, clear the walk, and get the trainees off the stone. Corin's wedge folded into her evacuation without a single word of argument. I could have gone. Every exit was open for 40 seconds, while 2 competent officers chose their own people over their custody, and my legs knew where the door was, and I have gone over that minute more than is useful. Here is why I stayed, and it is not a noble reason. I had 10 points of room in my body and a junction with several hundred points of loose pressure in it, and if I ran, it would follow me anyway. Loose curse pressure goes to the nearest compatible carrier. That is the first rule anybody learns about my class, and the last one they think about. I was the nearest compatible carrier in that corridor by a wide margin, so I did not absorb it. I baited it. I put my hand out flat, close enough to feel the pull start, and then I ran west along the maintenance walk with my palm open and a river of it coming after me. The pressure came off the box and followed, slowly. Loose pressure is not clever and it is not quick. It just wants the nearest thing that can hold it, and I made sure the nearest thing was moving. Ira ran the shape of it. I could not see what she was doing behind me, and I did not have the attention to look. What I know is that the crimson stayed in the line instead of spreading onto the walk where the guards were. Teo shouted the only thing that actually saved us, which was that the western outfall was capped and would bounce it straight back into our faces, and that the live drop was the 3rd grate, not the 4th. Ordinary knowledge. A courier's knowledge. He had carried parcels through that row for 6 years, and he knew which grate had been recapped after the flood, and no amount of trace would have told me that. So I took the 3rd grate. I went past it with my hand out, and then I got both feet on grounded brass and pulled my hand in, and the surge went by me and down and out into the dead spur under the bathhouses. The junction went dark. 8 guards were alive on a walk that had been a killing floor 90 seconds earlier. Sela was on her knees getting a trainee's boot off. Corin was counting heads twice the way you do. He got to me on the 2nd count. He looked at the black glass, then at my empty hands, then at the grate. "You did not take it," he said. It was not a question, and it was not praise. It was a man revising a file. I told him I could not, and that I would have if I could, and that he should ask his warden why 4 lines were rerouted into 1 box in a building full of his own trainees. He did not answer. But he told his unit to stand down, and he let Teo walk, and later that week the words forced cordon appeared in an incident report that was not written by me or by anyone who liked me. Then the automatic closures started, because that is what a sump junction does after a discharge. Grates come down in sequence to isolate the section, and the sequence is printed on ceramic plaques bolted to the wall. Nobody touches those plaques. They are the city's own hazard record. There are fines. There is a specific horror in a Nerith citizen's face when you go near one, and I got to watch that horror on 3 faces at once. Era cut 2 of them free with a thread off the broken segment, swapped them, and reseated the bolts by hand. She did it in about 9 seconds, precisely, without hurry, the way you would straighten a picture frame. The closure sequence read the plaques. The wrong grate came down. The east crossing stayed open. The north stair sealed behind Cella's people, and a route that did not exist 90 seconds ago existed. Teo made a noise like a man being told his rent has doubled. "Those are city plaques," he said. "Those are city plaques. Do you know what the fine is? Do you know what the fine is for 2? She said, "They were wrong," and went east. It is the first time I understood who I had let out of that room. She had spent so long being an object inside a procedure that she knew every procedure by heart and had no sentiment about a single one of them. The bathhouse row is 4 buildings of stone and cracked tile that went out of use when the 3rd tower took over the district's pressure. The last one still has water in the deep pool and no one in it at all. Underneath it runs a dormant relief spur, which is the reason we could stop there. Era stood in the empty changing hall with her hand on a column for a long moment and then sat down on the tile like a dropped coat. She said, "This will hold me." Not for long. But the spur under this floor is still tied to the fault properly, and standing on it is the difference between being connected and being pulled. Teo presented his invoice before either of us had our breath back. 1 silver, unpaid, now accruing. Trail data, first refusal, confirmed. Standing fee per crossing, confirmed. 2 city plaques, listed as an outstanding liability. I asked him if he was actually going to collect. He said that was not the point, that the point was that a debt is a relationship and a favor is a trap, and that he preferred to be a creditor to everyone he intended to survive. Then Era set her own terms, and she made me stand up for them, which I understood. She said the link opens when she opens it and closes when she says close, and that I do not ask twice in the same day. She said she would name a number before every draw, and that I would stop at that number even if it left me short. She said that if I ever took anything from her while she was unconscious, she would kill me, and I believed her. And she said one more thing, which was the only one that cost me anything. She said she wanted the reason. Not tonight. But at some point, I would tell her why a stranger came down a hole in the floor for her specifically. I said yes. I had a whole night of walking in which to say the true thing, and I said yes instead. And we both went to sleep on a tiled floor with a full seal and an empty one between us. I woke because the light through the high window was the wrong color. Not dawn. Lower than dawn, and moving, and coming from the north where the ash market sits in its bowl of old streets. Every gutter in that market was lit from the ground up. The cordon had closed 6 exits in the lower ring, and pressure that had spent 100 years running out through those exits had spent the night finding somewhere else to be. Teo was already at the window with his ledger shut, which frightened me more than the light did. He said the bells had not gone yet. Then he said that when they did go, the sequence was going to stop halfway. And down in the bowl, where 4,000 people trade blanks and route maps and things they should not have, the first market bell rang once and then did not ring again. A bell sequence that stops halfway is the worst sound in this city. A full sequence means a district is in trouble, and the towers know which one. Half a sequence means the towers have lost the argument. By the time we came down the bathhouse steps, the ash market bowl was glowing along every gutter, and 4,000 people were standing in it having the most ordinary morning of their lives. It is the thing about the ash market. It does not close. It trades blanks, route maps, contaminated relics, and illegal suppression, and it has survived 3 surges by simply refusing to acknowledge them. Teo took one look and started pricing exits. Era took one look and went very still, which by then I had learned to read as bad. She said the pressure was not passing through. It had arrived and made a decision. Rule wounds form when loose pressure saturates a place and locks one repeated condition into the ground. What condition depends entirely on what the place already does more than it does anything else. An ash market does exactly one thing more than it does anything else. It argues about who owns what, loudly, at volume, all day, in front of witnesses, as a matter of professional pride. I found the source knot in about 4 minutes, which is a lie. Keto Moss found it by standing next to it and sweating. And I found Keto Moss. Wiry, quick hands, a coat with too many inside pockets, and a wrapped bundle under his arm. He kept adjusting the way you adjust a thing you have already tried to put down twice. He was trying to sell it. He had it open on a table with 3 buyers around it, and the black glass gutter under that table was the brightest one in the whole bowl. I asked him what it was. He said it was a votive plate from a closed site, clean, papered, nothing to worry about. Then a woman 2 tables over said the words that is mine about a crate of scale weights, and the crate slid 4 feet across the stone toward Keto's table, with the woman attached to it, on her heels, hands out, screaming. That was the condition announcing itself. It had been there since before dawn, and no one had triggered it yet because nobody had said the exact wrong sentence in front of the exact right number of witnesses. Say a claim over a tagged object in front of people, and you become its carrier. The object is going to the knot. You're holding the object, the arithmetic writes itself, and it does not care how you feel about it. And Keto had been handling that relic through the bowl for 2 days, so the tag was on everything he had touched. Crates, scales, a table, a door, half a stall of ceramic, a donkey. I would like to say that the market handled this with restraint. What actually happened is that 4,000 traders watched a woman get dragged by her own scale weights and immediately began shouting about their property. Every claim added weight, and not to the claimant alone, but to all of them at once. The condition pooled it, and the pooled load came down on whoever had opened their mouth first, which was that woman with the weights. She went 20 feet in a second and a half and hit the leg of Keto's table hard enough that I heard it over the noise. A big grain factor named Roderick was next, because Roderick owned more than anybody and said so. He owned it very loudly, in the exact tone that had made him rich, and the market got to watch the largest man in the bowl taken off his feet by his own inventory and pulled toward a votive plate. There is a specific comedy in that, and I did laugh, and I am not going to pretend otherwise. It lasted right up until a boy who had bought a copper pan an hour earlier said quietly that it was his. He was maybe 15. He had a receipt in his hand. He was doing the correct thing, the thing his mother taught him, and the pan lifted him off the ground by the wrist and started carrying him. Keto was already moving away from his own table by then. Coat pulled tight, bundle under his arm, straight for the north stair, and he had a clean 30 seconds of head start that no one was going to contest. He stopped at the top of the stair. I watched him do it. He looked back at a 15-year-old being hauled across stone by a copper pan, and he turned around and came back down, which cost him everything he had left. He came back with the bundle open and started shouting the one thing that actually helped, which was a list, where the plate had been, whose hands it had passed through, and which stalls he had used as cover. That list is the reason anybody lived. Not courage, inventory. He knew the root of his own contamination because a thief has to know where he has been. I put my hand flat on the stone beside the knot and used trace, and the answer came back the way it always does, flat and administrative, and the useful part of it was the exact wording. Source, the plate. Condition, a witnessed claim binds a tagged object to its claimant. Enforced effect, the object is delivered to the source. It said nothing about people, because the curse had never been about people. That is all my class gives me. It does not name the thief, the marker, or anybody's intention in the bowl, just the exact sentence the ground is enforcing, which turns out to be enough if you read it carefully. The object is delivered. The carrier is only coming along because the carrier is holding the claim. Deliver the object unclaimed, and the condition is satisfied, and the claim it was enforcing has nothing left to drag. I said it out loud to 5 people at once, which is the closest I have ever come to a speech. Get the tagged goods to the plate. All of them, and make sure not one of them has an owner when it arrives. Keto understood before I finished. Bonded storage, he said. The lockup cages at the west wall hold goods in trust, unclaimed, no owner of record until they are collected. The market's own rule, written by the market. There were 9 cages. They were sealed with a bonded lock that requires 2 key holders and a magistrate, and the magistrate was currently being dragged sideways by a decorative brass lamp. Keto had them open in under 3 minutes with a folded strip of tin and a look of intense professional embarrassment. He kept apologizing to the locks. I have never seen a man commit 6 crimes so politely. Then the sluice. Every stall row in the bowl drains toward the center, because the market floods, because everything in Nerith floods. Tagged goods went into the sluice, and the sluice went to the plate. Crates, scales, ceramic, somebody's boots. The copper pan, once we got the boy's hand off it, and he had the sense to say out loud that he did not want it, and had never wanted it, and would like a refund. Each unowned arrival satisfied a piece of the condition, and let a carrier go. You could watch it happen. A man would stop being pulled, sit down where he was, and start swearing with enormous relief. What I could not do was help any of them physically, because 10 points of room is nothing, and the second I touched a live tagged object, I would have started drinking the surge with nowhere to put it. Half of using this class well is standing next to an enormous amount of what you want with your hands in your pockets, and nobody mentions that at an awakening. The dogs were the part that nearly finished us. 4 of the market's own draft animals and a great deal of the bowl's dog population had been sitting in that pressure since before dawn. Contaminated carriers leak, and a leaking animal is not a monster and cannot be reasoned with and does not stop. 2 of them went for the sluice line, which meant they went for the children clearing it. I could have eaten what was coming off them. I could not have survived what was under it, which was 90 kilos of frightened animal, and I am not embarrassed to say I stood there and did nothing useful. Corin Ashfeld came off the east stair with his unit in a proper line and took the first one out of the air with a spear he had already decided not to leave the barracks without. Clean force. Nothing for me to hold. He put the second down 2 seconds later and shouted at his trainees to form on the sluice and not on him, and they did it. And I watched a 19-year-old and a shopkeeper's wife hold a line together. He looked at me exactly once during all of it. What he said was, "Tell me where they will come from next," and I told him, because that is the only thing in that market I was better at than he was. Halvek arrived with 4 squads of clean containment and a decision already made. He put the arrest order out on the open channel with my name and eras on it, in a bowl full of people who were being rescued. Then he gave the second order, which was to close the market gates and hold the bowl until the condition burned itself out. Contain first. It is not a mad doctrine. It is written in the containment manual. It would have killed everyone in the sluice line. Sela Arvin was standing 16 meters from him with a boy's arm over her shoulder and a face full of somebody else's blood, and she asked him to say it again. She did not shout. She said, "Warden, repeat the order for the record," and she said it in the flat parade voice they teach you for this, and 40 merchants and 8 guards turned around to listen. He repeated it, and repeating it finished him in the bowl. He was not a coward, and he was not a liar, so when a junior asked him for the order on the record, he gave her the order on the record. Close the gates and hold the bowl. 40 people heard the man in charge of their safety say it, while their neighbors were still on the ground. Nobody arrested anybody in the ash market that morning. Era had been working the whole time, and I had not been watching, which is a pattern I would like to say I fixed quickly. She was down in the sluice on her knees with the broken segment in both hands. Black glass lines run under every row in that market, and they all terminate at the center, where the plate was, and where a very large amount of pressure was about to have nowhere to go. She was opening them. Down on her knees in filthy water, reseating the run of 4 separate lines so that when the knot let go, the surplus had a road down to the fault instead of a road into a crowd. She told me the number before she did anything, which was our new arrangement, and she held me to it in the middle of a disaster. 500, she said. You take 500. The rest goes down and you do not follow it. The last unclaimed crate went into the plate and the condition finished. And a rule wound that has run out of things to enforce does not politely close. It releases everything it was holding, all at once, upward. I got my hand on the plate at the front edge of it and took what I was given. 2 per second is a slow drink from a burst main, and I stood in it for 4 minutes with my teeth locked and my eyes shut. 500, level 6. 10 points of load, back onto the 10 I had left, which put me at 20 again, which is the number Mira Kest would later spend a great deal of energy explaining to me. And the rest went down Era's lines into the fault, and the gutters went dark from the center outward, row by row, like lamps being turned off by somebody walking home. The plate cracked in my hand. With no ability to cut a condition, you separate a knot from terrain the slow way, by giving it what it wants until there is nothing left but a piece of contaminated ceramic. I stood up holding it, and looked round at a market full of witnesses, and what I felt was not relief. It was the flat, clean pleasure of being publicly correct in front of people who had laughed. Ira saw it land on my face. She did not say anything then. Later that day, she said one sentence about it, which was that the plate had come apart 11 seconds before I stood up and turned around. The plate had a mark on it, and the mark mattered more than the market did. A small stamped Academy research sigil, current year, on the underside of a votive plate from a closed site. Keto confirmed the route without being asked, because he was still working out how to be the person who had come back down the stair. He had taken it from a bonded transport, papered, escorted, Academy chain of custody the whole way, which meant a contaminated relic had not escaped anybody. It had been moved legally by people with stamps, and had only become a crime when a thief interrupted the paperwork. He gave us the transport route and the name of the yard, and then he asked, with real dignity, whether we could all agree that he had never been in the ash market at any point in his life. Teo bought his silence with the sluice fee he had been charging me, explained that this was not generosity, but a transfer of liability, and it is the first time I saw him remove a charge for somebody who could not pay. Roderick, the grain factor, who had spent the morning being dragged by his own inventory, walked over and did not thank me. He said that the boy with the pan worked for his brother-in-law, and that he had seen who closed the gates. It is what we actually earned in the ash market, not gratitude. Witnesses with a grudge in a useful direction. 40 people who could not now be told that 2 fugitives had caused a disaster and run. Corin found me at the sluice head with the cracked plate in my hands, and told me that his report would say I had taken 500 of it, and left the rest to the fault when I did not have to. Then he said the other half, which is why I ended up respecting him. He said that if I had absorbed all of it, I would have been a hero for one morning, and a containment event by evening, and that he would have had to be the one to stop me. Stella did not speak to me at all. She was busy putting names to injuries in a book, which she showed to nobody and copied twice, and one of those copies went somewhere I did not learn about for months. We got out through the north stair with Kito's route and Teo's timing, and I was 3 streets from the bathhouse before I understood what I had done to us. Heavy intake leaves a resonance signature. Any train tracker in the city with a survey chain can follow it for hours, and I had just stood in the middle of a public bowl and drunk 500 points of it in 4 minutes. I had drawn a line from the loudest place in Nerith straight back to the only building where Era could safely stop. It was not a mistake in the plan. It was the plan, working exactly as designed by an idiot. Era had already worked it out. She was sitting on the changing hall tile with her back to the column and her eyes shut when I came in, and she said, without opening them, how long we had. 4 hours, I said. Maybe 5. And we have 1 empty seal, no blanks, no coin, no route out of the district, and a full seal that I am now carrying around like a lit lamp in a hay barn. She said the only sensible thing available. Then we need a smith, not a clinic and not another hole in a floor, somebody who makes the ceramic, because everything we do next is limited by how much of it we can carry. Tio, from the window, said that there was one forge in Nerith with that capacity and that its owner had thrown a consortium buyer down a flight of stairs the previous spring for calling a full seal an empty box. His name, he said, is Bryn Gallo. He does not like magic users, he does not like heroes, and he has already been asked once this week whether he had heard about the 2 of you. Bryn Gallo's forge takes up half a street in the lower works, and the first thing you notice about it is that nothing is on fire. Everything is banked, shuttered, racked, and labeled, and there is a man watching each fire. The second thing you notice is the apron. Massive forearms, shaved head, brass eye shield pushed up on his forehead, and a leather apron burned through in 6 separate places that he has patched but not replaced. He let us into the yard because Teo had a delivery slip and because it was raining. He did not let us into the shop. We stood in the wet and he asked what a scholarship student wanted with ceramic. I said blanks. He asked how many. I said as many as he would sell. He looked at me the way a butcher looks at a man asking for the whole animal and told me the current market for standard blanks in Nerith. There was no current market. Silas Marrow had bought the year. Not all of it, not illegally, just steadily, at a price no clinic could match, and the consortium's warehouses now held most of the finished stock in the city. Bryn was still making them. He was making them under contract, for buyers who paid on schedule, and every rack in his yard was already committed to somebody with a stamped order and a lawyer. Then he asked the question that actually mattered to him, which was what I had done with the last one. Not how many I needed. What I had done with the one I had already used. I told him. 10 points out of my body into a blank in a service corridor, and the window went red, and I had been carrying it around ever since because there is nowhere in the lower ring you can legally set it down. He said, show me, and he said it in the tone of a man who has heard a great many stories from people who have never actually held one of his capsules in the rain. So I took it out. A full dead seal, window the color of an old wound, warm through the wrapping the way they get. He turned it over twice, held it up to the shutter light, and something in his shoulders changed. You did not crack it, he said. You did not bury it. You did not sell it to the ash market, and you have been sleeping next to it for 2 nights. Then he asked where the second one was. I had 1 blank left. The spare from the water office cupboard, still white, the only safe capacity either of us owned. I had been protecting it the way you protect the last dry match in a wet coat, so I put it on his bench and filled it in front of him. 10 more points out of me and into the ceramic, right there in the yard, while a smith who hates magic users watched the window go from white to red. He asked what that was supposed to be. I said it was 2 full seals in the hands of the only person in this district who can dismantle them without killing a street, and that I did not want to be the one carrying them. Bryn Gallo did not thank me. He picked them up, checked both windows, wrote 2 lines in a book, and told a girl in the yard to rack them in the cold shed on the 3rd shelf and not the 2nd. Then he said the sentence that got us in the door. Most of them call it a container, he said. You brought it back. That is not the same as being trustworthy, but it is the same as not being a fool, which left me at 10% load, no empty capacity, no blanks, and a very clear understanding that I had just spent my entire reserve to buy a conversation. The conversation went badly. He would not break a contract to sell to me. He would not sell out of the racks. He would not accept coin I did not have from a fugitive whose name was on an academy order. What he did do was tell us where finished stock was actually moving, because a smith knows where his own work goes, and because he had a specific opinion about the buyer. 12 crates of standard blanks were going out of the city on the North Road inside a mixed convoy. Civilians and cargo together. 30 passengers, 4 wagons, a caravan captain named Vela Hurst. Teo found her by dusk. She was in the yard of a wagon inn arguing with 2 men in consortium gray about whether a passenger list was a manifest, and she was winning, and she was not enjoying it. Vela Hurst is a small woman with a voice built for open country and a whip she uses on wheel brakes rather than animals. She has run the North Road for 11 years, and she cannot run any other one. Her family carries a travel oath. It is old, it is legal, and it is written into a contract 3 generations back that binds her house to one inherited road out of Nerith as the only route she may take for hire. Break it, and the oath enforces itself. There is no lightning and no curse mark, just a condition that has been sitting patiently in her blood since before she was born, waiting for her to turn left. And the inherited road was now a containment lane. Halvek had put a checkpoint on the north gate, and 2 more at the bridges, all legal, all quiet, all where a caravan captain has to go. I asked her what happens at the checkpoints. She said the passengers get through. She said it in the voice of a woman who has already understood that the passengers getting through is not the whole of the sentence. Because the consortium escorts were not there to stop anyone. They were there to detach the seal crates from the civilian wagons at the second bridge, lawfully, on a scarcity order, without a single hand raised. 12 crates off a caravan is not robbery. It is an inspection hold with paperwork. And a caravan that arrives without its cargo has a wonderful reputation for exactly one more season. Vela took us on as freight handlers, not as heroes. She said she did not care who we were as long as we could put our shoulders under an axle, and that she would decide about our faces later. Then I made the decision that got laughed at all evening, which was the transport. She had 2 good covered wagons and 2 open flatbeds, and I asked for the lime carts instead. Nobody uses lime carts. They stink, they leave white powder over everything for a week, and no respectable trader will let one into their yard. Vela's own drivers call them the bone boxes. They are also hooped in brass instead of iron because lime eats iron, and they have copper drip trays under the bed to catch the runoff, which means they are, entirely by accident, the only grounded vehicles in the city. I did not explain that in front of 30 people. I said I wanted the lime carts because they were cheap and no one would look at them twice, and Vela's second driver made a joke about my class that got a genuine laugh. Era understood immediately and said nothing, which I appreciated. She spent the evening walking the wagon line with her palm on the wheels, checking each one, and she moved the seal crates onto the bone boxes herself. We rolled at first light on day 3 with 30 passengers, 4 wagons, 2 stinking carts, and a consortium escort of 6 riders keeping station 400 meters back, entirely within their rights. Curse-tainted beasts came before the checkpoint did, which nobody in that yard had thought to plan for. 12 crates of blank ceramic is dead weight to a person and a beacon to anything out there that is already leaking. They came off the scrub at the first bridge, 4 of them. Big lean things that had been dogs once and had spent too long near a bad site. Not monsters and not clever, just contaminated and unable to stop. Era put the wagons into a curve with 2 words to the drivers and reshaped the pressure coming off the animals so that it went into the roadside line instead of into the passenger wagon, and that is the only reason nobody died there. Vela's fighters and 2 of her drivers did the rest with poles and a boarding axe, and I held a child's head down under a bench and discovered that this is what my class contributes to a beast attack, which is nothing. The escorts watched. They did not help. They also did not attack, which was the correct play, because 6 riders in Consortium Grey, who sit through a beast attack, are still 6 riders with clean hands and a lawful hold order. At the second bridge, they served it. A scarcity order, properly stamped, requiring the seal cargo to be held for inspection and released to a licensed facility. It was not a lie. It was not even a trick. It was simply the law, aimed. Vela read it twice. Then she looked north up her inherited road at a checkpoint she could see from the bridge, and then west at a branch track her family had not used in 3 generations because it was not theirs to use. Here is what she actually said, because it deserves recording. She said 30 passengers, and the crates belong to a clinic, and my season's own goods are on the 3rd wagon, and I am not going to be the woman who chose the goods. Then she cut her own cargo loose. 400 kilos of bolt cloth and preserved fruit that was her entire profit for the year, pushed off the flatbed into the road because the branch track is narrow and she needed the weight gone. The escorts did not stop her. There was nothing to stop. A caravan captain abandoning her own property in a public road is not an offense, and it left them holding an inspection order for cargo that was already moving west. She took the branch. She knew what it would cost, and she did it in front of her drivers, and the oath came off her like a struck bell about 200 meters in. It is not dramatic. That is what makes it awful. A woman stops being able to hold the reins. Her hands go, then her breath, then the road pressure that has been coiled in her family for a century comes out of her looking for somewhere to be. I was 3 meters away on a lime cart. She got the words out before she was properly down because Vela Hurst is the sort of person who understands what a class needs. She said, The loose part. Take the loose part, I am telling you to. That is assent. Not a nod and not somebody else deciding for her. She named the portion, she named me, and she did it while she could still put a sentence together. So I took the loose part. 600 at 2 a second. 5 minutes on a moving cart with my hand on a woman's wrist, and Era holding the pressure off the wagon behind us so it did not come back down on the passengers. Level 7. 12 points onto the 6 I had left after 2 days of walking it off, which put me at 18 and under my ceiling, and I checked that number before I agreed, rather than after. The oath did not go away. It cannot. The stable condition is still written into her, and the next time she takes an unapproved road, it will do the same thing again, and she knows that, and she took the branch anyway. What I removed was the discharge. What she paid was the discharge, once, and her whole season's goods lying in the road at the second bridge for anyone to pick up. The branch track came out at a ford, and then at a limeworks, and then, eventually, at the North Road again, 4 kilometers past every checkpoint Halvek had legally placed. Which is how a civilian route gets opened in this city. It goes on wagon plans now. Velas, then 2 other captains, then eventually a printed one. That track had been sitting there unused for 3 generations because one family's contract said it was not theirs. The street lines were live when we came back down into the works district because they had been live all day and no one had told us. Every glass gutter in the lower works was running crimson and the good wagons could not cross. The bone boxes crossed, brass hoops, copper trays, straight over 4 glowing lines with 30 passengers walking behind them holding the tailboards, and not one person took a strike. Vela's second driver, the one who had made the joke, walked the whole crossing without saying anything and then asked me quietly how I had known. I told him the truth, which is that lime eats iron, and I had carried lime as a porter. At the forge, it had been a worse day than ours. A rack of green blanks had gone into flashover in the number 2 kiln, which happens, and which normally costs a smith a rack of blanks in a morning. Bryn had 19 people in that shop. He put the whole rack into the quench before it could take the roof, which killed 300 blanks in about 4 seconds and cost him more than Vela's cargo. We came into the yard while he was standing in the steam with a bar in his hand, looking at the ruin of a fortnight. He looked at the 12 crates coming off the bone boxes and then at the 30 people walking behind them. He said, "Whose are those?" I said, "A clinic's, and they are all here, and so is everybody who started out on the road with them." He looked along the line of passengers for a while, and then he put the bar down, and that is when Bryn Gallo agreed to work with us, and he set the terms himself, and they were not the terms I would have chosen. He said he would supply blanks in a limited run, on his schedule, at cost, on 2 conditions. First, that every blank was accounted for by name, and returned to him full, or not at all, because a full seal in the wrong district is his fault whatever the paperwork says. Second, that I would not take a single point of pressure into my body without a physician's baseline on record. He said he had watched 3 men learn their own limits by exceeding them, and had buried 2. He gave me a name. Mira Kest, off the Eastgate Rope Walk, green coat, copper rings, and a reputation for telling licensed purifiers to their faces when they were describing a bruise as a curse. Then he did the thing that turned a supply arrangement into a war. He asked to see my drawing of the transfer frame, and I described the 6 specialized capsules seated around the pilgrim cage. He knew them. Not the type, the batch. 6 non-standard capsules on a rated frame is a special order, and there are 2 workshops in Nerith that can make one, and his is the one that refused, which meant the other one had. And the other one does not take Academy contracts because it has been under an exclusive consortium supply agreement for 4 years, and Bryn had the refused order still in his book. He wrote it out for us. Buyer of record, a consortium purchasing office. Delivery, a guild address. 6 capsules, non-standard, rated for a living anchor, paid in advance in the spring. Silas Marrow's people had bought the seals that were meant to move Era out of the city months before anybody signed an emergency order to do it. That is not a rumor, and it is not my memory. It is a Smith's ledger. I was still holding that page when Teo came into the yard at a run with a folded notice in his hand. Official, sealed, and posted publicly that afternoon in 4 districts, including this one. The Academy was announcing a controlled classification test. Open hall, invited witnesses, examiner Kellen Dorr presiding, subject listed by class rather than by name, and a guarantee of safe conduct for the duration. Era read it over my shoulder and said the obvious thing before I could get excited about it. "Safe conduct for the duration," she said. "Read the last line again. It expires at the closing bell, and Halvek writes the closing bell." The terms took 2 days to negotiate, and Teo carried every draft at a fee, in both directions, and by the end of it, he had read more Academy correspondence than most Academy staff. What the Academy wanted was a measurement. What Kellen Dorr wanted was to be standing next to it. What Halvek wanted was a room with 1 door, a bell he controlled, and a boy inside it at closing time. What we wanted was smaller and harder. Field access, a class entry that did not say the word useless in civic script, and a hall full of people who could not later be told a convenient version of what they had seen. Era set her own condition and refused to move on it for a day and a half. She would attend. She would not enter through a custody gate, wear a restraint, or stand inside a marked containment ring at any point. Teo brought the refusal back on the second morning with a fee noted on the fold. They would grant the public entrance and not the containment ring, because the ring was a safety requirement and not a courtesy. Era wrote 3 words under it and handed it back, then post it. Teo asked post what, and she said the ring requirement at the arena gate above my name and let the queue read who requires it. They gave it to her because Kellen needed her there. His entire thesis required a live source in the room, and a live source who walks in through the public entrance is still a live source. It is the first time I watched her use the Academy's own love of paperwork as a weapon, and she did it in about 4 minutes with a borrowed pencil. Mira Kest's clinic is 2 rooms and a yard off the Eastgate rope walk, and the first thing she did was refuse to look at me until I had been sitting still for a quarter of an hour. Short auburn hair, green coat, copper diagnostic rings on both hands that click when she works. She took my pulse, my temperature, the color under my eyelids, and a great deal of my dignity, in that order. Then she told me what I actually was, which no one had done. Not a hero and not a hazard. A man carrying 18% of a substance with no clearance route, running a fever he had stopped noticing, on 4 hours of sleep. She wrote the number down. She wrote all of them down. Then she made a second copy, because Mira does everything twice, and she asked me what I thought was going to happen at 25. I did not know. That was the honest answer, and she made me say it out loud. Then she said that she did not know either, and that between us we were about to find out in front of 600 witnesses. 2 days of eating and sleeping properly took 4 points off. Bryn sent 1 blank by a boy with a receipt to be signed and returned. Mira put it on her own bench in her own yard, with her hand on my wrist the whole minute. 14 down to 4. The window went red. She logged the seal by its batch mark, wrote the reduction in her book, and told me plainly that this was the only one and there would not be another before the hall. It happened in the morning, in a clinic yard, in front of a physician and a receipt boy. By evening, a great many people were describing what I could do around the Works District, and not one of them mentioned the ceramic. The arena is a stone bowl at the top of the Works District with a sand floor and grounding rings set into it, and it seats 600, and on the day of the test it held about 900. Kellen had done the staging himself. Benches for the Academy, a rail for the guilds, an open standing tier for anyone who came, which is the only reason the Ash Market showed up, and about 200 of them did. Tessa Quill was at the recorder's table with 3 chains on her spectacles and a manifest in front of her, and she made me sign the pretest page before Kellen had finished his opening. She authenticated it in front of me, stamped the date, and put a copy in a satchel that went out of the building with a runner before the first demonstration. I did not understand that at the time. I understand it now. Halvek was there with a ring of inhibitor lamps around the north gate, and 9 men, all of them clean force, none of them carrying anything my class could touch. He had learned that lesson in 1 night and never unlearned it. And Corin Ashfeld came onto the sand in a pressed coat with his spear at full length and told the hall formally what the first demonstration was going to prove, which was that I was not dangerous to him. We had rehearsed this exactly once. He came at half speed and put the silver tip through the space where my shoulder had been, and I did not eat it because there was nothing there to eat. Then he did it at full speed, and I went down on the sand in front of 900 people, and the noise the hall made was the same noise the Hall of Measures had made on Awakening Day. Kellen let it run for a while, because he had learned nothing at all. Then Corin did the thing that changed the temperature of the whole afternoon, which was to explain it himself instead of enjoying it. Clean force, he said, into the recorder's horn. Ordinary steel and ordinary mana. This class takes released curse pressure and nothing else. It is not a shield, it is a drain, and a drain does not stop a spear. He put a hand down and pulled me up while he said it. 900 people watched a Null Lancer help a Curse Eater off the sand, and Tessa wrote it down, and Halvek's arrest math got noticeably worse. The second demonstration was supposed to be a controlled intake from a prepared relic, declared in advance at 700, with Mira calling the stop and the hall watching the number. It never happened, because the test creature came out of the Beast Gate 11 minutes early with the wrong handler and a very great deal of leaking pressure in it. I want to be careful here, because this is where the afternoon stopped being about me. The arena keeps animals for its bouts. This one had been sourced as a contaminated specimen for the demonstration and had been in the pen since dawn. 6 hours in a stone pen under a live district. It had gone from tainted to saturated, and when the gate came up, it came out sideways at the handler and the 2 attendants, and then at the standing tier rail. The rail is 1.5 meters of iron, and it held. What it did not do was stop the pressure coming off the animal, and 40 people in the front of the standing tier took it across the face at once. Then the arena did the stupidest thing that has ever been written into a legal document, which is that the gate stayed shut because a sanctioned bout was live, and a sanctioned bout ends in a victory. That condition is in the arena's charter, and it is enforced. It is not a metaphor, and it is not a fine. The gates hold, and the bout stands, and anybody with authority who calls a retreat during a live bout takes the strike personally. The owners were in the box. I could see them. 3 men in good coats doing arithmetic about the cost of voiding a sanctioned event and taking longer over it than any human being should have taken. Pavan did not wait for them. He is the arena's medic, a small, furious man in a canvas apron, and he was already on the sand with 2 stretchers and no authority whatsoever to be there. He called the retreat. He shouted it at the gate crew by name using the formal words in front of the recorder's horn, and the arena contract came down on him about a second and a half later. It took him off his feet. His contract token went black in his hand and burned through the strap, and he went down on the sand shaking with his eyes open and his jaw locked and no visible injury anywhere on him. The gates came up. Pavan knew the price. He paid it in front of everyone, and 40 people in the standing tier went out through gates that opened because he was lying on the floor. Mira went over the rail before I did. She got to him and did the least dramatic thing available, which was to check his pulse and his temperature and then say loudly that this was a curse strike and not a heart attack, which mattered because 2 arena stewards were already carrying him toward the physician's room where they would have opened his shirt and packed him in cold water and made all of it very much worse. She put me on him with one word. I traced it. Source, the arena charter. Condition, an order of retreat during a sanctioned bout forfeits the speaker. Enforced effect, the forfeit is taken out of the speaker's body. I could not remove it. It was stable. It was bound in him. It was written into a contract he had signed for money, and my class does not cut conditions at level 7. All I could do was say what it was. That turned out to be the entire job. Mira treated a curse strike as a curse strike. She kept his airway, she kept him warm, she did not sedate him, and he was talking again in about 20 minutes. The animal was still on the sand. 900 people were still in a stone bowl, and the 40 in the standing tier were going down one after another with symptoms that looked like concussion and were not. That was the second thing Mira did that afternoon, and it is the reason the Academy could never afterward describe her as our medic rather than a physician. She sorted them: slurred speech, blown pupils, vomiting. She went along the row with her rings and separated them by temperature, because curse damage runs cold at the extremities and a head injury does not. 11 concussions from the rail crush, 29 curse exposures. She marked them on their own hands in grease pencil, cold and warm, and the arena's stewards moved them into 2 different rooms. The 11 got physical treatment. The 29 got put on the grounding rings on their backs on the sand, which is where era came into it and where the arena stopped being an arena. The rings are decorative now. They were laid 200 years ago when the bowl was a cistern, and they are copper, and they still run down into the Works District's dead spur, and nobody had thought about them in a century. Ira went round the inner ring on her knees with the broken segment and opened 4 of them. Not a weapon, and not a wall. She reseated 4 copper joins so that the floor of the arena would drink instead of hold. She was working 10 meters from a saturated animal with no restraint on her and no ring around her, and I watched 2 of Halvek's men move to intercept, and watched Halvek put a hand out and stop them. He was not being kind. He had 900 witnesses and a physician marking casualties, and 1 clear order that would have looked like what it was. That is Halvek. He counts. Corin took the animal. He waited until Era's last joint was seated, because a clean kill releases everything at once, and the pressure had to have somewhere to go, and then he did it in 1 pass with the spear. It came off the sand upward the way it always does. Era had made the floor into a drain, and most of it went down, and I stood at the front of the rings with my hand flat and took the declared number and not 1 point more. 700. 14 points onto 4. I called to stop myself, out loud, into the recorder's horn, and Mira called it back, and Tessa wrote the time, and the hall heard a man refuse the rest of a fortune. Level 8. 2 attribute points, which by then I had learned meant almost nothing. 4% to 18, under the line Mira had drawn on my chart, and I sat down on the sand with my ears ringing. 29 people got up off the floor over the next hour. Not cured, cleared. Their symptoms drained down 4 copper joins into a dead spur, and they walked out through their own gate on their own feet. Kellendor had recovered by then and had his opening ready. He came to the recorder's table with a phrase he had clearly been building all week, and he offered it to the hall for registration. The door concordance, he said. A demonstrated method of controlled curse transference under examination conditions. He said it twice, so Tessa could not claim to have misheard. The Hall of Measures does not care what you have been building all week. It registers what happened in plain civic script, and it puts it where 900 people can read it. Sanctioned class function, it wrote, in letters 2 hands high over the recorder's table. Curse removal by ingestion. Operator, Aaron Voss. Attending witness, K. Dorr. There was a moment of silence, and then the standing tier made a noise no examiner ever wants to hear, and the word ingestion went out of that arena and into the street and never came back. I was called the eater by children in the Ash Market within 4 days. Bryn's yard girl offered me a plate. It was not dignified, and it was not what I would have chosen, and it was mine, which is the point. Kellen is recorded as a witness. He has spent a considerable amount of energy since then, explaining that the registration language was unfortunate, and every explanation makes it more permanent. Then Halvek did the thing that made Tessa Quill worth more than the whole afternoon. 2 days later, a custody correction arrived at the archive proposing to replace the pre-test manifest page with an amended version. Not a forgery. A correction, properly submitted, listing Era's attendance as a supervised custody appearance rather than a public one, which would have made every sentence about her that day mean something different. Tessa filed the correction. She also filed the original, and the runner's receipt from the first hour, and a note recording that she had been asked to substitute rather than append. Then she said the sentence she has since said to much more powerful people than me, which is that she kept the earlier version. Both pages exist, they contradict each other, and neither of them can be quietly removed. Director Milas Orr came down to the sand at the end of it. Gray, precise, no ceremony at all. She had watched the whole thing from the academy benches without once standing up. She did not thank anybody, and she did not apologize. She said that a repeatable measurement now existed, that measurements were the only thing she was obliged to act on, and that she was granting conditional field access. Conditional meant a named response list, an academy observer on every call, no independent action inside a containment perimeter, and a review of the arrangement at any time without notice. She said one more thing to Era, and she said it in the flat voice of a woman reading her own position aloud. Your status is unchanged. Nothing today altered it. Do not mistake access for a finding. And then, because the afternoon had not finished with me, Dane Vare came down onto the sand with his coat open and his hands empty, and told the recorder's horn that his guild would supply the response teams. He had spent the whole rescue in the standing tier. He had pulled people over the rail with his own hands where anyone could see him. 2 of the 29 were his own guild recruits, and he had carried one of them out. Nobody in that arena had a reason to refuse him. He was the man with rescue teams and the willingness to spend them, and Malus took the offer in front of 900 people, and it was the correct decision on the evidence. He shook my hand. He said he had been wrong about my class and glad to be wrong, and that he hoped I would think again about what a support class could be worth inside a proper structure. Behind him were 2 men I knew, and one of them did not know me. A shaved-headed captain with a burn across his throat and a clean iron cable launcher who looked at my hands rather than my face, and a stocky shield fighter with brown curls and a patched family crest, catching a dropped stretcher pole one-handed on his way past with the expression of a man who has done that 17 times today, Joran Pell, who in another version of the world kept me alive for 4 years and then looked away at exactly the wrong moment, and who at that moment had never spoken to me once in his life. Conditional field access turns out to mean a list on a wall. 16 names, a bell code, and an academy observer with a clipboard who is required to stand where he can see your hands at all times. For 11 days it worked. Small calls, a tannery with a spite curse in the vat room, a wedding where somebody's grandmother had written a clause into a marriage contract that no one had read since. I earned nothing on those. Manufactured nuisance curses cost more mana and prepared material than they can ever give back, and a wedding clause is a thimble of pressure and a great deal of shouting. What they bought instead was habit. People started calling the response list before they called the consortium, because we were cheaper and because we did not arrive with a contract in the first sentence. Then, on the 12th day, the bell code came for the Fenwater shafts, which are 2 hours out on the North Road, and the call came from the crew and not from the owners. That distinction is the whole of Hessa Morn. She is a mine crew leader in her 40s with a voice built for shouting down a shaft and a habit of drawing rather than arguing. She met us at the headworks with a roll of oiled paper under her arm and did not say hello. She spread it on a barrow and told the Academy observer to look at the ventilation before anyone talked about curses. Her drawing was better than anything the owners had filed. The east shaft, the 2 return airways, the door she had built herself out of scrap and hung in the crosscut to force the air where it needed to go, and a second sheet showing what the air actually did, which was almost nothing, because someone had bricked a return airway in the spring to stop damp getting into the office levels. Here is what killed those men, she said. Not a curse, a wall, and bad timber, and a roof that has been talking to me since midsummer, and 11 months of repairs done at night so no inspector had to see them. A great many people afterward preferred the other story. The Fenwater cave-in was an ordinary industrial failure, and the curse did not cause a stone of it. What the curse did was make it unsurvivable. Rovan Krell came up from the guild wagons while she was still talking. Shaved head, red-brown coat, an iron cable launcher slung clean across his back, and a way of walking a site that takes in every exit first. He did not challenge her drawing. He asked for a copy of it, which annoyed the owner's agent considerably, and he set his teams on the headworks and the road rather than the shaft. It is Rovan. His guild had pulled his whole district out of a collapse when the public forces withdrew, and he has never once forgotten it, and everything he does is aimed at getting people up a hole faster. Joran Pell was on his second team, carrying a shield too expensive for his family with a patched crest on it, and he caught a falling brace pin off the winding gear on the way past without breaking his sentence. He did it the way you catch a cup. Nobody noticed except me, and I noticed because I had watched him do that exact thing for 4 years in a life that had not happened. There were 9 men under the fall. That was the number Hesse gave us and the number the owner's agent disputed, because the shift book listed 7, because 2 of them were being paid off the book. We went down at the 11th hour. Hesse first, then me, then the observer, then Joran's team, then Ira, who came down the ladder one-handed with the segment across her back and made no sound at all. The first activation happened 40 meters in. A young pitman named Callow was walking behind me, describing the roof, and he got as far as saying that the east shaft was never made safe. Then he stopped. Not stopped talking, stopped. His mouth kept working. His chest did not move, and he went down against the rib of the tunnel with his eyes wide and his hands at his own throat. 6 seconds. It let him go after 6 seconds, and he came up off the floor, coughing and apologizing, and everybody around him looked at their boots, because everybody around him already knew. Every contract at Fenwater has a safety clause in it. Signed, witnessed, magically enforced, the way half the working contracts in this city are. The clause says a man may not disparage the workings on company property. Somebody had bought the enforcement. That is all it takes. A standard clause plus a paid enforcement, and suddenly, it is not a legal risk to name the east shaft. It is a physical one, and it takes your breath. Hesse could not tell an inspector. Callow could not tell an inspector. 11 months of night repairs happened because 140 men were carrying a condition that made the truth into a suffocation. I traced it off the released pressure while Callow was still coughing. Source: the Fenwater labor contract. Condition: no worker shall name the workings unsafe on company ground. Enforced effect: the naming takes the breath that carries it. Then I had to say the least useful sentence of my career, which was that I could not remove it. Not for him, not for Hesse, not for any of the 140. Stable condition, bound in a living carrier, no ability to cut it. What I could do was tell them where it was safe to speak. On the road it is not company ground. In the crosscut it is. So the diagnosis had to be carried out of the mine in pieces by men who could only describe it above the gate, which turned the whole rescue into a shuttle. A man goes in, sees the roof, comes out, breathes, says it, goes back in. 400 meters each way. 9 men under the fall and a clock running on the air behind them. The second activation was worse because it was Hesse. She went to point at the bricked return and started to name it, and she got the word unsafe out and dropped where she stood, and she was 50 meters deeper than Callow. Joran had her before I did. Shield across the tunnel mouth against the loose rib, one hand under her arm, dragging her back 4 meters to a stone the roof had already given up on. And then I said the thing that cost me a year of trust, and it took me 1 sentence. I said, Joran, your left knee, get your weight off it before you plant. Nobody in this life had told me about his knee. He had never mentioned it because he was 21 years old, and it did not hurt yet, and he would not fall on it for another 3 months. He put Hesse down carefully, and then he looked at me for a long moment in the lamplight, with an expression I recognized and had never seen aimed at me before. How do you know about my knee? He said. And there is no answer to that. There is no version of the true answer that does not sound like a man building a hook to hang somebody on. I said I had seen him land badly on the winding stair. He said he had not been on the winding stair. Then he picked up his shield and went back to work, and he did not speak to me again underground. That is what remembered friendship is worth in a life that has not happened yet. Less than nothing, because I had 4 years of him in my head, and he had 8 hours of me, and the gap between those 2 numbers looks like manipulation. Rovan heard the whole exchange from 6 meters back. He did not react. He waited about 40 minutes, and then asked me conversationally how many men I thought were under the fall. 9, I said. The book says 7, said Rovan. Hesse says 9, I said, and I would take her count. He nodded and moved on, and that was the first brick. The hazard ropes were the inspectorates. Orange, official, strung across every unsafe working at Fenwater by men who came once a quarter, and left the ropes as a legal record of where they had told people not to go. There were 9 of them across the east shaft crosscut, which meant the only remaining route to the fall ran back around through the old sump gallery, which was a 40-minute detour with bad air. Era looked at the ropes for a while. Then she asked the observer whether an inspection rope was a legal boundary or a physical one, and he said, with the confidence of a man who has read the manual, that it was a marker. So she took them down, all 9, in about 4 minutes, and reset them as a support geometry across the 2 worst spans of roof, tensioned off the standing timber, tied with knots I could not have copied on a bet. It was not decoration. Orange inspection rope is good line, and there were 90 meters of it doing nothing but recording an opinion, and she turned it into 2 spans of roof that held for the next 6 hours. The inspectorate's own man came down at the 14th hour to observe, and found that every marker recording where he had forbidden entry was now structure, and that the only walkable route was the one the crew had been using. He followed it. He had to. He walked 400 meters of the exact working his own department had roped off as forbidden in front of 12 witnesses to get to the men his department had never inspected. I did not plan that, and neither did she, or so she said. What she actually said was that the rope was in the wrong place and that somebody had already decided the roof was dangerous, so the roof should have the rope. We reached the fall at the 15th hour, and there were 9 men behind it, which is a thing I would like Hessamorn's name attached to permanently, since the owner's agent had argued about it for 4 hours. 6 were walking, 3 were not, and the air behind the fall had been going bad since the brick wall went in, and the contract clause meant that not one of them could say the word that would have brought help faster. The clearing took 3 hours. Jorn's team took the loose face and I moved rock, which is what a level 8 Curse Eater is actually good for, since 2 attribute points a level does eventually add up to a useful back. The last activation happened at the face. All 9 of them came through into the crosscut, and one of them, seeing the roof he had been under, said out loud what it was, and it took him. Then it took the man next to him who said it too, and then a third, because once a crew of frightened men start naming a thing, they do not stop being frightened in a tidy order. 3 at once is not 6 seconds. 3 at once is a clause enforcing itself 3 times in a confined space, and the pressure that carries an enforcement does not disappear when the enforcement lands. It came off them into the crosscut, loose, all of it, and it went for the nearest compatible carrier the way it always does, and for once in my life, I was standing where I wanted to be. 800, at 2 a second, 6 minutes 40 with my back against a prop, and 3 men breathing on the floor beside me and Mira's number written on the inside of my own head. Level 9. 16 points of load onto a body that had spent 11 quiet days getting back to nothing. The lamps went yellow in my eyes at about the 4-minute mark and stayed that way for an hour. I did not cure a single one of them. Their clause is still in their contracts. What I took was the discharge, 3 times over, and the difference between taking it and not taking it was 3 men breathing. Hessa came up the ladder last, which is how she does everything. There was an owner's agent at the headworks with a form and a proposal and a figure, and there were 4 newspapers worth of people behind him. The proposal was a night repair. Rebuild the return, re-timber the east shaft over 8 weeks, keep the workings open, keep the crew paid, and file the whole thing as maintenance under the existing certificate. It was a good offer. It kept 140 people in work through the winter, and it would probably not have killed anybody for another 2 years. She said no. Then she said it again louder, on the public road where the clause could not reach her, with the east shaft named out loud, 4 times, in front of the inspectorate's man who had just walked it. Fenwater shut that evening. 140 people lost their wage, and every one of them knew who had cost them it, and about 30 of them came to tell her so before the week was out. She took that, she has taken it since. What she got in exchange was a working she can strip safely with volunteers and the right to sell the recovered material, which is where Bryn's clay and copper have come from ever since. It is not free, and it has never been free. Bryn pays her by weight, and she pays her people out of it, and it is slower and worse than a mine, and nobody has died in it. The ventilation drawings went to the academy as evidence, which is how I ended up sitting in Mira's yard 3 days later with the second sheet in my hands and a lamp behind it, looking at something that was not about air at all. Hessa had drawn the sump line where it crosses the Fenwater ground, because it is a hazard, and she drew every hazard. And the line on her sheet did not go where the city's own survey says it goes. Somebody had moved it. Not on the ground, on the map. A branch of the 4th Tower's run had been redrawn to pass south of the old Sealkeeper district instead of through it, and the alteration was recent and neat, the same neat. It put me on my feet before I had finished looking. The same hand, the same ink weight, the same small stamped Academy sigil that was on the underside of a votive plate from a bonded transport. Rovan Krell had asked me twice more before we left Fenwater, once about the 9 men, Once about which crosscut I wanted opened, which I had answered before anybody had been down it. He did not accuse me of anything. He wrote his report, moved his teams off rescue and onto route and supply control across 3 districts, and requested a copy of Hess's drawings through the proper channel. A man who thinks you are lucky does not reorganize his logistics. A man who thinks you have a source does. And Diane read that report because Diane reads everything Roven writes, and neither of them needed to say the word memory. The woman came to Bryn's yard on the 4th day, silver-brown hair, a burned lattice across one cheek, and a segmented measuring chain at her belt that she unclipped and laid on the bench before she said anything at all. She said her name was Isel Rowan, that she had been a sealkeeper apprentice at the school that fell, and that she had heard we intended to go into it. Then she looked past me at Era and said, without heat, that she had measured that collapse for 6 years, and that if anyone was going in there first, it was going to be her. Isel Rowan's terms took 9 minutes, and she wrote them on the back of a survey sheet. She goes in first. Her measurements are her own. Nothing she records passes through anybody else's hands before the Academy sees it. And one more, which she said to Era directly, and not to me. If the readings say you did it, she said, I will publish them the same afternoon, and you will not talk me out of it with a story about a cell. Era said, good. Then she said the thing that made the next 4 days possible, which was that she had spent 6 years being told what she had done by people who had never held a chain, and she would rather be told by someone who had. Mira certified me at 0 that morning. 4 days of eating properly and sleeping in a bathhouse had cleared the Fenwater load out of me entirely, and she made me sit through the whole examination anyway. She also told me what she had decided about the 20% line, which was that it was not a safety limit, it was a guess, and that she intended to keep guessing until somebody gave her better data. The old Sealkeeper School stands in a district that has been closed for 6 years, 4 streets of good stone houses with the shutters still on them, and grass coming up through the road. Nobody stole from it. In a city where the ash market will trade a contaminated relic before breakfast, 4 streets of furnished houses sat untouched for 6 years. The school itself is a low block around a courtyard with a well in the middle, and the well is not a well. It is the head of the old distributed anchor, and it has been dry since the day it killed everyone in the building. Ira stopped at the gate. Not for long. About the length of 2 breaths, with her hand on the post, and then she went through it, and neither Isel nor I said anything about it, because there was nothing to say. Roven Krell's wagons were already on the far side. 4 of them, drawn up neat, with a survey line pegged out, and men on the roof of the north wing running cable. Because Roven does not walk into places, he opens them. He raised a hand. Not a greeting, an acknowledgement. The way one crew captain tells another that they have seen each other and that there will be no pretending otherwise later. My route into that building was a service tunnel from the coal cellar of the house on the corner, and I knew it because I had carried containment crates through it as a porter in a year that had not happened yet. It was sealed, not fallen. Sealed properly with a poured plug and a guild survey stamp on a brass plate, dated 13 days earlier, signed by a surveyor whose name was on Roven's Fenwater report. I stood in that cellar for a while with a lamp and looked at a stamp that was fresher than my own memory of the tunnel. Nobody warns you what 5 years in your head are actually worth against a working surveyor. Every day I act, the board moves. Roven reorganized his logistics because of what he saw at Fenwater, and his surveyors closed 11 derelict routes across 3 districts, and one of them was mine. My memory is not a map, it is a list of things that used to be true, and it goes out of date at exactly the rate that I make myself useful, which meant we went in through the front, in daylight, behind Isel. The threshold rule announced itself on the courtyard step, and it took one of Roven's men to do it, which is the only reason we learned it from 4 meters away, instead of from the middle of a building 4 rings deep. The school's floors are laid with black glass in bands, one across every doorway, because that is how a sealkeeper building was made. The bands are still there. They are also now the entire problem. He walked across one alone. He went through the doorway, and he came out of the doorway, and he was standing on the courtyard step again, facing the wrong way with his hand still up. He did it 3 more times before anybody could stop him, because he did not know he was doing it. From inside, it feels like a completed walk. From outside, you watch a man leave a room and arrive where he started. I put my palm on the band and traced it. Source, the old anchor. Condition, a threshold may not be crossed by one. Enforced effect, the crossing is returned. 2 people, and the crossing holds. 1 person, and the building politely puts you back. It is not violent, it is not clever, and it does not care in the slightest what your business is. Which is how 5 people who did not like each other ended up moving through that school in pairs for 2 days, and how I ended up spending most of it with Isel Rowan. She had a chain, 60 segments, brass, and something darker, and she measured every band we crossed before she would cross it. Every band, even the ones we had already crossed twice. I asked why on the 4th one. She said that a scar changes when you walk on it, and that people who assume otherwise are the reason her teachers are dead, and I did not ask again. Era crossed with Rovin's men because Era was on the other side of the courtyard when the rule announced itself, and because she refused, flatly, to wait for a partner she liked better. I would like to report that this went well. What actually happened is that a guild man asked her, in a friendly way, what it had been like in the cell, and she made him wait 40 minutes on a threshold to think about the question. The building is 4 rings deep. The outer ring is dormitories and classrooms, and it is intact, and it is full of the things people leave when they die at work. Chalk, a boot, somebody's half-finished chain. The second ring is the workshops. The third is the anchor gallery, and the third ring is where the argument started, and the argument is the only reason any of this ended in evidence instead of a shouting match. Isel measured in the modern sequence, which is outward from the socket in 6 passes, taking the surface layer first, because the surface layer is where a failure shows and the deep layers are noise. Era told her she was doing it backward, from 4 meters away, in the flat voice she uses for numbers, while Isel had 60 segments of chain laid out across a socket rim in a very particular order. Not politely. She said the sequence was wrong. She used 4 terms for the passes that Isel had never heard, and she called the modern method a shortcut invented by people who had never had to answer for a live socket. Isel said those terms had been retired before she was apprenticed. Ira said they had been retired because the men who used them died in this building. It went on like that for a while, and it was not funny at the time. What it was 2 people from the same profession separated by 6 years of captivity on one side and 6 years of a curriculum on the other, discovering that they had been trained to look at different things. Isel's method measures the surface first because the surface is where a modern anchor fails. Era's method measures the deep layer first, because in a distributed anchor, the deep layer is the only thing that carries load. Isel said she was not going to run a sequence she could not defend in a report. Era said she could defend it after it worked, and that a report is not a socket. Then Era gave her the thing she actually wanted, which was the deep layer order written out in her own hand on the back of Isel's survey sheet, so that whatever came out of it had her method on paper too. Isel read it, said the third term was still wrong, and corrected it in pencil. Era let her. Then she picked up the chain. So they did both, in Era's order, with Isel complaining the entire time in technical language I could not follow, and that is how they found the scar. The visible collapse pattern in the anchor gallery is a starburst. Everyone who has ever looked at it, including 4 Academy commissions, has read it the same way. Uncontrolled release from the center outward. The deep layer does not agree. Under the starburst, the deep layer shows 6 even lines running inward from the ring positions, all of them still balanced. All of them intact, right up to the last quarter meter, which means the distributed anchor was working. It did not fail from the center. Something removed the outer 6 from the map, and then the center, carrying everything alone, did what a single anchor does. And the starburst on the surface is not a scar. It is a repair. Somebody came in afterward, ran heat and pressure across the surface layer in 6 passes, and reshaped the visible pattern into the story it now tells. Isel sat down on the floor of the gallery when the numbers closed. She did not cry, and she did not apologize. She said out loud in a flat voice that she had signed a witness statement at 18 based on a surface reading. Then she said the harder thing, which is why I will take her word about anything for the rest of my life. She said, "This does not clear you. It clears the pattern. You were still the one holding the socket when it went." Era said, "I know. I felt it go. I have never once said I was not holding it, and I am not going to start saying it now because a chain has finally told somebody what the floor was doing underneath me." Isel wrote that down, word for word in the survey book with the time and the depth, and it is the first entry in 6 years of her records that is not a measurement of stone. The archive was in the 4th ring behind a door with a band across it, and Isel and I went through together because by then that had stopped being a negotiation. Most of it was gone, not burned. Removed. In the tidy way things are removed by people with authority, and what was left was what a clerk in a hurry considers worthless, which is drawings without their annexes. We found the distributed anchor design in a drawer of teaching material. Sheet 1 of 4. 6 anchors, 1 relief spur each, a load-sharing geometry, and a maintenance rota with named operator posts. Sheets 2, 3, and 4 were not there, which means we had the shape of the thing and none of the tolerances, and no calculation and no material schedule. A picture of a bridge with no numbers on it. Isel put her hand flat on it and said the only genuinely hopeful thing anyone said in that building, which was that the tolerances could be rebuilt from the deep layer readings if somebody was willing to spend a year on it. Rovin did not come through the front. There is a version of this day in which he is outwitted on that ground, and there is no such version anywhere in the reports. He had been running cable across the roof of the north wing since before we arrived. The roof has no thresholds in it. The rule governs doorways and floor bands, and a man who comes down through a light well crosses nothing at all. They took the anchor gallery from above, while Estelle and I were in the archive, and by the time we heard the winch, the source knot was already out of the socket and in a lined crate on a rope. The knot is a piece of the original core about the size of a loaf, black, with the 6 lines still visible in it, and it is the single most valuable object either side found in that district. And pulling it out of a socket that has been holding 6 years of dead load is as clever as it sounds. The gallery let go about 17 seconds later. Not the building, the condition. A rule wound whose governing knot has been removed does not close politely. It releases, and every threshold in 4 rings came apart at once with all of us standing in the middle of it. 6 years of stored pressure came off the black bands in the floor and went looking for a compatible carrier, and there were 14 people in that school, and one of them was me. I got to the courtyard step and put my hands on the wellhead, because the wellhead is the head of the old anchor, and everything in that building was still pointed at it. 900, at 2 a second, 7.5 minutes on my knees on a stone step, with the light going yellow and then gray, and Era behind me holding the shape of it off the archive corridor where Isel was. Level 10 came at the end of it, and I felt the conversion change. Below 10, it is 50 points of experience for every point of load. From 10, it is 100. I had spent 9 days learning to fear the first number, and the second one arrived without ceremony. 18%. Rovin's men were on the roof. Isel was in the archive with sheet 1 under her coat, and the courtyard well went cold under my hands and stayed cold, and the school was just a building again. What the curse could not tell me is who did it. I had a source, a condition, and an enforced effect, and I did not have a single name, because a curse cannot invent information it was never given. Somebody reshaped a resonance scar 6 years ago with heat and pressure and academy equipment. Trace has never met that person, and never will. It knows only what the ground was told to do. Rovin came down to the courtyard while I was still sitting on the step. He had the crate on a sled and 8 men around it, and he stopped about 4 meters away, which was courteous of him. I could have gone for it, and I have thought about that a great deal since. I had 1 sheet of a 4-sheet design under a woman's coat and a knot on a sled 12 steps away. If I went for the knot, I lost the sheet, because Isel would have been alone in a building coming apart with 8 guild men between her and the gate, and she was not going to hand it to anybody. So I stayed on the step. Rovin watched me not move and understood exactly what it cost, and he said evenly that he would tell his captain the closure was ours, because it was, and that this was not the same as thanks. Then he asked me one more question, and it was the one he had been building since Fenwater. He said, "When did you learn about this building?" And I said, "Years ago," and he wrote nothing down at all. They took the knot east on the road with an escort. It went onto a prepared resonance road that afternoon, which is the only way to move a live core piece any distance, and prepared roads are visible from a tower for hours. Isel went to the academy with sheet 1 and her chain readings and made both of them public before anyone could suggest a correction. Then she came back and told us she was not our ally and would be measuring us as well. She said it without warmth. She said the school had been full of people who trusted each other's readings, and that she was not doing that again, and that she would work with Era and would not take her word for anything. And Ira, who had spent 6 years as the only plausible answer to a question no one would let her hear, said that was the best offer she had received since the collapse. What we had, when the counting was done, was 1 sheet of 4, a set of deep layer readings, a public contradiction of an academy finding, and no way to build anything. What Dane Vare had, by evening, was a live piece of the original core, capable of seeding a resonance signature anywhere he liked, in a crate on a road he controlled, moving toward a guild vault. Teo came out to the closed district at dusk with a map and the road schedule and a fee already written in his book. He had sold the cage trail data to 4 buyers, as he said he would, and one of them had talked. "The crate goes east along the 4th Tower's prepared run," he said, "and there is one place between here and the vault where a prepared road crosses a public one. Vela Hurst's inherited road, the one Halvek had a checkpoint on, the one with 30 civilians a day moving along it because a caravan captain had opened a branch track and made it popular. A prepared resonance road is a strip of treated stone about 4 meters wide that runs cross-country in a straight line, because the pressure does not care about hills. It crosses public roads at grade, like a canal crosses a lane. There is one such crossing between the closed district and Danevare's guild vault, and it sits at the top of the long rise where Velahurst's inherited road comes out of the ford. I had 2 days to think about it, and I spent both of them being clever in a way I would now describe as expensive. Teo priced the crossing. Era read the roadside glass off a survey sheet, and I sat at a table telling both of them where the crate would be, because I knew this formation. Rovan Krell ran a source convoy the same way for 5 years in a life that did not happen. Heavy in the middle, cable men on the flanks, Everything of value in the third wagon. I built the whole plan on the third wagon. I put Teo on the ford, I put Era at the north verge where the black glass runs under the crossing, and I told them both, with confidence, exactly where the crate would be. Rovan divided his convoy into 3 and none of them were what I said. I found that out at 400 meters through a borrowed glass, with Teo beside me asking whether the fee covered being wrong twice before noon. Here is what he actually did, and I want to give him the credit, because a man who is not credited is a man you will underestimate twice. He had watched me for a month and he had priced me correctly. He knew I would go for the source. He knew I would not go through civilians. And he knew that I take release pressure and cannot take steel because 900 people had watched Corin prove it on the sand. So he ran 3 objectives. A rescue detail with 2 guild medics and a real casualty from the road, which was genuine and which he would not have faked. A decoy cart, obvious, guarded badly enough to be a lie. And the source, in a lined crate, under a tarpaulin on the 7th wagon of a 9-wagon line, behind 16 men with clean iron cable launchers and no cursed equipment of any description. Then he did the thing that made the whole afternoon ugly. He held the crossing open for civilian traffic on a schedule, with 2 of his own men waving wagons through as though it were any road on any ordinary day. The casualty was a wagoner with a crushed foot, and the medics were working on him in the open where I could see them, and I spent 90 seconds watching that instead of the wagon line, which is 90 seconds I did not have. Vela's wagons came up the rise at the same hour because Vela's wagons come up that rise every 3rd day, and Rovan knew it and he did not stop them and did not warn them. 31 passengers on the inherited road, moving through a crossing where a source convoy was sitting, because a source convoy that sits alone on an empty road is a target, and a source convoy inside civilian traffic is a hostage situation somebody else has to explain. Halvek's checkpoint was 200 meters down the rise, and Vela saw what that meant before I did. She came up on the box of the lead wagon, looked at the guild line, looked at the checkpoint behind her, and said one word, which was lane, because that is what it was. Her road, the one her family has been bound to for 3 generations, had become a containment lane with a stop at one end and a guild convoy at the other and 31 people in the middle. I went in at the 7th wagon anyway. I would like to describe that as a decision. It was closer to a reflex and it lasted about 9 seconds. Clean iron cable does not go through you. It goes around you. 2 men put a loop across my shins from 6 meters and a third took my arms, and I went into the road surface hard enough to see the sky change color. There was nothing to eat. A cable ambush is 11 men, no curse tools, no enchantment, no pressure of any kind on the whole line, and a class that turns curse pressure into levels and does absolutely nothing else. Jorn Pell put a boot on the cable to keep it slack so it would not take my legs off at the knee, which is a thing you do for a prisoner, not an enemy, and then he stood over me while the 7th wagon rolled past. So I tried the only thing I had, and it was the worst thing I've ever done to another person, and I did it with a cable across my shins, and about a minute before the 7th wagon cleared the crown of the road. I said, "Joran, your brother's course is 11 weeks and the guild pays it in 4 installments, and the 3rd one is the one they hold back." I said it fast because I had about a minute. I said, "You have not told anyone about the 3rd installment. You have not told Rovan. You worked it out yourself in the spring, and you have been carrying it since, and I know that, and I am telling you so you know I am not guessing." He went very quiet. Then he crouched down on the road beside me with his shield across his knee and asked me, without any heat at all, how long I had been reading his correspondence. I said I had not read a line of anything of his. He said that was worse, and he said it without raising his voice, crouched on a wet road with his shield across his knee and 11 of his own unit within earshot. And he was right, and this is the part I have had to sit with. A man who has read your letters is a criminal you can name. A man who knows the private arithmetic in your head and will not say how is something else entirely. He said, "My brother is real. He is 9. He is in a bed in the Eastgate house and the guild pays for it, and you have just told me you know which string to pull." Then he said the sentence that ended it. He said, "If you knew all that and you are only telling me now, on a road with a cable on my legs, then you were saving it." And I have nothing to say to a man who saves things about my brother. He was not wrong about that either. I had been saving it. I had known that detail for a month, and I had been keeping it for a moment when it would work, and he read that off my face in about 2 seconds. 4 years of him keeping me alive bought me nothing, because it had not happened to him. What I had actually built with all that remembered intimacy was a very good demonstration that I was exactly the kind of person Rovan had described. The decoy cart broke loose about then, which saved my life and cost Rovan his afternoon, and it happened for the most ordinary reason in the world, which is that nobody had checked a brake on a wet rise. And that is the trouble with a decoy. You have to guard it badly enough to be believed and well enough to be plausible, and the men doing the guarding have to keep that up for hours, and one of them eventually stops watching the wheel. It was a 2-horse flat cart with crates on it, and 4 guildmen walking beside it too casually, and it had been underweighted deliberately so that it would look valuable and move fast. What no one had accounted for is that an underweighted cart on a wet rise with a nervous horse does not need a saboteur. The brake let go at the crown of the road, and it started backward toward the ford. There were 2 of Vela's passengers on the verge behind it, an old man and a girl of about 12 with a basket, standing where you stand when a convoy has stopped and you have decided to have your lunch. Joran went off the road, caught the tailboard with his shoulder and his shield edge, and turned the whole thing 40 degrees into the bank with the same exhausted expression he uses for dropped stretcher poles. The cart went over into the bank. The crates came off it and split along their seams in the middle of the road, and every single one of them was full of clean gray ballast sand and nothing else whatsoever. 900 kilos of ballast rolling down a public road in front of 31 civilians, 4 guildmen who had been walking beside it with the studied indifference of men guarding nothing, and 1 caravan captain with excellent eyesight. Vela said, "That is not the crate," in a voice built for open country and pitched to carry the length of the rise, and 31 passengers on a stopped wagon line turned round together to look at the 7th wagon. Rovan had to split. He had no choice, because his decoy had just been disassembled in public by his own shieldman's reflexes, and because you cannot run a hostage crossing once the civilians know which wagon matters. He put 4 men back to secure the sand. He put 2 on the casualty detail, and he closed the remaining 5 around the 7th wagon and started it moving toward the guild road at a pace, which is when Vela Hurst made her second choice of the year, and she made it standing up on the box with her brake whip in her hand and every one of her drivers watching to see which way the reins went. She could not follow the convoy, and she could not go back through the checkpoint, and she had 31 people on a lane with a source crate at one end and clean force at the other, and a rise with no verge. So she turned her line onto the branch track. The physically worse one, the one she opened at the second bridge in the spring, which is unapproved, which is not her road, which her house has been forbidden for a century. She knew what it cost. She had paid it once already. She stood up on the box, called the turn to her drivers, and then she called across 40 meters of road to me while the cable was still on my legs. "Same as before," she called across the road. "The loose part and only the loose part, and I am telling you to, and get ready because I will not be able to say any of it twice." Teo was already moving passengers off the last 3 wagons onto the bank while she said it, at a fee he never once invoiced, and he has denied that detail every time it has come up since. It came off her about 80 meters onto the branch. The oath is not creative. It enforces the same clause the same way every time, and the wake of it came out of her and spread down the line of wagons behind her, which is why she called it early. It was not one woman's discharge this time. It was one woman's discharge in a moving line of 8 wagons and 31 passengers on a narrow track, and it wanted somewhere to go. The cablemen let me up. Joran cut me loose himself, which is either the best or the worst thing he did that day, and he did it without a word and then put himself between me and the horses. 1,000. At 2 a second, that is 8 minutes and 20 seconds, and I spent all of it walking beside a moving wagon with one hand on the rail and my ears ringing and the light going gray and yellow by turns. Level 11. 10 points of load. Because above 10, the conversion doubles, and I had not properly felt what that meant until I stood up afterward and did not fall over. 18%. And the whole time I was drinking, the 7th wagon was going east up the guild road with 5 men around it and no one following. Era had the choice, and she made it in about a second and a half, and she made it without asking me, which was the correct order of operations. She could have gone for the crate. She was faster than any of them across broken ground, and she had the segment, and she could have put a thread through the tarpaulin ropes at 40 meters. She stayed with the wagons, because 8 minutes and 20 seconds is a long time and I could only take what came to my hand, and the rest of that wake was running down the line toward the last 3 wagons. She rode the tail of the line on foot, opening the roadside glass ahead of the discharge, dropping it into the ground meter by meter, with the crate getting smaller behind her. Nobody died on the branch track. 2 horses had to be cut out of harness, and 1 wagon lost a wheel, and a woman broke her wrist getting down. That is the entire casualty list, and it is everything we won that day. Rovan's report described the incident as a fugitive intercept that endangered 31 civilians on a public road. That report is on file. It was written before he reached the vault, and it is not a lie in a single particular. It also did not survive contact with 31 civilians. Vela wrote her own account. So did 4 of her passengers. So did the girl with the basket, who is 12, and whose statement is the one that got copied. Because what she wrote down was that the cart with sand in it was guarded, and the cart with people near it was not, and that a guildman had caught the sand cart and looked very tired about it. Tessaquil filed all of them, alongside Rovin's, both versions in the same folder, neither removable, which is the only kind of victory the archive has ever handed anybody. Halvek pulled his checkpoint off the inherited road 4 days later. Not because he was beaten, because a checkpoint that turns a public road into a lane during a source movement is now a documented thing, and Halvek does not repeat a documented mistake. Dane got the knot, and it is the ledger entry that matters. A live piece of an original distributed core went into a guild vault that afternoon and stayed there, and everything he did for the next 4 years started in that crate. Rovin stopped offering duels after that day. He never came at me directly again. He went at roads, suppliers, wagon permits, and the ordinary boring arteries that keep a response team on its feet, and he was extremely good at it. Joran went back to his line. He wrote a note to Rovin about the 3rd installment in his own hand, reporting himself, because he had decided that a secret somebody else knows is a debt he had not agreed to. I did not speak to him again for 4 months. What I had learned, and it took the whole ride home to say it to myself in a sentence, is that remembering what a man once chose does not give me any claim on the man who has not chosen it yet. Era said one thing about it, on the wagon, with her eyes shut. She said, "You have been doing that to me as well." Then she said, "Less of it," and went to sleep, and I sat with that for the rest of the night. Isel was waiting at Bryn's yard with the deep layer reading spread over 2 benches and a list of everything sheet 1 did not tell us, which came to 12 pages. Tolerances, material schedule, the rota, the relief spur geometry, every number that turns a picture of 6 anchors into something a smith can actually pour, and all of it on sheets 2, 3, and 4. "There is one man alive who worked the original network," she said. "He signed the maintenance rota. He is 61, he lives above a chandler's shop by the West Quay, and he has not answered a letter from the academy in 6 years. His name is Oren Vask." And Isel said, before I could get hopeful about it, that she had already been to see him twice, and that both times he had asked her to show him the cracked piece and then close the door. Oren Vask lives above a chandler's shop by the West Quay in 2 rooms that smell of tallow, and he wears an old restraint key on a cord outside his shirt where everyone can see it. "It is not a badge?" I asked. He said it was the key to a socket that killed 4 people, and that he wore it so that he would have to explain it to somebody roughly once a month. Isel had knocked on that door twice with academy paper and been turned away twice. What got us in was Bryn Gallo, who came with us, said nothing for the first 10 minutes, and put a piece of the courtyard well head on the table. Oren picked it up. Heavy gray beard, 2 fingers missing off the left hand, and he turned that fragment over under the lamp for a long time with his thumb on the fracture face. Then he said, "This did not fail. It was overloaded." And Isel said, "Yes," and put her deep layer readings down beside it, and the old man read them standing up for a quarter of an hour without offering anybody a chair. He said one sentence about the 6 years, and only one. He said the academy had asked him 4 times for a statement, and had never once asked him for a measurement, and that we had come with the cracked piece first. Then he agreed to work, and immediately made everything harder, which I have come to understand is the whole of Oren Vask. Bryn's Forge was the only building in Nerith that could hold the job. Clay and copper from Hessa's workings coming in by cart, sheet 1 of 4 on the wall, Isel's readings pinned beside it, a bench cleared. We had 5 people in that yard who all knew exactly what they were doing, and no 2 of them wanted the same object, and every one of them was right about their own half of it. Oren wanted redundancy. Nothing carries alone, ever, and his first act was to look at our single frame and ask what happened when it failed, and refuse to proceed until somebody answered. Bryn wanted his people alive, which meant no untested pour above a certain mass, no live blank inside the shop, and a hard rule that the frame gets assembled in the yard where the roof will not come down on 19 workers. Mira wanted a body to survive it. 3 weeks of Era's baselines, a chart, and 1 number. Any docking cycle over 40 minutes put Era's temperature somewhere she did not like. Isel wanted the fault read correctly. She would not sign off on a spur connection not surveyed in the current month, so the yard's dead spur had to be resurveyed, which took 4 days we did not have. And Era wanted the thing to be hers. Not a compromise, not a preference. She said, on the first morning, that she would not put on any object whose release was in somebody else's hand, and that this was not negotiable, and would not become negotiable later. The first attempt at a design was impossible in about 6 hours, and it was impossible in the specific way that has no villain in it, which is the hardest kind to get out of. Oren's redundancy needs 2 independent load paths. Bryn's mass limit allows 1 pour. Mira's 40 minutes forbids the long docking cycle that a single path requires. Isel's survey rules out the only spur in reach, and Era's release has to sit outside all of it. I would like to say I solved it. I spent 2 days trying and produced 3 designs that each violated one person's rule, which is the classic behavior of a man who thinks a compromise is a subtraction. What broke it open was an argument about a bracket on the third evening between two men who had been circling each other politely for a week and had finally found something to be rude about. Bryn said the frame's shoulder had to be forged in one piece because a welded shoulder on a moving anchor is how you kill a wearer in 6 months. Oren said a single shoulder is a single point of failure, and he would not have one on his conscience. They went at that for most of an evening. Bryn said he had buried a man whose shoulder let go on a wet stair. Oren said he had buried 4, and not one of them died because a shoulder was welded. Bryn asked him what he wanted then. A frame with 2 of everything and a wearer who cannot stand up in it. Oren said that in the original network no anchor carried a full load anyway, because the spur took 2/3 and the anchor held the balance, which is when Ezel put her cup down on the bench, hard enough that everybody looked at her and said the word spur twice in a tone that stopped the bracket argument dead, because that is not how anybody builds a mobile anchor now. Modern containment doctrine has the carrier hold everything and the surroundings hold nothing, and the whole Pilgrim cage is built on that assumption. And so was every sketch I had made. If the spur takes 2/3, the frame does not need 2 load paths. It needs 1 path and a dock. Docked, the spur carries and the frame balances indefinitely, and Mira's 40 minutes stops mattering because nothing is pushed through a body. 3 hours. That is what the arithmetic gave us, and it is the number we never got past. 1 calibrated blank, 1 wearer, 3 hours of movement away from a dock, and then the window goes red and the blank is finished forever. Ira did the last part herself. The release is a physical key on a short chain, and it lives against her skin, and the frame will open to that key and to nothing else, and no command from any authority in this city will close it around her. Oren argued about that for an hour on redundancy grounds, because a single key is a single point of failure, and Ira let him finish and then said no, and he said, well, and went back to the bracket. Yara Flint is 19, has hands like a machine, and the confidence of someone who has never yet been badly wrong. She polishes other people's work, and she has wanted to make a full blank since she was 14. We needed 2 calibrated blanks, 1 for the frame, 1 held in reserve, both matched to the yard's spur inside a very narrow band. Bryn allotted 6 days, and Yara asked for the second one. She made it in 2. It was beautiful. I saw it. Wall thickness even, window clear. The seat cut so cleanly that Oren whistled, and she carried it into the shop on the 4th day with her chin up and set it in front of Bryn. Then she stood there for about a minute while everybody congratulated her, and then she said, out loud, in front of 11 people, that she had rushed the cooling and that the resonance band was wrong. Not cracked and not visibly defective. Off-band by an amount only the maker would know because she had skipped a rest she had never before skipped, and she was the only person in the yard who could tell. Bryn took it off the bench and broke it. He did not shout. He broke it against the anvil horn and swept it up and told her she had cost the shop 9 days of clay and had just done the only thing that mattered. We found out what that cost us 4 days later, and it is the reason Yara Flint has had a job for life ever since, and the reason nobody in that yard has rushed a cooling rest since. The prototype window was announced. That was Melis's condition for Academy observation, and it was reasonable, and it went up on the response board with the date, the hour, and the sump branch we intended to work on. Dr. Vela Knox read that board. Everyone read that board. And on the same afternoon, 3 streets away on the same branch, she ran the first live cycle of her synthetic carrier program. I did not know that at the time. Nobody at the forge did. What we knew was the date, the hour, and a rising sense that the yard's spur was reading differently than it had on Tuesday. Her test used a captured resonance trace. She had taken it in the ash market, from 4 minutes of me drinking 500 points off a votive plate with a live source standing 8 meters away. You cannot copy a person from a trace. You can copy the shape of what the ground did around them, which is what a synthetic carrier is, and if you run that shape on the same branch at the same hour as the original, the 2 lock together. Nobody designed that. 2 matched patterns on 1 sump branch behave the way 2 matched patterns always behave, which is that they find each other and start reinforcing. If Yara's rushed blank had been in the frame would have been the closest matched object on the branch, and the coupling would have found it, and the whole thing would have gone through a mobile anchor with a woman inside it. It went into the district instead, into 4 streets of forges and rope yards and people's houses, which is worse for everybody and better for 1 woman in a copper frame. The gutters in the forge street lit at the 4th hour and did not behave like gutters. They ran both ways at once, which I had never seen, and the black glass under Bryn's yard gate began putting out a note you could feel in your teeth. Bryn got 13 workers out of the shop in 90 seconds and then went back in for the racks. Because a rack of green blanks in a rising field is a flashover waiting for a reason, and he put 400 of them into the quench with a bar. The frame was on the bench in the yard, half assembled, with 1 good blank seated and the shoulder still warm. Oren stood over it with his hand flat on the bracket and would not move. His reasoning was correct and unhelpful. An unfinished anchor on a live branch is worse than no anchor. If we left it there, it would take the coupling. If we carried it out, it would take the coupling somewhere else. Isel solved that by going onto the roof of the shop with her chain and reading the branch, and by shouting down the one useful sentence, which was that the source of the second pattern was uphill and to the north, which is where the annex was. 3 streets, a coach yard, and a converted bonding hall with academy shutters on the windows, and 14 people inside it standing next to their own experiment. We got there in about 4 minutes. There were 9 researchers, 2 paid volunteers who had signed for the carrier work, and a doctor's assistant with a clipboard, and every one of them was still at their post. It is the thing about Vela Knox's people. They were not fools, and they were not cowards. They were doing exactly what they had been trained to do, which was to stay with the instruments and record the failure. Era put the shutters out with the segment and opened the hall's own floor lines, which were good lines, laid properly because it had been a bonding hall. Corn's response team took the doors. We pulled 11 people out of a building that was, by then, singing. 2 of them had to be carried. The 2 volunteers had taken the worst of it because they had been closest to the synthetic carrier, and one of them was a woman of about 50. Mira had both of them on the coachyard cobbles inside a minute with her rings out, sorting them the way she had sorted the arena, cold and warm, and she found what she was looking for immediately. The volunteers had signed. Fully, properly, with a witness. They knew what the machine did, and the machine had moved pressure into them as designed, and none of it had converted into anything at all. It just sat in them. The finding came off Mira's chart in a coachyard before anybody in the academy wrote a word about it. Vela's carrier could push pressure into a consenting human being and could not turn it into anything. I took what came off the hall, 700 at 2 a second, standing on a coachyard step with my hand on a doorframe while Era held the shape off the volunteers behind me. That was the 3rd draw of the month, and I want the order on the record, because Mira wrote it down and made me sign it. 900 on the Spur survey day, and a night of no sleep afterward. 700 on the calibration day the morning after, on top of what the first draw had left, and a Bryn blank in her yard that evening to take 16 down to 6, logged by batchmark, and returned. And 700 at the annex, 5 days later, with those 6 walked off in between. Level 13 at the end of it, and 7%, and Mira in a coachyard writing a number in a book while a woman of 50 was still being lifted onto a cart. The reports came out over the following weeks, and they did not come from us. Vela Knox published her own instrument log, in full, including the coupling, because she is a great many things, and a data forger is not one of them. Her conclusion is 4 lines long, and I have it copied out. Pressure transfer is reproducible. Conversion is not. The conversion event does not occur in a synthetic carrier or in a paid volunteer, and the variable is not yet identified. The frame was finished 9 days later, in the yard, at the 4th hour, with an Academy observer and Isel's current survey and 16 of Bryn's people watching from the gate. It is not beautiful. It is a shoulder and a chest bracket of gray copper alloy, with 1 blank seated at the hip and a dock plate at the small of the back, and it weighs about as much as a full pack. Docked to the yard spur, it holds her indefinitely and consumes nothing, and nobody outside that yard understood what those 2 facts were worth for a year. Undocked, it runs 3 hours on 1 calibrated blank, and then the window is red and the blank is dead, and she has to be standing on a dock. There are 2 docks in Nerith, the yard and the Ash Market Relief Spur. Bryn fitted the good blank. Isel read the spur. Oren checked the bracket 8 times and complained about the single shoulder. And Era put the key on its chain around her own neck and closed the frame herself. Then she walked out of the gate into the street and kept walking, and I did not follow for the first 4 minutes because it was not my walk to be on. She went to the Ash Market, not for a route, not for a supplier. She went down into the bowl at the 6th hour with a mobile anchor on and 3 hours on the clock, and she looked at things. I caught up at the top of the stair and she let me come the rest of the way, and we spent an hour walking a market I had run through twice while it was on fire, at the pace of somebody with nowhere in particular to be. At the honey stall she stopped. 2 coppers. I had 4. She watched the boy pull the twist out of the pan and hand it over in its paper, and she asked what it was for, and I said root fuel, and she said that was not an answer. Then she took it and divided it. Not in half the way a person does. She held it up, read it, and cut it with a thread off the segment along a line I could not see, in one pass, into 2 pieces of equal mass. I said, that is the most expensive way anyone has ever shared 2 coppers of pastry. She said they were uneven, and ate her half, and we sat on the sluice wall until the frame said she had 40 minutes left. Teo found us there with a survey sheet and an entirely unrelated problem, and he had the decency to wait until she had finished eating before he put it down on the wall between us. 6 kilometers beyond the west wall, he said, in the scrub above the old limeworks, there is a wound that has been quietly growing since the spring, and the guilds have started pricing entry. Oren looked at the sheet that evening and got quiet. Because the material we needed to extend that frame beyond 3 hours is a specific kind of vitrified core sand, and there is exactly one place near this city where it forms. Corin Ashfeld's condition for the raid was written out in 4 clauses on academy paper, signed, witnessed by his own sergeant, and the 4th clause was about the tether I did not yet have. He would take his team outside the wall, he would take clean point, he would accept my calls on the terrain condition, and he would not operate within 8 meters of a live transfer thread without seeing where the 8 meters ended. I told him the thread did not exist yet. He said that was precisely his objection, because I was going to unlock it out there, at some point, in the middle of something, and no one in his unit had ever seen one. Era's condition was one line. The frame stays closed, and the key stays on her, and if she says the link is shut, it is shut, and no situation on that ground would change that, including her own injury. 6 kilometers beyond the west wall, the scrub goes gray and the old limeworks sit in a shallow bowl of white spoil, and above them, the ground has been quietly turning to glass since the spring. I had been there before. That is the sentence I opened the briefing with, in Bryn's yard, to 11 people who had spent 3 months learning to take my root call seriously, and it did me almost no good at all. In a life that did not happen, Dane's guild ran a material expedition into that bowl in my 2nd year, and I carried water for it, and I remember which pit they cut, and I remember the color of the sand they brought out. There were 3 pits reading live when we came over the rim, and I stood on the spoil edge for a while looking at all 3 of them with a memory in my head that was worth about as much as a rumor. Not 1. 3. All of them singing on Icel's chain, all of them the right size, all of them within 400 meters of each other, and every one of them producing the signature we were looking for. A live core fragment in a guild vault buys you exactly that. Dane did not have to guess which pit I would go to. He seeded all the plausible ones, and my memory, which had been the most useful thing I owned, became a coin toss with 3 sides. Isel worked it out in about 20 minutes, and told me flatly that 2 of the 3 were wearing a signature rather than making one, and that she could not tell me which 2 without cutting into all 3. So we cut into all 3, in the correct order, slowly, in the exact way that a person with a working memory of the future does not need to. It took a full morning, and it was the most useful morning of the operation. The span cord came from the Eastgate rope walk and cost 4 coppers. It is a tarred hemp line 1 span long, which is the cable trades unit, with a small lead bob whipped onto each end. Rope walkers use them to check twist. You clip one end to the walk head and one to the strand, and if the bobs hang wrong, your rope is bad. Every rope yard in the city has 40 of them, and no one has ever thought about one. I bought 2. And Corin's trainees watched me carry a piece of laundry line into a rule wound and said nothing at all in the specific way that young people say nothing when their officer is present. 1 span is 8 meters. That is not a coincidence. Cable is sold by the span. The Academy uses the same unit for containment radii, and the maximum reach of an anchor thread is 8 meters because 8 meters is what the class was measured at. I did not explain that to anybody. I hung the cord off my belt and let 4 professional soldiers assume I had lost my nerve and started carrying a comfort object, which is roughly what my confidence looked like from outside. The wound announced itself on the 2nd pit, and it announced itself with Corin's youngest trainee, and it was the fastest I have ever seen a piece of ground change the rules of a fight. The boy cut his hand on the spoil edge. Ordinary cut, 4 centimeters. The kind you swear at. 3 drops went onto the marked ground, which out there is the pale, banded stone that runs under all that glass. Then the ground stood up, 4 meters from where the boy was still swearing at his own hand, and every single person on that rim had a spear, or a chain, or a survey board in their hands, and none of it mattered. A section of banded stone about the size of a man detached itself from the pit wall, and came at us on 4 points, and it was clean. No pressure on it, nothing to eat, and nothing to trace at range from where I stood. Corin killed it in 19 seconds with the spear and lost a trainee's forearm doing it, and the arm bled, and 2 more stood up. Source: the bowl. Condition: blood on the marked stone wakes the stone at that place. Enforced effect: the woken stone hunts the blood. I got that off a fragment with my palm flat on it while Corin's line backed 20 meters uphill, and then I had to shout the single least popular order of my career, which was that nobody bleeds and no one kills anything that bleeds. Which would have been fine, except the bowl also had a resident population, And a rule wound does not keep its creatures in a separate room from its condition just because that would be easier to explain. 4 curse-tainted things came out of the limeworks at the noise. Big, lean, saturated, leaking pressure the way everything in a wound leaks, and every one of them a beautiful fat target for a curse eater. It is the trap, and it is not subtle once you have been caught in it. The leaking pressure is real. It is also the wrapping paper. Underneath it is 90 kilos of animal with claws that are simply claws, and claws make blood. I ate the first one's discharge at 4 meters, and it did not slow the animal down by a single step, because I had removed the part of it that could not hurt me and left the part that could. Corin took it off my chest with the spear butt and put me on the ground and said, from directly above me, that this was the fight he had told me about on the sand, and would I please now do the other job. The other job was the geometry, and it was not mine either. Eris spent the next hour and a half on the pit floor with the segment, reading where the marked stone ran and cutting the source lines that fed the woken pieces. You cannot kill a rule wound stone. You can find where the condition attaches and lift it, one place at a time, and it takes a person who can read pressure at the level of a floor joint, and there was one of those in the bowl. My job turned out to be flow. 2 per second is a thimble. Against 4 leaking animals, it is nothing. And the only useful question is where you put it. And the answer is never the biggest source. I put it on the smallest, the one that was leaking directly onto marked stone, because every second that discharge sat on that ground was a second closer to another stone hunter, and drinking it there bought Corin's line a meter of clean floor. Level 15 arrived at about the 1400 with an animal on Corin's shield, and Era 40 meters away down the pit face, and I felt the thing unlock as a kind of loosening in both hands. Anchor thread, a visible line of black-red between my palm and a carrier, holding transfer across distance, maximum 8 meters, and the first thing I did with it was throw it at Era and watch it die in the air at 9. She shouted the correction before I had finished being an idiot, which is that 8 meters is 8 meters and that a thread does not stretch for a good reason. Then she pointed at my belt. So I clipped one bob to my belt and threw her the other, and she caught it and clipped it to the frame's shoulder, and we fought the rest of that pit joined by 4 coppers of tarred laundry line. It looked stupid. It looked stupid at the time. 2 of Corin's trainees have described it since at length with actions. What it does is make an invisible limit into a physical object that neither of us has to think about, because I could move now. I had spent 3 months only ever able to work with my hand flat on a thing, and now I could stand 8 meters off and keep drinking while I walked backward up a pit face. 8 meters, not 9, and not a bit more if it really matters. The cord goes tight, and if you keep going, the thread snaps, and whatever you were holding goes wherever it wants, which in a pit full of woken stone is a sentence. The frame took a hit at the second hour. One of the animals came off the pit wall onto Era, and she put it into the spoil with a thread, and it took the dock plate off the small of her back on the way past. Not the blank. The plate. The part that lets the whole thing connect to a relief spur, which is the part that makes it an anchor rather than a heavy shirt. Which meant she had 3 hours of blank and no way to dock at the end of them, and we were 6 kilometers outside the wall. The raid stopped being about material at that exact moment and became about a return route. And I want to be clear that we did get the material, because Isel and 2 of Corin's people kept cutting the 3rd pit while the rest of us handled it. 40 kilos of vitrified coarse sand in 4 lined boxes. That is what a whole day and 1 dock plate bought, and Oren later described it as barely enough in the voice of a man who has never once said enough. The route back is where the cord earned its 4 coppers, and it earned them in a way that produced no story at all, which is the only reason I noticed it, and the reason I have kept one on my belt ever since. Above the 3rd pit, the ground is a sheet of that glass, 200 meters of it, flat and pale and reflecting the sky. Walking across it is like walking on a lake. Distance on that surface reads short by about a third. I know that now. I did not know it then, and neither did anyone else, and there is no reason anybody would. Corin's ranging call put Era at 6 meters when she was at 9, and he is a professional and he was not being careless. The cord went tight, and I stopped. That is the entire incident, and nothing came of it. And what did not happen instead was a snapped thread over a woman with a broken dock plate standing on live ground. I have thought about that cord a great deal. 4 coppers, a rope yard, a unit of measurement that has nothing to do with curses, and everything to do with the fact that this city buys cable by the span. We came in through the west gate at the 11th hour with 4 boxes of sand, 1 damaged frame, 1 trainee down an arm, and a rule wound closed behind us on Isel's survey and Corin's report. The gate crowd is the part I did not expect. Word had gone out at the 4th hour that the response list was outside the wall, and there were maybe 200 people at the west gate, and most of them were not Academy. Farinol was there. I did not know her yet. She had brought 9 cursed patients' families down to the gate to see whether the alternative everyone had been talking about actually came back through it. Corin gave his report at the gate rather than at the barracks, out loud in front of them, which he did not have to do. He named the terrain condition, the casualties, and the 3 people whose work had closed it. Then he said the thing that made it durable, which was that his unit would work that list again, and that he was not going to pretend he could have done that ground alone. He has never once let me forget the arena sand, and he has argued with me about method every year since. That is what competitive respect actually looks like, and I will take it over friendship from most people. Oren and Bryn had the frame apart on the yard bench by midnight. The vitrified sand went into a new dock plate and into something else, which Oren had been drawing for a month without telling anybody it was possible. A second isolated slot. 2 blanks, each on its own path, neither able to drag the other down, which is Oren Vask's entire personality expressed in copper. Bryn fitted both. He did it in front of everyone, on the bench, and he held each blank up before it went in so that the yard could see the window was white. He counted them out loud. 1, 2. That is the whole stock. The prototype blank had died under her on the walk to the market. This matched pair had cost Bryn 5 weeks of clay, and he said plainly that there were no others, and the next pair was months away. 6 hours undocked, 2 blanks, 3 hours each, run in sequence, and when the second window goes red, the frame is a heavy shirt again, and she has to be standing on a dock. Docking is still mandatory. Nothing about that changed. What changed is that the city has 2 docks, and now she could cross between them without arithmetic, and could stand outside the wall for an afternoon if she chose to. Era took the root key and the emergency release off the bench herself. Physical objects, a short chain and a flat brass tab, and there is no version of the frame that opens without them, and no command that can substitute. I could not lock it. I could not recall it. That was designed in from the first evening, and Oren still complained about it, and Bryn wrote it into the yard book as a condition of supply. And I stood in that yard at about the first hour of the morning, with a working mobile anchor on the bench and a woman putting a key round her own neck, and I told her the truth. I said that I had come down the hole in the floor of her cell, knowing she was a renewable source. That I had read the manifest and worked out what she was worth to a class that earns nothing from kills, and that I had gone for her because of both things. I said I had been given the whole walk out of the academy to say it, and the bathhouse, and the arena, and 11 days of small calls, and the coach yard, and the market wall with the honey twist, and I had not. I said the reason, because a confession without a reason is just an arrangement of words. I said I had not told her because I was afraid that if she knew, she would close the link, and that I had chosen the link over telling her every single time. Nobody made a joke. Bryn left the yard. Yara went with him. Oren stood there for a moment with his hand on the bracket, and then he went too, and Isel stayed exactly where she was, because Isel does not leave a room to make anybody comfortable. Era listened to all of it without moving. Then she asked one question, which was whether the rescue would still have happened if I had known she was worth nothing. I said yes, I believe that. I've gone over that night more times than is healthy, and I believe it is true, and I also understand that it is the least useful true thing I have ever said, because there is no way on earth to prove it. She said, that is the problem. Then she said, you have been managing me since the corridor. Every number you gave me, every limit, every stop condition, all of it real, all of it also a way of keeping the link open. I started to say that the limits were real. She said she knew the limits were real, and that this was what made it work, and that a man who tells you 9 true things to avoid the 10th is not a man who lies badly. Then she closed the link. Not dramatically. She said, the link is shut, in the voice she uses for the number before a draw, and something in my hands that had been there since the cistern went quiet. She put the frame on, seated both blanks, and walked out of Bryn's yard at about the 2nd hour of the morning, and I did not follow her, because following her was the entire problem. She went to the Ash Market relief spur. It took her 40 minutes on foot through empty streets out of 6 hours she had available, and she docked there on her own key with the first blank still mostly white, and that is where she stayed. Not hidden. Docked in public at a spur in the middle of the busiest market in Nerith, where anybody who wanted to speak to her could walk down the stair and do it. I found that out the way everybody else did, which was from Teo, who came to the forge at dawn with a fee already noted, and the specific expression of a man delivering news he would rather have sold. 27% feels like the day after a fever that is not finished with you. Hands unsteady enough to be noticeable, heat in the joints, and no sleep, not properly, not for more than 2 hours at a stretch. It is the low band, which is what the class record calls a mild condition. I spent the first day of the rupture learning that a mild condition is still a condition you carry to work. Silas Marrow's statement went out at noon. It was 3 paragraphs, it was polite, and it did not mention either of us by name, which is how you know a thing has been written by somebody expensive. It said that the recent enthusiasm for unlicensed response had produced an arrangement dependent on two individuals whose cooperation had now visibly ended, and that the consortium's clinics remained open. Every word of that was true. He did not lie once and he did not have to, and I have never been so comprehensively beaten by a man who did not leave his office to do it. Mira came to the forge at the 4th hour with brother Cal Oris and a wooden case, and she did not ask me how I was because she does not ask questions she can measure. Brother Cal is a temple purifier, 40s, plain gray robe, and the first thing he did in Bryn's yard was ask permission to draw on the floor, which no one had done in that yard in 11 years. Bryn said no, because the floor was swept and level and had cost him a season, and he had watched 2 men die on a bad one. Cal agreed with every word of that and asked for a sheet of plate iron instead, and finding one took 9 minutes. He laid the ward on the plate, chalk and salt and 4 short iron bars in a geometry I did not recognize, and he checked it twice with a plumb line before he let me stand on it. Then Mira put the last of Bryn's emergency stock on the bench, one standard blank white window, logged by batch, and she made me sign the receipt before she would open the case. 10 points out. 27-17, in a chalk circle in a smith's yard with a priest holding the geometry and a physician's hand on my wrist, and it hurt considerably more than it had in the cistern. Cal explained why, afterward, without being smug about it. The ward holds the release in a shape while it moves. Without it, the release goes into the nearest line, and you feel almost nothing, and something in the street feels it instead. I had been dumping 10 points into the ground under other people's houses for 3 months and had never once thought about where it went. He had known that since the first day and had waited to be asked. So I asked. Properly, in front of Mira, which is the only way an admission counts. I said that my class does not clear anything, it moves it, and that a purifier can do things with released pressure that I cannot. He gave me the ward geometry that afternoon. 4 bars, chalk, the plumb check. He said it was 200 years old and had been published 3 times and that nobody had asked him for it since he was ordained. Mira wrote 17 on my chart and then she wrote the other thing, which is the sentence that got me through the following week. She wrote, "No further intake pending partner status," and made me read it aloud. A seal is not permission, that is what she said. It is 10 points of room in a body, and a man who treats 10 points of room as an invitation to fill it again is a man who will be at 40% by the new year. I did not take a single point of anything for the next 2 days. Not from a nuisance curse, not from a wedding clause, not from the surge, and the surge is where this gets difficult. The lower east gate went at the 2nd hour of the 2nd day. 4 sump lines under a district of rope walks and map makers' yards, and the towers rang the sequence and then rang it again, which they do when the sequence is wrong. Every glass gutter from the rope walked to the water stair came up crimson at once, and 11,000 people who had been taught to freeze at the first bell and take the nearest bridge did that. And the bridges were not where the map said they were, which is a sentence that sounds like an inconvenience until you are standing at the head of a queue of 400 people with a live line in front of you. The surge was not what killed that morning. Nerith has one every 2nd month, and the city is built to survive it, and mostly does. What killed the morning was a printing job. The civic route maps for Eastgate had been reissued in the spring. New printing, new plates, properly stamped. And on the new plates, 4 grounded bridges had been moved, and 2 blocked lines were shown as open. So a district full of people who had done the right thing since they were 6 years old walked calmly toward crossings that were either not there or were dead ends against a live line, in orderly queues, holding their children's hands. Lisa Wren had been telling the ward office about that map since the spring, in writing 4 times, with the plate number and the square reference and a corrected drawing attached to every single notice. She repairs civic maps for a living. 38, ink to the elbows, a shop with a long table and a window facing the rope walk, and a drawer with 4 ward office acknowledgments in it and nothing else. Her daughter Nia is 12 and is apprenticed to her, and Nia is the reason we found out in time, and Nia could not tell anybody because of a clause in her apprenticeship contract. The clause is standard. It is in half the apprentice papers in this city. A junior shall not disparage the conditions of the work, and it is enforced because enforcement costs the employer almost nothing and buys a great deal of quiet. Say the words out loud and it takes your voice, not your breath. Your voice, for as long as the clause decides, and Nia Wren has lost hers for 2 days at a time for saying that a ladder was rotten. So she draws instead, which is not a workaround anybody taught her, and not a piece of childish cleverness. But the only remaining way a mapmaker's apprentice in this city can report a hazard and keep her voice. She had a book of them, 40-odd pages, and about a third of the way through, 6 drawings of the same corner of the rope walk with the bridge in a different place each time, and a small careful cross on the one that was real. She had been documenting the error for 4 months in pictures because pictures are not words, and no clause in this city has ever thought to forbid a picture. Mira found her at the water stair sorting patience. I was on the stair myself with trace and nothing else, marking the live crossings with chalk, because that is genuinely all a level 15 curse eater can do in a surge he is not allowed to eat. I marked 11. Then I marked the 2 that the map said were open and were not, and Corin's people and Sella's guards physically stood on them and turned people back, which is a job for shoulders and not for classes. Sella had come without orders. She has never explained that, and I have never asked. She arrived with 6 guards, put them on the 2 false crossings, and sent a runner to her own warden telling him where she was. Mira went along the queue at the water stair with her rings out doing the thing she does, which is refusing to call anything a curse until she has ruled out the ordinary explanations for it. 61 people at that stair had symptoms. 53 of them were frightened. 6 had been crushed against a rail. 2 were curse-struck, and she found both of them by temperature in under a minute. Brother Cal took those 2. Clean wards, 4 bars, chalk on wet stone, and he held an active claws off a woman's chest for 14 minutes with his hands and a plumb line while Mira worked. I stood there and watched a man do, slowly and correctly, with 200-year-old geometry, the thing everybody in that district assumed only I could do. It was not faster than me, and it did not need me, and it never has. Era came down the water stair at about the 4th hour, on her own feet, in the frame, with the key on its chain outside her collar, where anybody in that queue could see exactly who was carrying it. Nobody sent for her. She had been docked at the Ash Market, and the bells had gone, and she had undocked on her own key, and she came into Eastgate on foot with better than 5 hours still on the frame, across both its blanks. She did not look at me. She went straight past the stair to the rope walk head where a resonance spill had come off the 4th line, and was moving toward 200 people penned against a wall. Then she opened the walk's own drainage geometry with the segment, and put the spill into the ground in about 90 seconds, and she did it without a link and without a word to me, and without any part of my class involved. A great deal of what happened afterward depended on people having seen that with their own eyes. Her ability is hers, and has never been an accessory to mine, and it was standing next to mine long before I arrived. Dane Vare arrived at the 5th hour with 2 guild teams, a card of grounding braid, and an offer that had clearly been written before the towers rang. He put the teams to work first. Real work. His men held the North Crossing for 3 hours, and one of them went into the line for a child and came out badly burned, and I watched it happen, and it was not staged. Then he found Ira at the rope walk head, in public, in front of maybe 40 people, including 2 academy clerks, and he made the offer out loud so that refusing it would also be public. Legally protected transit across 3 sump routes, permanently registered, independent quarters outside academy custody with her own lock, an official research status, which would have made her a person with standing, rather than an asset with a file. In exchange, 1 guild command key on the frame, not a lock and not a restraint. An emergency authority held by his guild, permitting them to bring her to a dock if she was unconscious or if the city required it. It was a good offer, and pretending otherwise would make everything after it worthless. It solved her mobility, her legal standing, and her housing in one afternoon, and every part of it was real and enforceable. Era asked 1 question, and she took her time over it, standing at the rope walk head with 40 people listening and a resonance spill still draining out of the ground under her boots. She asked who could revoke it. He answered honestly, because he is not stupid and because there were 40 witnesses. The guild charter, the same authority that granted it. On notice, for cause, as with any registered arrangement. She said, then it is not protection, it is a tenancy, and I have already lived in one of those. And she said, no, out loud, at the rope walk head in front of 2 academy clerks who wrote it down. She lost the 3 routes that day and never got them back, along with the quarters and the standing, and she spent the following winter docked in a public market because she would not accept a key on her own body held by anybody else. And Dane took the refusal beautifully. He said he understood, he wished her well, and he left his teams working on the North Crossing for another 2 hours, which cost him money and bought him a great deal. Then Nia Wren did the thing that ended the morning, and she did it at the water stair, in front of a ward officer with a clipboard, having worked the whole of it out by herself over about 4 minutes. The ward office would not accept the drawings, and not out of malice. A drawing is not a notice. A notice has to state a defect in words, and the officer said so twice, in the tone of a man reading out a rule he had not written. Lysa said she would state it then. He said she already had, 4 times, and that a master's complaint about her own trade is an opinion, and he had the 4 acknowledgments to prove what an opinion buys. Then he told them what would work, because he was not a bad man and had no idea what he was holding. An apprentice reporting an unsafe condition is a regulated event with a required response inside 12 hours. Nia worked out the rest of it while he was still explaining it to her mother. She wrote it in the back of her drawing book in pencil, showed Lisa, and then walked up to him and said the words. "The rope walk crossings on the new East Gate plates are wrong," she said, "and the bridge at the corner of the rope walk is not there, and has not been there since the spring, and people are walking to it right now." It took her voice on the word bridge. She got the rest of it out with no sound at all, mouthing it, with her hand on the officer's sleeve so he could not walk away, and the officer wrote down what he saw her mouth. Then she went down on the step, because losing your voice mid-sentence is not gentle, and Mira had her before her mother did. Unwinding it was not my work, and I have never claimed a minute of it. Brother Cal held the claws with the ward. Mira kept her body stable and her temperature up and her mother inside the room. And a consortium licensed purifier named Halden Reyes, who had walked over from the Eastgate Clinic on his own initiative and on his own afternoon, did the actual unwinding with a certified copy of the contract on his knee. It takes 4 hours and it is dull. You take the condition apart in the order it was written, term by term, and you have to have the original contract, and Lisa had a certified copy in her shop. 4 people, 1 document, 4 hours, and no curse eater anywhere near it. At the end of it, Nia Ren coughed twice and said in a completely ordinary voice that she was thirsty. "It is the best thing I have ever watched somebody else do, and I did it from a doorway with my hands in my pockets at 17%, which is where I belonged for the whole of that afternoon." The ward office response was required inside 12 hours, and it arrived in 9. The plates were withdrawn, the corrections were posted at every stair, and the printer's name went into a public notice. The correction became binding at noon 2 days later. That is a legal interval, published, and I did not think about it for even a second, because I was busy being pleased. Lisa found it. She was comparing the withdrawn plate with the old one to write her own report, and she came into the forge at midnight with both maps and her finger on the same square. The error was not random. 4 bridges moved and 2 blocked lines shown open, and every one of the changes pushed foot traffic along the same corridor, and the corridor ran past the Eastgate Clinic's collection office. Not a plot to kill anybody. A plate that quietly routed 11,000 people's daily walk past a debt counter, printed by a firm the consortium pays, and stamped by a ward office that had been given no reason to look twice. None of it proves anybody meant a surge to happen, and it does not touch Dane anywhere. What it proves is that somebody adjusted a district's map to raise the footfall at a collection window, and the proof is 2 pieces of paper. Lisa filed it that night with her name on it. Isel countersigned the survey comparison. Tessa took both copies into the archive before dawn and put them where they could not be quietly replaced. And somebody at the consortium read the filing before we did and worked out how many hours were left before the correction became binding, and understood that a collection corridor stops being a corridor at noon on Thursday. Jory Brand's message reached her brother at the 9th hour of the morning. 4 words on a scrap, which Teo read twice and then brought to the forge at a dead run without noting a fee. It said, "Grist is at Eastgate." 4 words in a debt auditor's hand, sent by a woman who had never in her life passed information out of that office, and Teo read them twice on the doorstep before he came in. Elira Grist arrived at the Eastgate Clinic at the 10th hour with a silver contract case, 6 licensed escorts, and a schedule, and by the 11th hour, she had legally taken a hospital apart from the inside. She is 46, gray traveling suit, and a calm face that gets colder when people call her a thief. She has never broken a law that I can find, and she is the most dangerous person I met that year. Every step of it is on the record, because she filed all of it herself. Eastgate Clinic holds 91 active treatment contracts, and 62 of them carry a guarantor clause. A guarantor clause says that if the patient cannot meet the schedule, a named family member assumes it, and nobody signs a treatment contract expecting to read the 3rd page. The corridor correction took effect at noon on Thursday, and when it did, the collection office's footfall would collapse, and with it the branch's collection performance for the quarter. So she called the clauses early. 62 of them in one morning in the building room by room, which is not an eviction and not an arrest and is entirely within the terms of the paper. And then she separated them, and it took me 2 hours to see what I was looking at. She did not lock anybody in. She moved patients into individual treatment rooms and brought each family in separately to discuss their own account, one at a time, with the door shut, which is not a trap. It is a corridor with 62 doors on it, and behind each door a frightened family being told truthfully that their situation can be resolved today on terms that apply only to them. Silas Merrow's office had prepared the terms. Selective relief. 9 of the 62 were offered full forgiveness on the spot, and 17 more a 2-year suspension, and the rest a labor conversion. Farah Knoll got there before we did. She came up the rope walk with a cane and an appointment slate and about 30 people, and she stood in the middle of the collection hall and did the only thing that works. She said, "No one goes into a room alone." Then she made it true, which is harder. She had a list of who was in which room inside 20 minutes, off the clinic's own appointment board, and read it aloud every quarter hour. Nessa Joan was in room 11. Widow, 51, one daughter. A house on the water stair that has been in her family since before the third tower was built, and a guarantor clause with her daughter's name on it. They offered her the ninth of the 9. Full forgiveness, immediate, her house untouched, her daughter's name struck off the paper, signed before noon, and she could walk out through the front door. She asked what happened to the clause. The clerk began explaining her own account again, slowly, the way you do for somebody frightened, and she let him finish and then said she had not asked about her account. She asked whether the clause stayed in the standard form for the next person who came in with a bad chest and no savings. He said the form was not under discussion. She said, "Then neither am I," in the corridor with the door open. Farah had that in every room on the floor inside 11 minutes. 6 more refusals in the following hour, which is not a movement and not a rebellion. It is 6 frightened people declining a good offer because a widow asked one question about a form. Mira had been working since dawn on the other half. 62 contracts, 41 of those patients treated by her at some point over 3 months, and she had gone back through her own records the night Lisa filed the map. Suppression is a drug. Consortium suppression is a licensed sedative course given to carriers to hold a condition quiet, and it does to a person's judgment exactly what a heavy sedative does. 19 of those 62 contracts were signed inside the 4-hour window after a suppression dose. Mira could prove the dose times because the clinic's own dispensary log records them, and she could prove the signing times because the contracts are stamped. 19 documents signed by people who, by the clinic's own paperwork, had been given a drug that makes you agree with whoever is in the room. And every one of those contracts requires the signatory to be of sound understanding. She brought that to Elira in the collection hall, in writing, with the dispensary log references, and Elira read all 6 pages standing up and then said, "Thank you," and put it in the silver case. Then the escorts moved to the ward doors, 6 of them with inhibitor silver batons, standard clinic security equipment, and also the one thing guaranteed to make me useless in a corridor. Korn was outside with 12 people and no authority whatsoever to enter a private clinic. Sella was outside with a guard detail and a written order to keep the peace, which is an order to do nothing. The witness coin saved it, and Jory Brand had worked out how 3 hours earlier, sitting on a stair outside her own office with a copy of the clinic's safety tariff on her knee. When a guarantor clause activates, the debtor's half of the witness coin warms. It is a receipt you carry against your skin, and a poor family often carries several of them at once. Room 19 was 4 doors inside the ward line, and the escorts were closing that line at a walk, unhurried, the way men close something they have every right to close. I went through the gap ahead of them with no class and no authority, and I got a man named Corbell up off his own floor, and I put a rib into the doorframe doing it. 2 coins burning through his shirt, hot enough to raise a mark on his chest, inside a treatment ward, on clinic property, with his wife holding the door open behind me. I traced it. Source: the Eastgate treatment contracts. Condition: non-performance transfers the obligation to the named guarantor. In forced effect, the transfer is made and witnessed in the metal. That is all I did in that building. 1 reading of 1 coin in front of a physician and a clerk, producing a signed statement of fact, no experience, no load, and nothing that would look impressive. But it established, in writing, with a signature under it, that enforced curse pressure was active inside a treatment ward, at a stated hour on a stated day. Eastgate Clinic has a safety tariff, written 40 years ago against outbreak, and under it any person entering a confirmed ward carrying inhibitor equipment is classified as a contaminated clinical escort, because inhibitor silver holds pressure against a surface instead of dispersing it. Carry a baton into a confirmed ward and you stop being a guard and become a hazard, the clinic is obliged to process, which means decontamination, locked storage, 3-hour cycle, receipted, and the person washed and put in a gown, and there is no appeal because it is a health rule and not a security one. Jory Brand is a consortium debt auditor with authority to certify a billable clinical condition. It is her actual job, and it is the whole of what she did. She invented nothing and she gave no order to anybody. She certified a confirmed contaminated ward at Eastgate at the 4th hour of the afternoon on the correct form with my statement and Mira's attached. And the clinic's own tariff did the rest. 6 batons into locked storage and 6 escorts into gowns, with the duty officer enforcing it himself because his license depends on him enforcing it. Elira watched it happen from the middle of the collection hall and did not raise her voice once. She read the certification, checked the form number, and said to Jory directly that it was correctly done and would cost her everything. It did. Jory's promotion path ended that afternoon. She had 4 years in the audit office and a route to a district post, and she is now a person the consortium will employ and never advance. Her brother stood in the doorway while she signed it. Teo had spent the morning running appointment board copies between Farah's people and the corridor and charging nobody, which he logged as a marketing expense. He also wrote a receipt for every run, because Teo writes receipts for things nobody asked him to carry, and one of those receipts carries the hour my trace statement reached that corridor. Corin and Sella went in through the front while the batons were in locked storage, in the 4th hour of the decontamination cycle, with the duty officer walking ahead of them holding the receipt, not to arrest anyone. There was nobody to arrest. They opened doors. 62 treatment room doors in order along a corridor, and stood in the corridor while families walked out of separate rooms into a single hall. The relay was the thing that nearly finished us. 62 contracts do not activate independently. They run through a clinic relay, which is a physical enforcement plate in the basement that carries the clause chain, and it had been carrying transfers all day. When the rooms opened and the sorting collapsed, the relay did what an enforcement chain does when its conditions are not met on schedule. It began to cascade. Every unmet transfer, looking for the next guarantor down the list. 840 named guarantors across the district. Mothers, brothers, a school, and a plate in a basement working through them in order, and it had reached the 11th name in about 90 seconds. I could not touch it. Not because of the inhibitor. Because the whole thing was a stable set of conditions bound in living carriers with signed consent behind everyone, and at level 15 I cut nothing. So I went and found Era, who was on the clinic steps and had been on the clinic steps for 2 hours without coming in. And I did not ask her for anything. I told her the truth instead. All of it, on a step, with a relay cascading under my feet and no time at all, which is the worst possible moment to do a thing that should have been done on a bathhouse floor 3 months earlier. I told her I had died. That Dane Vare cut me under the ribs in a gate site at the black tide alignment 5 years from now, that she was chained across that circle, that she shouted about a mark on my back, and that I came back to the Hall of Measures. Then I separated it, because that was the only thing that could possibly be worth anything. I told her which parts I had seen with my own eyes, which parts I had read as documents, and which parts I had worked out afterward and could not prove. Seen, the circle, the knife, the 7 bells, her chains, the mark. Read, the transfer manifest, the cistern route, the 6 seals, the cage schedule. Inferred, everything about why, all of it, every motive I had assigned to anybody. I told her that I did not know whether Dane had planned the ritual from the beginning or arrived at it. That I did not know who had reshaped the school's scar, and that I had been narrating a version of him in my head for months without evidence. And I told her that in that version she died first, chained to a fault key on the other side of a circle, and that I had watched it and had not been able to do one single thing about it. She listened to all of it standing up, on a step, with a district emergency going on behind her. When I finished, she asked 2 questions. The first was how long the walk from the hall to the cistern grate had taken me. 2 hours, I said. She said, so you had 2 hours to decide what to tell a woman in a cell, and you spent them planning the sentence about my restraint. I said yes. The second question was whether I had told anybody else. I said no. She said, tell Mira and Ezel and the Smith, and then she went into the clinic basement, and nothing else passed between us that day. She stabilized the relay in about 40 minutes. I was not in the room. I have the duty officer's account and Farah's and Jory's, and they agree in every particular. The plate is a distributed enforcement chain, and she has read distributed geometry since she was a child. She did not break it, because breaking it would have thrown every unmet transfer into the nearest compatible carriers at once. She held it in a stable shape and let it run down, term by term, without propagating, which took 40 minutes of continuous work and left her unable to use her left hand properly for 2 days. She did not reopen the link, she did not speak to me. She did it because there were 840 named guarantors on that chain, and she was the only person in Nerith who could hold it, and both of those facts were true independent of me. REGRESSED made her decision at the 7th hour with the collection hall full of people and every door on the corridor standing open. She had Mira's 19. She had Jory's certification, correctly filed. She had a duty officer's log, a physician's dispensary references, and 62 families standing together instead of in rooms. And she had her own consent clause, printed in her own standard form, requiring sound understanding its signature, which 19 documents could not now demonstrate. She suspended those 19, not canceled. Suspended pending competency review, which in practice has meant that not one of them has been enforced since, and that the consortium has not tried. Then she enforced the other 43, on schedule that week, without a single concession, because they are legitimate debts signed by people who understood them, and because she genuinely believes that clinics close when paper stops meaning anything. Silas lost the Eastgate collection corridor at noon on Thursday, when the map correction took effect, and he lost the 19 the same week, and he did not lose one single thing that he had earned honestly. Elira rewrote the escort procedure inside 11 days. Clinic security at consortium sites carries no inhibitor equipment at all now, which makes the tariff inapplicable, and the trick has never worked again. We could work in the same building after that. Era and I, same district, same emergency, same room if the room happened to need both of us, and nothing beyond that. The link stayed shut, my chart stayed at 17, and Mira wrote a cracked rib under it and made me sign for that as well. The argument that started in that clinic went out into the ward offices and the halls, and became the only question anybody in Nerith wanted to discuss: whether a person under a licensed drug can consent, and whether a signature is a fact or a state of mind that a physician can measure and a lawyer must not assume. And in a laboratory on the north side, a woman who had already published a log saying that conversion did not occur in a paid volunteer, and that the missing variable was not yet identified, read those notices with considerable interest. 4 months is long enough for a city to stop finding you interesting and start finding you useful, which is worse for the ego and considerably better for everything else. The response list had 19 names on it by then, and I was not the first one called, and it took me most of that winter to stop being quietly irritated about it. Nia Wren had a job, not an apprenticeship, a contract with the ward office at 9 coppers a day, annotating official route plates against the ground, which is a post that did not exist before her mother filed on the Eastgate plates. She goes out with a board and a rule, and she walks the printed route, and where the plate is wrong, she draws the ground as it is and initials it, and the ward office has to answer her inside 12 hours. She's 13 now, and she has been drawing since she was 6, and she was doing this work for 4 months before anybody paid her for it. The clause is gone from her papers. She kept the drawing book. Jory Brand left the audit office in the spring. She did not resign in a rage, and she did not become anybody's ally. She took a clerk's post with an independent surveyor and started auditing clinic billing from outside for fees against the consortium. Teo describes this as the worst thing that has ever happened to his family finances and the best thing that has ever happened to his sister's temper, and both of those are invoices in his book with actual numbers next to them. And every response team in Nerith now carries Bryn Gallows' standard blanks. Not because he won a contract, because he made them all the same size, wrote the batch mark on the outside, and refused to sell to anyone who would not sign one back. Standardization is not a heroic act. It is the reason a purifier in the 4th District can hand a full seal to a smith's cart on a Tuesday and get an empty one back on the Thursday, and it is the reason the city stopped running out. I spent those 4 months earning 15,000 experience the slow way, and the arithmetic of it is the honest measure of what I lost in Bryn's yard. 2,700 in one afternoon outside the west wall with a live source and a working partner. 15,000 in 120 days of nuisance clauses, small surges, and other people's contracts. Which is only possible because load decays at a point every 4 hours if you eat and sleep, because Bryn's blanks take 10 at a time, and because Mira Kest counts every one of them. She has a ledger with my name on it. Every draw, every seal by batchmark, every rest day, every reading. 41 seals in 4 months, all of them logged, all of them returned full to the cold shed on the 3rd shelf. Level 23 by the end of the winter, which is a genuinely frightening number to say out loud for a class the Hall of Measures registered as removal by ingestion, and it took 4 months and 41 pieces of ceramic to get there. Dr. Vela Knox announced her public demonstration in the last week of the 4th month, and she did it properly, with an open register and 30 invited observers and a full statement of method. Her program had moved a long way from a converted bonding hall. 6 synthetic carriers, a captured resonance library, and 13 paid volunteers on standard terms with a physician of record and assigned schedule. I want to be fair to the volunteers, because a great many people were not. They were not desperate and they were not tricked. They were paid, they were briefed, they understood the procedure, and 2 of them had done 4 cycles already. What the machine does is move pressure. It takes a condition off a carrier and puts it into a synthetic body, and it does that reliably, repeatedly, at a scale I have never approached. What it does not do is convert. There is no experience, no advantage, no return. The pressure goes in and sits there, and the synthetic carrier degrades and has to be replaced, and every cycle costs money instead of making it. And it does not do eras half either, which no one outside a small number of people understood at the time. The machine cannot shape what it moves, it relocates. Where the pressure goes afterward is entirely up to the ground. Kellen Dorr had attached himself to the program by then, which surprised no one. He had spent a year as a footnote, and he had a proposal ready before the register opened. He submitted the name to the Hall of Measures for registration, the Knox Door conversion method. He had it printed on the observer cards before the registration came back, which is the single most Kellen Dorr act I have ever witnessed. The Hall registered it as follows: apparatus, pressure relocation. Function, transfer between carriers. Conversion not demonstrated. 30 observers were holding a card that said conversion and looking at a board that said conversion not demonstrated, and by that evening, every academy clerk in the city had repeated it to somebody at dinner. That did more damage to Vela Knox's funding in one afternoon than every argument we had made in a year. And it was not our doing, and Kellen has never once been forgiven for it by anybody involved. The demonstration itself went wrong 11 minutes in, and it went wrong for an ordinary engineering reason and not because anybody was wicked. Her laboratory sits on the north side over a sump branch that was rebuilt 11 years ago. 6 synthetic carriers running simultaneously put more into that branch than the branch had ever been asked to take. The connection did not fail. It backed up. Which is worse because a failure disconnects you and a backup sends everything you have pushed into the ground back up the way it came, through 6 machines and 17 people. Isel was in the observer gallery because Isel attends anything with a chain reading. She was on her feet inside 20 seconds saying the same 4 words over and over, which were, "That is not Sealkeeper." She had spent an hour that morning listening to Vela's opening statement describe the distribution geometry as a modern recovery of old Sealkeeper practice, and she had said nothing at the time because it was near enough true. It was not near enough. Sealkeeper distribution puts the load on the spurs and holds a balance at the anchor. Vela's machine puts the load on the carriers and holds nothing anywhere because a synthetic carrier has no balance to hold. It looks the same on a chart. It reads the same for the first 16 minutes. And then the branch pushes back, and the difference is the entire difference between a network and a queue. Brother Cal was in the yard within a quarter hour with 3 of his order and 11 kilos of chalk. He laid 4 wards along the north face of the building and held the outer geometry for 3 hours. Mira went in for the volunteers. Both sides wanted those 12 people. The Academy wanted them as evidence of misconduct, and Vela wanted them as evidence of safety, and Mira wanted them alive and in her own book. She got 9 of them out through the coach entrance in the first half hour, and the sorting behind her was done by a rope walk orderly she had trained over the winter, and then she went back for the 2 closest to the carriers. I was on the north face with Cal doing the thing I had spent a winter learning to do, which is standing near an enormous amount of exactly what I want and drinking it in measured amounts on a physician's schedule. 1,200 on the first test day and 2 days flat. 1,100 on the second, and a Bryn blank in Mira's yard the same evening, batch marked, receipted, returned. 1,200 on the third, and 2 more days and a morning to walk the whole of it off. That was the arrangement, and I kept to it, and it is the least dramatic thing in this account, and the reason I was still standing at the end of the week. The emergency was on the 4th day, and it was the source itself, which is the one thing on that whole site that nobody had a procedure for, because no one had ever expected a laboratory branch to back up that far. Under Vela's laboratory, the branch had backed up as far as a junction chamber that carried 3 streets, and there was a live coupling in there that no one could reach, and it was building. Reaching it meant working 40 meters in from the only door in a chamber with an active source and holding a transfer the whole way, which is what anchor thread is for, and 8 meters more than my arms are long. I needed a partner with a hand on the source geometry at one end and me at the other, and there was one person in Nerith who could hold that shape, and I had not asked her for anything in 4 months. So I went and found her at the Ashmarket Spur, on the sluice wall, at the 11th hour of a working day with the bowl trading around her, and I did not pitch it, and I did not soften anything. I gave her the numbers first. 40 meters of chamber, 5 separated legs of 8, a source that would take everything I could carry and then some, and my current load and Mira's line, and what happened if the thread snapped at the 4th leg. Then I told her what I actually wanted, which was not help. I said, if you say no, we do it by hand with Cal's wards, and it takes 6 hours, and I do not know whether the 2 people in the sub-gallery have 6 hours. She said, that is a pressure sentence. I said, it is also true. She said, both of those things are correct, and then she was quiet for a while, and I made myself stand there and not fill it. Then she asked what I would do if she said no, and the 2 in the sub-gallery died. I said I would write it down and take it to Mira and put my own name on it. She said it was the first answer I had given her that year, that she believed on the spot. She said yes to the chamber, not to the link. She was extremely precise about it, and she made me repeat it back. Open for the chamber, closed at the door, no draw from her personally at any point, and she calls the stop. And it was not forgiveness, whatever that district decided about it afterward. It was a woman deciding that 2 people in a sub-gallery mattered more than the shape of her week. We ran it in 5 legs. She held the source geometry at the far end, and I took the intake. And between us the span cord and 4 coppers of tarred rope, going tight and slack, 40 meters in, 1,500 in a junction chamber in about 5 minutes at 5 a second, which is the ceiling I had acquired at level 15 and never had a reason to use properly until that afternoon. Level 25 arrived somewhere in the 4th leg, and I felt the conversion change again. Above 25, it takes 200 points to make 1 point of load, and after 4 months of counting to 100, it felt like being handed a larger cup. 12.5%, and 2 people out of the sub-gallery, and Era closed at the door exactly as she had said she would, and the temporary link ended in the yard, with nobody making a speech about it. Vela Knox had the decision in front of her by then, and everybody in that coach yard knew it, including 30 observers who had been invited specifically to watch her be right about something. Her rescue depended on geometry data, the full record of what her 6 carriers had done to that branch over 19 minutes, which was also the complete internal map of a program she had built alone and guarded from the first day. Release it, and every competitor in the academy gets the whole program for nothing. Withhold it, and Cal's wards are guesswork, and Isel is reading a branch blind and 2 people are in a sub-gallery. She released it, directly to Isel, on the coach yard steps in front of the observers, and she said one sentence while she did it, which is the only thing I have ever heard her say that was not about data. She said, "I have never lost one, and I am not starting in front of Kellen Dorr." Then she handed her whole exclusive record across a coach yard step to a woman who has publicly disagreed with her in print 4 times. Then she went back to being what she is. She published the full incident 4 weeks later, unedited, with her own errors in it, and she has spent every year since trying to get the credit back off the hall's registration. Her finding is 3 lines, and it is the most useful thing anybody wrote that year. Pressure transfer occurs in a synthetic carrier. Conversion does not. The variable is not the carrier, the machine, the branch, or the pressure. She did not write the word consent, because she cannot measure it, and she has never accepted it, and she says so in print. What she wrote is that the remaining variable resides in the source's participation and cannot be reproduced mechanically. It is Vela Knox conceding, and it is the only kind of concession she makes, and she has fought us on everything else for 4 years. The last thing that came out of that laboratory was not hers, and she did not want it, and it arrived 9 days later in a survey book belonging to a woman she had never employed and had twice refused to admit to her gallery. Isel spent 9 days with the released geometry and her own deep layer readings from the school laid side by side because the 2 datasets were the same kind of record for the first time. Vela's carriers had reshaped a live branch over 11 minutes with heat and pressure at known settings. Isel now had a measured, timed, documented example of what that process leaves behind in a fault line, and it matched. Not in the values, but in the signature, which is the way a reshaped layer sits over an unreshaped one, and you cannot see it unless you have watched it happen once with the settings written down. She found it in 3 places in the school. The starburst in the anchor gallery, which we knew, a stretch of the 2nd ring floor, which we did not, and the maintenance access chain in the 4th ring behind the archive. The maintenance chain is a list. Physical brass plates, 1 for each authorized access to the anchor gallery in the 6 weeks after the collapse, riveted in sequence to the wall, which is how a sealkeeper building records who came in. 11 plates, all of them stamped, all of them dated, and the surface of the wall behind 4 of them had been reshaped with heat and pressure at the same settings as the starburst. Isel read the 4 plates out to us in Bryn's yard with Oren standing there, and the 4th one had his name on it, and he did not sit down, and he did not look away, and he did not say anything at all for a long moment. Then he said, "Yes, that is mine. I signed for that access, and I know exactly what I carried in with me, and I have been waiting 6 years for somebody to come and ask me about it with a measurement instead of a form." And Era, who had not spoken to him about the collapse once in the entire year, said, "Then we go down to the core, and you tell it there," and Isel brings her chain. It took 11 weeks to get down to the collapse core, and 9 of those weeks were spent digging channels that we hoped never to use. In that time, the response list did what it had been doing all year, which is work. 8,000 more experience across 100 small, ugly jobs, level 28, and a ledger in Mirakest's hand with 62 seal batch marks in it. Nobody outside that ledger noticed the number. What people noticed was that a district could call the list at the 2nd hour and have a purifier, a physician, a smith's cart, and a guard detail on the stair by the 3rd. The collapse core sits 13 meters under the old Sealkeeper district in a chamber the size of a granary, and it is not a ruin. That is the first thing that unsettles everybody who goes down there. The walls are intact. The 6 spur mouths are intact. The anchor socket in the middle of the floor is intact and empty, and has been empty for 7 years, and the whole place is waiting with the patience of good engineering. Milas Orr came to Bryn's yacht herself before she would authorize the descent. Gray, precise, no ceremony, and she asked one question, which was what happens to the district above if we are wrong. So we spent 9 weeks answering it. 2 evacuation stairs cut and shored. 4 relief channels dug out from the spur mouths to the dead outfalls, surveyed by a cell in the current month, lined by Bryn's people, tested empty. Sella Arvin ran the surface. She had a district evacuation plan, 300 residents on a list by name, and a bell code agreed with the fourth tower, and she rehearsed it twice with people who thought she was mad. That is what Malis actually bought with her authorization, and she said so. Not an investigation, a prepared site. She told us that she would sign for a maintainable procedure and would never sign for a discovery. We went down on the 9th day of the 11th week. Oren, Isel, Aira, me, Brother Cal with his chalk, and 2 of Corin's people at the stairhead who were under orders to leave without us if the bell went. The governing condition read the way the schools had, in the same flat civic script, and it was worse than anything we had guessed. Source: the original Nereth Anchor Doctrine. Condition: all fault pressure shall be assigned to a registered anchor. Enforced effect: pressure without a registered anchor is returned to the nearest living seal. That is not a curse anybody laid. It is a design principle, written into the ground by 2 centuries of seal keepers who genuinely believed it, and the ground has been enforcing it ever since. Any load with no name on it goes to the nearest living person who can hold it, which for 7 years has meant Era Selen, wherever she happened to be standing, every single time the old map lost a line. She said, when Isel read it out, that she had wondered. That there were nights in the cell when it came, and nights when it did not, and that no one had ever been able to tell her what the pattern was. The pattern was administrative. When a district reassigned a line and the paperwork lagged, she took it. When a tower went down for maintenance, she took it. 7 years of a filing system landing in a woman's chest. Then Isel laid her deep layer readings across the chamber floor and proved the other thing. And it is the finding that changed the argument in this city permanently. The 6 spur lines in the core show the same balanced load as the school did, and they show it degrading, not at the collapse. Before it, across 4 years before it, evenly, in every one of the 6. The doctrine was failing on its own. 6 anchors carrying a fault that had been growing since the fault existed, with no maintenance rota funded since the 2nd decade, and the balance drifting a little further every year, which means the school did not fall because a girl of 15 lost control of a socket. The school fell because a system that needed 6 working spurs had 4, and the 5th went, and then everything was on one child. Isel sat down on the chamber floor for the 2nd time in a year and said out loud that she had been 18 and that they had shown her a starburst and asked her whether it looked like a loss of control. Era did not comfort her. She said, I did lose control. Both things are true. I want the 2nd one written down as carefully as the 1st, and I am not going to be handed an excuse I did not earn. Then Oren Vask told us what he did, standing in the middle of that chamber with his hand on the empty socket, and he did not soften a single word of it. 9 days after the collapse, an academy board sat. 4 names, 3 of them dead now. They had a fault with 1 anchor left in the ground, a public that had just lost a school, and a doctrine that was 200 years old. They commissioned an emergency maintenance map. Oren drew it. He was 38, and he was the best sealwright in the city, and they gave him the surviving readings and told him what the map needed to show. It needed to show a single-point failure, because if it showed a distributed system starved of maintenance for 80 years, then the city had killed those people, and the city could not carry that in the same month it was burying them. He drew it. He moved 4 spur assignments off the map. He wrote the load onto the center, and he signed it. He said he told himself it was a temporary document to get the emergency crews working. The crews followed his map. 6 weeks of repair work, running heat and pressure across the surface layer at the settings his map called for, and by the end of it, the ground told the same story as the paper. They did not falsify the scar. They made it. In good faith, following an authorized drawing, doing careful work, and when they finished, the anchor gallery physically read as a single-point failure, and it has read that way for 7 years. The 4th brass plate in the maintenance chain has his name on it because he went in with them on the 2nd week to check the settings, and he checked them, and they were correct for the map he had drawn. Dine Ver was 17 years old that year and had nothing whatever to do with any of it. Every convenient thing he has used since was built by frightened decent people in a bad month, and he simply found it lying there. Oren did not ask for anything. He put the old restraint key on the chamber floor and said he had already resigned his craft authority in writing that morning and had lodged it with the guild before we came down. Then he said the useful part, which is why he is worth more than his own shame. He said the buried map still exists in the core, that it was never revoked, and that it can be authenticated by the man who signed it. Because that is how a maintenance chain works. The original map is written into the core's own record, and it can be called up by the surviving authority, and once it is up, the true layer sits underneath it and can be read. There is no other way to prove which layer was falsified. Isel had said so for 9 weeks. You cannot measure a lie by measuring the ground. You measure it by making the ground repeat the lie while you watch. He had the master key. Sealwright issue, 40 years old, 3 fingers of iron and glass, and it authenticates a maintenance authority to a core. It is the only one left because the other 3 holders died in the school. We prepared for 4 hours before he used it. Cal's wards on the 6 spur mouths. The relief channels opened and checked. Sella's bell code confirmed twice. Korn's people at the stair with the order to run. And I stood in the middle of it at 0% load, rested, fed, having taken nothing for 6 days on Mira's instruction, which is the least heroic preparation imaginable, and the only one that mattered. Then Oren put the key into the socket rim and turned it with 2 fingers of a hand that has 3, and the core recognized him after 7 years the way a lock recognizes the man who cut it. The buried map came up out of the floor in light. 6 spur assignments, 4 of them struck through in his own hand, and the whole load written onto a center that has been empty for 7 years. And the condition did what it says it does. Pressure without a registered anchor is returned to the nearest living seal. Every line on that map that had no name written against it went for Era at once, all 4 of them, from 4 different spur mouths, and none of it touched anybody else in that chamber. It was not gradual. The chamber went from cold to singing in about 2 seconds, and she went down on one knee with both hands flat on the floor and the frame's dock plate screaming against her spine. Above us, the district started to move. Not the buildings, the black glass. Every gutter in 4 streets began running inward toward the socket, crimson, all at once, at a speed I have not seen before or since. Sella's bell went at the 4th hour, and 300 people walked out of that district on a rehearsed route in 14 minutes, and that is the only reason this account has no names in it. Oren broke the key while the map was still hanging in the air over the floor, and 4 streets above us were already moving toward the socket. He did it about 9 seconds after the map came up, on the socket rim, with the heel of his hand, and it took him 3 strikes because 40-year-old Sealright iron does not want to break. Once it was gone, the map could not be re-authenticated by anybody. Not by him, not by the Academy, not by a guild with a vault full of interesting objects. He removed the last authority that could call up a lie about a fault. That left the reading, and the reading needed a chain in the socket. And there was exactly 1 chain in that chamber and 1 person who could hold it steady enough to be worth anything. Isel went into the middle of it, with 60 segments of brass and something darker, and drove the chain down into an empty anchor socket that was at that moment pulling 4 streets of pressure toward itself. She held it there for 140 seconds. I counted. Her hands blistered through the gloves, and the burn lattice on her cheek went white, and she read the layers out loud in a flat professional voice the entire time. With the false map live, the reshaped layer sits on top, and the true layer sits underneath, and for 140 seconds, both of them are legible at once and never again afterward. 6 lines, balanced, degrading for 4 years before the collapse, and a repair layer laid over them at known settings 9 days after. That is the finding. And it exists because a woman put a chain into a live socket by hand. Ira and Isel disagreed about what they were reading for most of those 140 seconds, and both of them were right. And the disagreement is what made it usable. Isel read the surface, because the surface is where the falsification lives. Ira read the deep, because the deep is where the condition attaches, and she could not have found the falsification, and Isel could not have found the attachment. The condition attaches at the socket rim. That is what Ira found, on her knees, taking the whole unassigned load of 4 streets through her body, and she said it in 6 words and then could not speak for a while. I had told her everything before we went down. All of it, laid out on Bryn's bench the night before, in front of Mira and Oren and Isel, what I could carry from a rested baseline, what happened at 40%, what happened if the thread went, and I told her that if she said no to the link, the plan was Cal's wards and the relief channels, and a very bad 6 hours. And that I would not raise it again once she had answered. She said yes in the chamber, with the map live, and she made it a set of instructions rather than an agreement. Her hands stay on the socket rim. I work from the spur mouth. She calls the stop. Nobody touches her. 5,000 points at 5 a second is 16 minutes and 40 seconds. That is a very long time to stand in one place with your hands out while a woman 4 meters away holds 4 streets in her chest. I have never been so aware of a clock. Cal called the minutes. Isel read layers. Oren stood by the broken key holding a lamp because holding a lamp was the only thing left that he was allowed to do. Level 30 arrived at about the 13th minute, and the ability came with it the way they always come, as a flat sense of a new thing my hands could do, arriving with no ceremony at all in the worst possible room. Clause Sever separates a prepared condition from its carrier while the condition is active. It does not find conditions. It does not read them. It does not tell you where they attach. It required Era to have found the attachment point at the socket rim, and Isel to have proved which layer was carrying it. And without those 2 women, it is a man standing in a chamber with an expensive new verb. I cut it at the rim, 4 meters from a woman holding 4 streets in her chest, on a reading that 2 people who disliked each other had produced in 140 seconds. The doctrine came off the core the way a rope comes off a bollard, and 4 streets of black glass went dark from the inside outward, and REGRESSED stopped being the nearest living seal for the first time in 7 years. 25% load from arrested baseline as planned. 16 minutes and 40 seconds. Mira had a seal in the stairhead and used it inside the hour and logged the batch mark before she let me stand up. We came up at the 9th hour. 300 people came back into their district that evening, and the ones who had not believed Sela Arvin's rehearsal walked past her without meeting her eye, which she has not mentioned to this day. The academy finding took 2 months. Isel's readings, Vela's settings comparison, Oren's signed account of the board, and the 4th brass plate. All 4, published together, none of them removable. REGRESSED was entered on the Sealkeeper Register in the spring. Not cleared, not pardoned. Registered as a practicing sealkeeper of the city, which is a professional standing and not a verdict. She and Oren are listed as co-designers on the distributed pattern that came out of that work, and her name is first, and Oren insisted on that in writing and then refused to discuss it further. Melisor signed for Academy operators 3 weeks later, 12 to start. Trained on the pattern, paid by the Academy, working to Oren's rota, and she made it conditional on annual survey and reserved the right to withdraw them. She said, at the signing, that the doctrine now had a measurable rival and that she intended to measure it every year until one of them lost. Then she left without shaking anybody's hand. Era asked me to come to the ash market on the day the register entry was posted. She asked, and I have kept that. She had 5 hours on a blank, and she chose to spend an hour of it walking down into a bowl. We had a honey twist at the stall by the sluice head. 2 coppers. She took it, and she held it up, and she looked at it for a moment with the segment already in her other hand. Then she tore it in half with her fingers badly so that one piece was clearly larger, and handed me the larger one without a word about it, and ate hers sitting on the wall. Neither of us said anything about the year. There was nothing to say that would not have been a speech, and she has never once let me get away with a speech. And the twist was uneven, and it was fine. 6 weeks later, the first of the synchronized incidents happened in 3 districts at the same hour, and by then Dane Vare had spent a full year watching a distributed network become the only thing in Nerith that worked. The bell code for the 4th district came into Bryn's yard at the 2nd hour of a Tuesday, and I was standing 4 feet from the board, and I took my coat off the hook. Then I put it back. Yara had already chalked a name against that code, and the name was not mine. And an operator called Perrin was out of the gate with a cart and a purifier while I was still holding a sleeve. In the 2nd year, the network stopped being a list and became a rota, which is a duller word and a much harder thing to break. 12 Academy operators became 31, and Bryn's yard turned out a 2nd dock. 240 standard blanks that year, and Farinol's people running the intake queues at 4 district stations, because a queue run by patients does not panic. My own receipt at the end of it read level 37 and a load line that never went above 19. Mira wrote the last figure in red, underlined it twice, and did not congratulate me for any of it. Danver spent that year making it fail, and he did it patiently, at a rate of about 1 district a month, in a way that looked from the inside like ordinary bad luck arriving on a schedule. I did not watch him do it, and for a long time afterward I described his plan with a confidence I had not earned, and Era has broken me of that. What reached me was traces. Isel's chain, on 4 separate sites, reading a seeded signature laid down by a live core fragment, the same fragment that went east on a road in a lined crate in our 1st year. Then orders. Teo bought 3 intercepted guild movement orders in the 2nd summer, genuine ones, showing 3 teams told to be in position before an incident that had not happened yet, and consequences, which are the only part anybody outside could see. 6 districts overloading in a pattern no fault has ever produced on its own. Always on a working day, always inside the response window, always in a way that made the rota look slow. Rovenkrell did the rest of it, and he did it to the boring parts, which is the reason it took us most of a year to understand that we were losing something and another 6 months to name what. He never came near a rescue. He put pressure on clay shipments, wagon permits, the cooperage that made Bryn's crates, and a bonding office that suddenly required a new license for anyone moving full seals across a district line. None of it illegal, all of it expensive. In 1 fortnight in the 2nd autumn, we lost 11 working days across the whole rota to paperwork, and that is 330 district hours of no one being available. He also took 2 of Bryn's suppliers by simply paying them better, which is the most boring sentence in this account and cost us more than any fight. The night of the 9th of the 11th month is the one everybody means when they say the bad night, and it started at the 6th hour with 5 district bells inside 4 minutes. 5, not 1. The 4th, the 6th, the 2nd, the 7th, and the 3rd is the one that is slave to the frame when the pilgrim cage runs, which nobody outside about 9 people knew. We had 31 operators and 5 districts. That is the entire problem of that night, and there is no clever answer to it. Somebody has to decide which towers stay connected and which routes go dark. I made that call at the 6th hour and 20 minutes on a table in Bryn's yard with a district map and 4 people shouting, and I made it wrong in one place and I will come back to that. 4th and 6th stay connected because they carry the Works district and 11,000 people. 2nd goes to a holding pattern. 7th gets one operator and the civilian line. 3rd gets cut loose entirely. Cutting the 3rd loose means the Ash Market Bowl. And the Ash Market Bowl is where the 2nd dock is. And the 2nd dock is where Era had been living for a year and a half. She was already gone when the runner got there. She had undocked at the first bell on her own key and taken the frame north on foot into the 2nd district because the 2nd district is where the school stair is and where 300 people live above a core we had opened. Yara Flint stopped a resonance trap that night with a piece of ceramic and her own reputation, and she did it in the middle of a wet crossing with 8 people behind her waiting to get past. Bryn's cart went out at the 7th hour with 16 blanks for the 4th district station, and Yara loaded it, and about 2 streets along she made the driver stop in the middle of a live crossing. She had the crate open on the wet stone, and 11 people behind her waiting to cross, and she pulled one blank out and said, out loud, that it was hers, from the rush batch, and that it should never have been racked. It was 3 years old. She had made 4 in that fortnight after Bryn broke the first one, and 3 had been sound, and 1 had gone into stock with the sound ones because she was 19 and had not marked it. She marked it that night, in front of the driver and a district officer, and said it was off-band, and the officer asked her how she knew, and she said, because I made it, and I remember the cooling. They rerouted. 16 blanks minus 1, and a 4-street detour to fetch a replacement from the yard, and Bryn's cart arrived at the 4th station 40 minutes late, while a district burned along its gutters. 40 minutes is a very long time. 2 people took strikes in that gap that would not have taken strikes otherwise, and both of them recovered, and both of them no. And the crossing she stopped at had a prepared signature sitting under it. Isel read it 3 days later. If a matched blank had gone over that stone at speed, it would have coupled, and the cart would have gone up with 16 blanks and a driver. Yara does not talk about it. She talks about the 40 minutes. Bryn has told her 4 times that the arithmetic is not close, and she has never accepted the argument. The 4 districts that held did not hold because of me, and I have had 5 years to look for a version of that night in which they did, and there is not one anywhere in the reports. Sela Arvin ran the 2nd district evacuation on the plan she had rehearsed after the Corps, with a bell code the 4th tower had agreed to, and a list of 300 names, and she got all of them out in 19 minutes. Bryn ran supply out of the yard with 2 carts and a night shift and refused 3 separate requests to send blanks into the 7th, because he could not guarantee the crossing, and he was right. And one of those requests was mine. Faranol held 4 station queues with an appointment slate and about 19 volunteers, and the thing she prevented is invisible and enormous, which is 1,000 frightened people all going to the same station at once. I found out about most of it afterward from reports the way everybody else did. That is what a network is. It is a large number of people making correct decisions in rooms you are not standing in. Era's assignment that night was the 2nd district stair, agreed in daylight, written on the board in Bryn's yard where every operator could read it, and it was finished by the 9th hour. 300 people out, the core stable, the relief channels holding, her frame docked at the school spur with better than 4 hours left across the 2 blanks. Her part was done, and everyone agreed it was done. Then the 7th went properly at about the 10th hour, and the 7th was the one I had given 1 operator and a civilian line. It is the call I made wrong. The 7th district is small, it is poor, and it has 1 crossing in and out, and I gave it the thinnest cover on the board because I was counting people and not counting exits. 41 people were caught on the wrong side of that crossing when the gutters came up. Mostly the night shift out of the tanneries and their families, and Vela Hurst's civilian line ran along the far side of them. Era undocked at the school spur and went east on her own key, and the runner who carried that news back to the yard had to be told twice that no one had ordered it and no one was going to. The 7th district is on the far side of 2 live crossings from the school stair, and she walked both of them. And I have never asked her what that walk cost because she would tell me, and I do not want the number. She reached the 7th crossing at the 11th hour with about 3 hours of blank left, and the only way to hold that crossing open was to stand on it and be an anchor, which is what the frame was built never to have to do. Here is the thing about a mobile anchor. Docked, the spur carries and the frame balances. Undocked, the frame carries alone for 3 hours, and that is all it can do. There is no third mode. If you undock and then hold a live crossing as though you were docked, the frame tries to balance a load it was never meant to see, and the coupling takes the whole of it. She told me before she did it. She did not go first and explain afterward. There was a runner and a bell code, and she sent the words down the line to the yard before she stepped onto that stone, holding the 7th crossing for the 41. Both blanks. Frame will not survive it. Do not send anyone else onto that stone. I did not answer with a request, and I nearly did. I had my mouth open to send back a question about whether one blank would do, and Mira Kest put her hand flat on the table in front of me. She said, "Ask her that, and you are her commander." I said I was going to ask a technical question. She said, "You are going to ask a woman standing on live stone to do it with less, and there is no technical way to say that." So I sent back the only useful thing, which was the crossing's own line survey, and the fact that its dead outfall was capped, which is a piece of ordinary route knowledge Teo had given me 2 years earlier at a junction. She held it for 50 minutes. 41 people came off that stone in ones and twos over 50 minutes, and the last of them was a tannery foreman with a child on his back who did not know her name. The first blank went red at about the 30th minute, the second went at the 44th. And then the frame was a heavy shirt on a woman standing in the middle of a live crossing, and she stayed on it for another 6 minutes. The coupling failed at the end and took the dock plate and the shoulder bracket with it. Oren's single shoulder, which he had complained about for 2 years, sheared exactly where he had said it would. She walked off the crossing. That is on record from 9 witnesses, and I did not see it. She walked off it, sat down on the curb, and told the district officer to log the frame as expended in service. Bryn got there at the first hour of the morning with a cart and picked the pieces up himself. He recovered the root key, which is brass and survives most things, and one of the 2 isolated couplings, intact. Everything else was slag. 2 calibrated blanks, dead. The dock plate, gone. The bracket, sheared. 18 months of work and the only mobile anchor in the world, expended on a crossing in the poorest district in the city. The replacement took 11 months. Bryn had to buy stock at market because Hessa's stripping could not produce that grade fast enough, and Silas's people bid against him twice, and it cost the yard everything it had earned that year. Same design, same 2 isolated slots, same 3 hours a blank. Oren refused to make it larger and said so publicly, in writing, because a bigger frame is a frame somebody will be tempted to hold a crossing with. So Era spent 11 months docked. Yard spur and market spur, no undocked movement beyond the 6 hours a working frame would have given her, which is a sentence that covers a great deal of a person's life. She did not complain about it once in my hearing. What she did do, in the 2nd month, was tell me that she had chosen it, that she would choose it again, and that she did not want it described as a sacrifice by anybody, including me. Dane Vare's instrument was filed at the ward registry 11 days after the bad night, and it was public, and Tessa Quill had a copy on the 2nd day because Tessa reads the registry every morning. It is called an Emergency Current Authority. It is 4 pages, it has a ward registry stamp on every one of them, and it is the most careful document I have ever read in either of my lives. It grants a single named holder command of the current in 3 sump towers during a declared emergency. Sole recipient. Not a committee, not a division, one name, because a divided command in a surge is what the 9th of the 11th month looked like. That argument is unanswerable, and everybody in the city had just watched 5 districts prove it. Mialis Orr signed it. Corin's own after report was cited in the preamble, so was Sella's evacuation time. The 2nd page is where the design lives. An emergency current has to have somewhere to go if the command chain is interrupted, because current with no recipient goes to the nearest compatible carrier, and that is how you kill a district. So the instrument names fallback carriers. Registered, consenting, competent parties who will buffer the current if the primary recipient is unavailable, which is standard and sensible and has been in city instruments for 80 years. It names 2 of them. A registered seal keeper of the city, and the operator of the class, the Hall of Measures, registered as removal by ingestion, described by function and standing rather than by name. Neither of us was asked. We did not have to be. Registered practitioners with public standing are eligible by statute, and the instrument only requires that they be named and notified, and we were notified by post. Tessa put both pages in front of me in the archive and did not say anything for a while. Then she said, "He has made himself the only recipient and the 2 of you the shock absorbers, and it is legal in every particular." I read the fallback clause about 14 times. It is 4 lines. It says that if the sole recipient becomes unavailable or the chain fails, the current is assigned to the named buffers in order until a recipient is restored. And it says the reverse in the same sentence because the drafter was careful. If the buffers become unavailable, the current returns to the sole recipient. He signed a document that could put a city's emergency current into his own body. He read that line. He is the most careful man I have ever met, and he has never once signed anything he had not read. He accepted it because it cannot happen. 3 tower marks give him redundancy. 2 named buffers give him a fallback below him. For the current to come back to Dine Vare, both buffers would have to be simultaneously and legally removed from the chain while the towers still held. There is no mechanism in that document by which 2 registered practitioners stop being registered practitioners in the middle of an emergency. I checked. Tessa checked. Oren checked. It cannot be done, which is why he signed it and why he was right to, and why I put the copy in a drawer at the forge and did not look at it again for 3 years. The other thing the instrument did was give him a reason to be in the field, and by the following spring he had one, because the largest accessible rule wound in the region had grown across 2 guild routes. Closing it would take 100 people, 3 days, and every specialist in Nerith. And the current released by a closure of that size has to be commanded by somebody under a declared emergency in 3 towers. The replacement frame came off Bryn's bench in the 11th month of the 3rd year, and it is not a better frame. It is the same frame, built again, out of 1 salvaged coupling and 11 months of bought stock. Yara Flint did most of the fitting. She is 22 now, and she signs her own blanks, and she made the pair for that frame over 9 weeks, with a full cooling rest on both and a witness at every stage. 2 isolated slots, 3 hours a blank, 6 hours undocked, and then a dock or nothing as before, because Oren Vask refused to change 1 line of the design and published his reasons in the guild register. It cost the yard everything it had earned in 2 years, and it put Bryn into debt to a cooperage for the first time in his life. And none of that is in any account of the 3rd year except his ledger in this one. Ira put it on in the yard in front of 17 people, closed it with her own key, and walked out of the gate, and nobody in that yard said a word about it, which is what she wanted. Don Vare worked out what I was in the 3rd spring, and he did it the honest way, which is why I could never afterward pretend he had cheated. Rovenkrell's field reports do not speculate. They record. 4 years of them, filed quarterly, and Roven had been putting the same observations into them since Fenwater without ever once drawing a conclusion, that the response operator names crosscuts before they are opened, that he asked for 9 men when the shift book said 7, that he chose the 3rd grate at the Ash Market Junction with no survey and no time, and the 2 that actually matter, that on the night of the awakening, a 20-year-old scholarship student with no sponsor and no access went to 1 specific transfer corridor in a sealed lower ring on the correct night at the correct hour, and that he knew a private detail about a guild shieldman's family finances, on a road, under a cable, which the shieldman reported himself. Dane did not need a supernatural explanation for any of it. He needed an information source, and he spent 2 years failing to find one, and eventually a man that careful reaches the only remaining answer. He never said the word to me, then or afterward, and I have read every filing he made in that year. What he did instead was change everything that could physically be changed. Guild schedules moved without notice. Route assignments went out on the morning instead of the week. The vault rotation changed, and the largest rule wound in the region acquired 4 candidate source knots instead of 1. That is what a live core fragment is for, and he had been holding one for 3 years. He seeded 4 sites inside that wound, all of them plausible, all of them reading correctly, and he did it before anybody entered. I remember a closure of that wound. In the erased version, it happened in my 4th guild year, and I carried water for it, and I remember which chamber they cut. That memory was worth precisely nothing by the 3rd spring, which was the point of it, and it worked. And I would like to record that the first person to say so out loud was Ira, in Bryn's yard, cheerfully, at my expense, on the morning we got the survey. The wound had grown across 2 guild routes and a public one, 6 kilometers of scrub and old workings north of the city, and by the 3rd year it was taking wagons. Its governing condition took Isel 9 days and 4 separate descents to establish, and it is the cruelest one I have ever worked inside, and it is not cruel by design. It is cruel by arithmetic. Source: the deep workings. Condition: no one is left between marked thresholds. Enforced effect: the weight of anyone abandoned between thresholds is added to those who continue. The thresholds are physical. Old survey posts, still standing, 140 of them across 6 kilometers, put in by a mine company 80 years ago and marked on nothing that exists anymore. Cross a threshold with 11 people and come back with 9, and the weight the ground was carrying for those 2 goes on to the 9. And it is not a metaphor. It is load, and it is measurable. And it accumulates, which means a retreat that leaves anybody behind physically worsens the knot for everyone still inside, and a rescue that succeeds makes the ground lighter, and that condition governed every decision made over 3 days. Corin Ashfeld declared a formal safety challenge on the 2nd morning, in front of 4 guild captains, using the full academy wording, which took him rather a long time to get through. He has done this twice before. Once at the arena, once at a district cordon, and both times the joke around the barracks was that Ashfeld had announced his own timetable to the opposition in writing. Both times he had changed the procedure afterward. He is not a man who repeats himself, and he does not confuse a ceremony with a rule, and the 3rd version is the one that mattered. A formal safety challenge fixes a boundary, a time, and a witness list, and everything inside the boundary is under the challenger's authority until he stands down. That is all the instrument does. So he put the boundary somewhere useful, not around himself. Around the evacuation lane, a corridor 200 meters wide from the third threshold back to the wagons, witnessed by 4 guild captains and 2 academy clerks. Fixed timing and public witnesses look like predictability. What they actually create is a lane that no one can legally reroute, occupy, or close for 6 hours, in a place where every other route was being changed hourly. The boundary is marked with posts, ceremonial ones, 6 feet of painted ash, and there are 4 of them, and the challenge holds while they stand. Dane's clean team cut the north post at the 4th hour of the second day in daylight, at the edge of a working site with 91 evacuees already moving down the lane behind it. I did not see it, and I have never claimed to. 11 people saw it, including 2 academy clerks who were standing there as witnesses, which is the only reason anybody knows. 2 men with a felling axe and no insignia in daylight at the edge of a working site. They were guild and everyone knew it and no one could prove it, and the post came down in 3 strokes. If it had gone over, the challenge would have lapsed. The lane would have reverted, and 200 meters of protected corridor with about 90 evacuees moving along it would have become ordinary ground in a wound that punishes abandonment. Jorn Pell caught it, which is a sentence 4 separate witness statements agree on, and which none of them makes sound like the extraordinary piece of timing it actually was. He was 40 meters away carrying a stretcher pole, and he dropped the pole and got under a falling 6-foot ash post with his shoulder and one hand, and he held it upright while it tried very hard to go over. Then he stood there holding it. Nobody had a spade. The ground was hard, and a formal boundary post has to be standing, so Jorn Pell stood in a rule wound holding a piece of painted wood for 1 hour and 50 minutes. He looked exhausted the entire time. He has looked exhausted since the day I met him in both lives. 2 of Corin's trainees eventually got ashore in, and by then, 91 people had walked past him down a lane that legally existed because he was tired in the right place. Dane changed tactics that afternoon. He had to. The lane held, the challenge held, and the clean approach to the evacuation route was closed to him by 4 captains and 2 clerks who had all watched a post get cut. What he did instead was go for the knots, hard, with everything he had on that ground, and race us to them in the open where 4 guild captains and 2 clerks could watch him do it. 4 candidates. Guild teams on 2, ours on 1, and the 4th contested. 3 days of working down through old stopes with 140 thresholds, and a condition counting everybody through every one of them. We did not find the real knot by memory or by insight. Isel found it on the 3rd morning by eliminating the other 3 with chain readings, the way she had eliminated pits outside the west wall 2 years earlier. Slow, correct, boring. And by then, Dane's teams had reached the same conclusion by their own survey about 90 minutes behind us, which is a fair race and was always going to be one. The collapse in the 4th stop happened at the 8th hour of the 3rd day, and it took 12 guild recruits with it, not a curse. Rock. 80-year-old timber in a wound that had been eating the ground under it for a season, and it went while 40 people were moving through, and 12 of them ended up behind a fall on the wrong side of the 9th threshold. Rovan Krell had them located in under 20 minutes. He is the best I have ever seen at that. He had a cable line rigged and a route worked out, and he was moving his own teams in before anyone asked him to. And Diane Vare told him to hold on the open channel by name, with a working site full of people who all had the same channel open on their own belts. That order is on record because a clerk was standing there and because Rovan required it in the formal words, which he did not have to do, and which he has never explained. The reason was current. The knot was 90 minutes from separation, and a closure of that size releases everything at once, and the release has to be commanded under a declared emergency by a named recipient in 3 towers. If the closure happened while 40 people were still spread through the stopes, the declared emergency would have been about the rescue. If it happened after they were clear, the emergency was about the closure, and the current went where the instrument sent it. 90 minutes. That was the difference. All of it. Hold the rescue for 90 minutes, close the knot on a clean board, and the current goes into the marks instead of into a scramble. Jorn was on the cable line when the hold came down, 40 meters into a collapsed stope, with rock still moving above him, and Rovan's route markers chalked on the wall beside his head. He had a recruit's hand in his, which is his own account, given twice, once to Rovan and once at the guild hearing. He had hold of a 19-year-old's hand through a gap in the fall, and he was told to stand down, by name, on the open channel, by the man who had paid 4 installments a year for 3 years for his brother's course at the Eastgate House. He said no, into an open channel, to a man who had paid 4 installments a year for 3 years, with a 19-year-old's hand still in his. Rovan said his name once, as a question. Jorn said, "I have got his hand." Then he said it again for the channel, and went through the fall. The condition did what the condition does, and every one of the 40 people still inside felt the weight come off as he brought them out. Rovan did not follow him, and did not stop him, and both of those decisions were made inside about 2 seconds by a man with 200 people on a site and one order in his ear. And that is the thing about Rovan Krell that took me 4 years to understand. He still believes a single command saves more people than a distributed one, and he is not stupid, and he had seen 5 districts fail on a divided night. So he did not change sides. He countered. He rerouted his own teams along a rescue-compatible line, got 2 of the 12 out through a different stope, and reported the whole thing accurately, including his own delay. He has never said Dane was wrong to hold. He has also never said he was right. He wrote what happened and let the record do what records do, and he stayed at his post for another 2 years. The guild suspended Joran's brother's treatment contract inside 4 days, by letter, on the correct form, signed by a welfare clerk who had never met either of them and was doing his job properly, not out of spite. The course is funded by a discretionary welfare instrument, and discretionary means discretionary, and a man who refuses an order on an open channel has demonstrated that his conduct is not what the fund was granted for. It is the actual price, and it landed on an 11-year-old in a bed in the Eastgate house, and Joran Pell knew it would when he said no, and he said no anyway. Farah Knoll had that boy's course covered from the Coalition Fund inside 9 days, and Mira took over his case notes, and the guild never restored the contract, and Joran has never asked them to. We closed the wound on the 4th morning in daylight with 131 people still on that ground, and every one of them counted through a threshold on somebody's tally board. Era read the knot geometry. Corin's people held the lane and the thresholds. Isel called the layers. Oren's rota operators ran the relief spurs. And I cut the condition off the deep workings with clause sever after 4 people had exposed exactly where it attached. 140 thresholds went quiet in about 9 seconds, and 6 kilometers of scrub stopped counting people, and 91 evacuees and 40 working specialists came out of that ground alive. And every point of the released current went straight into Dinevair's emergency authority, because the emergency had been declared at the 8th hour of the 3rd day, and the instrument had been sitting in the ward registry for a 1.5 years. 3 tower marks charged in about 4 minutes. That is what the 4th morning bought him, and we did it, and there was no version of that closure in which we did not do it. I stood on the scrub and watched the 3rd tower change color from 6 kilometers away and understood, in a way I had not before, that I had spent 2 years being extremely useful to a man I intended to stop. He came up to the working head at noon with his coat open and his hands empty, as he had at the arena, and thanked the closure teams by name in front of the clerks and meant it. Then he said one thing to me that was not for the clerks. He said, "You have never once told me how you know things, and I have stopped needing to know." Then he said, "I do not think you are lying. I think you are early." That is the whole of what Dinevair ever said to me about the future, and he said it pleasantly in daylight, with 3 charged towers behind him. Joran came to the forge that evening for the first time in 3 years, stood in the gate with his shield still on his back, and did not come in, and nobody in that yard made him explain himself. He said he was not there about me. He said he had watched a man hold 91 people at a fall for a current, and that he had spent 3 years telling himself the guild was the version of Nerith that came for people. Then he asked whether the fund Farah ran was the sort of thing you had to be somebody to get into, and Farah, who was in the yard, said no. And that was the entire conversation. He did not apologize for the road, and I did not ask him to, because he had nothing to apologize for. He had been right about me. What changed was not his judgment of me. It was his judgment of everything else. What Dane had at the end of the 3rd year was 3 charged tower command cores, a legal instrument naming him sole recipient, and a public reputation as the man who closed the largest wound in the region. What we had was the knowledge that removing those marks early would vent every point of that stored current into the streets around 3 towers, and that no one in this city could do it. And what he had, which was worse, was a clock. He could not force the city gate before the black tide alignment without collapsing his own binding and exposing the whole design. Neither of us could move on the other. So we spent 2 years fighting about relief spurs, blank supply, volunteers, and maintenance access, which is the least dramatic war ever fought over a city, and the only one either side could actually win. 2 years of deadlock is not a pause. I spent 9 days of the 4th winter getting a cooperative to sell us barrel hoops again, and I won, and it is one of the more decisive things I did that year. It is a war fought in supply sheds and license offices, and the space around 7 black glass towers, and it is decided by who can still put a trained person on a spur in the 4th year. He could not force the gate. Opening a city-scale fault outside the black tide alignment would have collapsed his own binding and put a sacrificial design in front of a ward registry, and Dinevair does not lose a document fight. We could not remove his marks. 3 charged command cores, and every point of that stored current would have gone into the streets around 3 towers the moment anybody touched them, and about 40,000 people live in those streets. So we fought about spurs. Exterior relief spurs, which are the maintenance stubs on the outside of every tower, laid by the original network, ignored for 2 centuries, and now the most contested ground in Nerith. My receipt at the end of the 5th year read level 49 and 117,600. Mira has all of it and has never let me round a number. What we won in those 2 years is a list of dull things. 11 maintenance access rights. 4 suppliers who would not sell to Rovan at any price. The cooperage. 209 trained operators. What he won is shorter and heavier. 3 towers, a legal instrument, and the year 5 appointment of a guild-nominated inspector to the blank licensing board, which cost us 4 months of production on its own. Bryn and Yara made 7 calibrated anchor blanks over the last 11 months of the 5th year, and one more, and the one more is the whole of the argument that ran through that winter. 7 anchors, 7 blanks. Oren wanted 14. Bryn said the clay would not do it, and the licensing board would not let him buy more, and both of those were true, and Oren argued anyway for 6 weeks. He also wanted an 8th post and did not get it. A dead relief stub under the bathhouse row that fed the works precinct from below before the 3rd tower took that district off the active grid, no lawful access and no share to hold. It went on no plan. What they agreed in the end was 7 installed and 1 held in reserve, sealed at the Ash Market Relief Spur, which is outside the active grid and which every crew could see from the bowl. The rule about the reserve was written into the plan and read aloud to every volunteer. It cannot be moved unless an installed anchor physically fails, not if a crew is frightened. Not if a route looks bad. Not on my say. Oren wrote that clause himself, and then spent the winter complaining about it, which is the most accurate portrait of him I can give. I asked him once why he was complaining about his own clause. He said because it is correct, and he hates it, and that a rule you can keep comfortably has not cost you anything yet. The plan was 1 bell cycle, which is 4 words, and it took 11 months of clay and licenses and argument to make those 4 words physically possible. 7 exterior spurs, 7 crews, 7 anchors, activated together on the 4th tower's midnight sequence, the 1 cycle in the year every tower acknowledges and no authority can move. The alternative was 1 at a time, over a fortnight, which is what any sensible engineer would do, and which would have let Dane take each crew apart separately with a clean squad and a lawful order. Simultaneous forces a choice on him. Either he divides his clean forces 7 ways and exposes all of them in daylight to a ward registry that has watched him for 2 years, or he lets a voluntary network go stable. And that is everything I contributed to the last week. A timetable, a bell cycle, and a shape for other people's decisions, and every single thing inside it depended on people I could not order. The volunteers were the part I could not engineer, and did not try to, and Farah Knoll would have removed me from the briefing room if I had opened my mouth in it. 7 anchor posts, 3 operators each, 21 people who had agreed to stand on an exterior spur in the middle of a black tide week and hold a share of a fault, and every one of them could leave at any moment. Farah Knoll ran the briefings her own way, which meant the withdrawal route was explained before the job was, and every volunteer heard the sentence about leaving before the sentence about staying. 11 of the 21 are former patients. 4 are Hess's crew. 2 are Vela's drivers. 1 is a tannery foreman from the 7th district who has never explained why he came and has never missed a shift. Nia Wren, who is 17, annotated all 7 approach routes against the ground in the last fortnight and found 3 plate errors, and you cannot count the people who then did not go the wrong way. I ran the central board from the 4th tower's bell house, a stone room with a window on 3 sides and a chalk table somebody's grandfather built, and I saw none of the 3 fronts I'm about to set down. Not because I am the best person to run a board, because the timing had to come from one place and the 7 crews had to trust it, and after 5 years the thing I actually am is a man people will accept a clock from. Teo Bran held the message route. 9 relay points from the bell house to 7 spurs, staffed by couriers he has trained since the 1st year, and the most expensive thing anyone ever bought from him. He gave me the invoice on the afternoon of the 4th day, itemized, 9 relays, 22 couriers, 4 contingency runners, and a line at the bottom marked outstanding since year 1, 1 silver. I paid the silver. He wrote it in the book out loud, the way he writes everything, and then he said that the account was now closed, and that everything after tonight was a new ledger, and went out to his relays. Era held the geometry decisions and she held all of them, and the board in the bell house had her initials against 7 lines and mine against none of them. 7 activations, and each one needs a seal keeper to shape the first coupling, or it goes into the ground wrong. She could do 4 in the 6 hours the frame gives her, moving between spurs on the civilian line, which meant 3 of the 7 had to be done by operators she had trained, without her, on the night. And she chose which 3 by their hands and not by their districts, and she told me which ones after she had decided. She also set her own stop condition, and gave it to Farah rather than to me, which was correct and which I did not argue about. If she called stop, Farah pulled the cruise and the timetable failed, and everybody knew it. Sela Arvin took the towers, which was the assignment no one wanted, and the only one on the board that came with a lawful right of entry. Every exterior spur sits inside a tower precinct with civilian maintenance sockets, and Melis Orr spent 4 months of Academy authority securing lawful access to those sockets on a schedule. It is what Melis contributed, and it is worth more than any speech she has ever given. She confirmed a maintenance right in writing on a public schedule, and that made 21 people legal. So Sela led operators into 3 tower precincts through their own service doors with an academy schedule in her hand, and Halvik Bale's containment units met her at all 3. Halvik had learned everything he knew over 5 years from 4 incidents, and he adjusted after each of them without being told to. No cursed equipment of any kind. No custody marks on any man in the field, because he had understood the owner recoil clause on the first night 5 years ago, and had not given it a target since. Clean containment, inhibitor silver, and a lawful order to prevent unauthorized works on a tower precinct delivered correctly at each of 3 doors, with his own men briefed to hold and not to strike, and he could not touch the exterior spurs. He had built that box himself over 5 years without once noticing it. The spurs sit against the charged cores, and damaging one vents the stored current in his own towers into the district behind him, so it came down to doors. 3 tower precincts, 3 service entrances, Halvik's units holding them lawfully, and Sela's operators standing on the schedule that said they were entitled to pass. He gave the forced containment order at the 2nd tower at the 11th hour, 40 minutes before the bell, with the socket room already occupied and his own line stacked 3 deep in a corridor, not a strike, a press. Move the line forward, close the corridor, and remove the operators physically from a socket room while the bell cycle ran, which is within a containment warden's powers during a declared risk. Sela asked him to repeat it for the record. She has done that to him twice in 5 years, and both times he has done it, because he is not a coward and not a liar, and this time it was in front of 2 ward clerks and a physician. The press failed in about 4 minutes because a socket room is narrow, and there were 9 people in it, and 2 of his own men went down against a live edge, and Sela's operators pulled them out, and then went back to work. Tessa Quill filed the pattern 13 days later. 4 incidents, 4 orders, 4 sets of injuries, all from his own operational record, none of it disputed, none of it removable, and every page authenticated by him. Halvik Bale was relieved of the containment division in the spring. He was not disgraced. He was reassigned, on the record, on the evidence of his own reports, which is the only defeat that would ever have held against a man that disciplined. The Ash Market front was Silas Marrows, and he made his move at the 10th hour with a collection order, properly served, correctly stamped, and aimed at the only man in Nerith who could still make a calibrated blank. Not against us. Against Bryn. 11 months of bought stock, a cooperage debt, and a licensing board with a guild nominee on it, which added up to a lawful claim against the yard's material, which included 7 calibrated blanks in a handcart on the sluice head and 1 sealed reserve in a locked case at the spur, and if that order had been executed at the 10th hour, the 7 crews would have had nothing to install. Elira Grist came down into the bowl and executed it in person, with her silver case and 6 escorts carrying no inhibitor equipment at all, because she had rewritten that procedure herself. And then she went through the claim line by line in the middle of a market at the 10th hour of the Black Tide week, with Jory Brand standing on the other side of the sluice head with the yard's books. The cooperage debt was legitimate, and she enforced it. Bryn lost 2 carts and a rack of finished stock that night, and has never once complained about it in my hearing. The material claim on the anchor blanks was not. It rested on a supply agreement drafted against a clinic consent standard, and that standard had been suspended by her own hand at Eastgate 5 years earlier. She rejected it in about 4 minutes and had the rejection posted at the sluice head, and then she enforced the rest of the schedule to the last copper and left without acknowledging anybody. Silas lost exclusive blank control that week. Not because we beat him, because his own instrument depended on a consent clause that his own collection magistrate had already ruled could not be assumed, and she is nothing if not consistent. Vela Hurst moved the 7 blanks, her line, her drivers, her civilian route, and it is the same branch track she opened in the first year and paid for twice, and she took no unapproved road that night, so the oath stayed quiet. Dane came at the bell on the same midnight, from 7 directions, with everything he had been keeping out of daylight for 2 years. He chose the assault. Given a choice between exposing his clean forces in daylight and letting 7 anchors go live, he chose to be seen, and he committed everything he had at the midnight sequence. 7 crews, 7 simultaneous clean attacks, no cursed tools anywhere, timed to the same bell we were timed to, because he had the same clock and there is only one midnight. Corin held the fourth spur. Joran held the second, with a shield line, and 11 of Farah's people behind him. Isel held the seventh with 2 operators and her chain. Every one of them had a withdrawal route, and every one of them stayed. 2 volunteers withdrew. The 6th spur lost 1 at the 9th hour, and the 3rd lost 1 at the 11th, and both of them used the route Farah had briefed, and both of them are on the rota today. Farah replaced neither by asking. She activated 2 reserve volunteers who had been briefed a fortnight earlier and had been standing in the bowl all night for exactly this, and the load distribution changed, and the timetable held. The 7 activations went in on the 4th tower's midnight sequence within 17 seconds of each other, which is closer than the design required and considerably closer than I had told anybody to expect. And 7 simultaneous clean assaults on 7 live spurs produced what a competent engineer would predict, which is 1 coupled pressure surge across all 7 at once, arriving 40 seconds after the last coupling seated. I had been resting for 6 days, and Mira had signed me at 0 that morning, having made me sleep in her back room the night before so that she could be certain of it. 4,900 at 15 a second, 5.5 minutes standing on the bell house floor, with 7 spurs on the board in front of me, and Era 4 meters away, holding the last coupling shape. 24.5 points of load. From nothing. And level 50 arrived at the end of it with the same complete absence of ceremony as every other one, in a bell house, at midnight, while somebody was shouting about the 3rd relay. Shared ward divides released pressure across prepared voluntary anchors, and does nothing else whatever. It does not create anchors, it does not persuade anybody, and without prepared voluntary anchors, it does precisely nothing. There were 7 prepared voluntary anchors on the board in front of me, staffed by 21 people who had been briefed on their withdrawal routes before they were briefed on the job. So I used it once, bounded on the surge, and put it across all 7 in the proportions Ira called out, and the coupled load came down to something 21 people could hold for 90 seconds. Nobody died on the spurs. 4 people were burned. One of Corin's trainees lost the use of 2 fingers and is still on the rota. That is the casualty list for the largest single action any of us ever ran. At the first hour of the morning, all 7 exterior anchors were live and holding, and the emergency replacement was still sitting in its locked case at the Ash Market Relief Spur, with the seal unbroken and 200 people able to see it. Dine withdrew in good order at about the 2nd hour. He had lost nothing that he could not lose. His 3 internal command cores were untouched, his marks were still charged, and his instrument was still sitting in the ward registry. He had also been seen. 7 clean assaults on 7 maintenance crews in one night, witnessed by ward clerks, and by the end of the week, there were 4 separate filings and a great deal of expensive silence. And the black tide alignment was 6 days out, and every one of us knew that a voluntary network holding a fault is a very different thing from a voluntary network holding a fault while 3 charged towers are trying to take it. There were 6 days between the installation and the alignment, and Mira Kess spent 4 of them making me useless on purpose. 24.5% does not come off in an afternoon. Load decays at one point every 4 hours if you eat and sleep and take nothing, and there is no faster honest route, and I had spent 5 years looking for one. 2 days of enforced rest took me to 14.5. Then one of Bryn's standard blanks in her yard, logged by batchmark, receded, returned full to the cold shed, and I was at 4.5 with 3 days left. I slept in her back room for those 3 days. There is no dignified way to describe a man of 25 being sent to bed for 72 hours by a physician while a city prepares for a fault alignment, and it is the reason I could stand up on the night. 0, on the morning of the alignment. On a chart she signed twice and gave 1 copy to Farah, because a physician's certificate that only the patient holds is a certificate that gets quietly revised at the wrong hour. She also wrote down what she expected to happen to me over the following night, and sealed it, and gave that to Farah as well, and I have never asked to read it. Nerith spent those 6 days doing what Nerith does, which is closing shutters and arguing about bells. Sela's evacuation list covered 19 districts. Nia's route annotations were posted at every stair by the 4th day. Farah briefed the reserve volunteers again. Not the job, the withdrawal routes. Twice in every district station with the appointment slate, and she made each of them say the route back to her out loud. Teo did the thing that saved the city, and it looked like an accounting decision at the time, and he presented it as one, in the yard, with the ledger open, as a question about who was carrying the liability on the reserve. He stationed Vela Hurst and 1 courier team at the Ash Market Relief Spur, beside the locked case with the sealed emergency blank in it, on the civilian line that runs from the bowl to the 7th tower. That line had been walked, timed, and annotated 4 times. It is not a secret route. It is Vela's own branch, and half the district uses it, and the reason he chose it is that it had been tested and nothing else about that night had. His instruction to them was 1 sentence, and Farah wrote it into the plan. You do not move that case while all 7 installed anchors are intact. Not if it looks bad. Not if a runner tells you to. Only on a physical failure. The black tide came in at the 11th hour of the night, and it did not announce itself with anything dramatic at all, which is the detail every account of that night gets wrong and the one everybody who was outdoors remembers. The gutters did not light. That is what frightened everybody who knew what they were looking at. Every black glass line in the city went dark and stayed dark for about 90 seconds while the fault underneath took a breath. Then all 7 towers rang at once, which they are not designed to do, and which no living person had heard. And the ground under the whole bowl of the city came up into a note you could feel in your knees. The 7 exterior anchors took it. 21 people on 7 spurs, holding a share each, and for the first 4 minutes of the black tide alignment, the distributed pattern did what Oren Vask had drawn on a teaching sheet. Then Dane Vare's 3 tower marks activated at the 4th minute, and the night stopped being about the fault, which had until that moment been the largest thing any of us had ever stood next to. 3 charged command cores, 5 years of stored current, coming online inside 3 towers under a declared emergency with 1 legal recipient, and the instrument in the ward registry doing precisely what it said it would do. You could see it from the bell house. The 2nd, 5th, and 6th towers changed color from black to a dull red at the collars, one after another, about 16 seconds apart, and the note in the ground changed pitch. I stayed at the central board. Every instinct I have says to go where the trouble is, and every one of those instincts is wrong at a board, and I spent 6 hours learning it with my hands flat on chalk and my back to a window. What reached me came the way it had been designed to come. Bell codes from 7 precincts. Teo's couriers through 9 relays. Visible tower changes I could read from the window, and named reports from named people, written down as they arrived. The strike teams hit 4 spurs in the first half hour. Clean force, no curse tools, no custody marks. Corin held the 4th. Joran held the 2nd. Sella's operators held the 5th through a service door for 2 hours. The creatures came up through the lines at about the 1st hour of the morning, first in the 4th district, then in 3 more inside 20 minutes, and the bell codes for that had been written 11 years ago and never once used. Sella's evacuation lists were what made the difference there, and not anything anyone did with a spear. 19 districts, 300 names apiece, and a rehearsed route to a grounded stair for every one of them. That is what a black tide actually means at street level, and I had only ever read about it. Things come up out of a saturated fault through the glass, and they are not clever, and they are not many, and they are extremely hard to stop. Corin's people took 11 of them across 4 districts that night and lost 2 trainees doing it, and their names are on the 7th Tower precinct wall now, and I was not there for any of it. The 3rd spur lost a volunteer at the 2nd hour, which is the moment the whole design either works or turns out to have been a speech I'd been giving for 5 years to people who were too polite to test it. A woman named Prin, 44, one of Hessa's stripping crew, 3 cycles on the rota, and she came off the spur at the 2nd hour and said she could not do it anymore. Her post leader asked whether she was hurt, because that is the first question on the card, and she said no. She said she just could not do it anymore, and she did not offer him anything else. He wrote the time, gave her the route, and said the sentence Farah had made every post leader learn by heart, which is that nobody is going to ask her for a reason. What happened next is the whole of the argument I had been making to this city for 5 years, and it took 90 seconds and nobody raised a voice anywhere in it. Farah Knoll did not go and talk to her. Nobody was sent after her. Her post leader logged the withdrawal, sent the code, and Farah activated a reserve volunteer who had been standing at the Ash Market station since the 10th hour for exactly this. The reserve was a man of 60 called Maro Turn, who bakes rations in the 4th district, and who had been briefed a fortnight earlier and had not expected to be used. He walked to the 3rd spur on Nia's annotated route and took the post, and the load distribution changed because it had to. 7 anchors sharing a fault do not share it equally, and 1 changed pair of hands changes the proportions, and ERA had to reshape 2 couplings on 2 other spurs to compensate. It cost us 40 minutes, and one of the 6 hours on her frame. That is the price of the right to leave, paid in full, in the middle of a black tide, and it is cheaper than what a network of frightened conscripts would have cost. Prin came back to the rota in the spring. Nobody has ever mentioned it to her in my hearing. Farah would remove them from the rota if they did. Melisor committed the academy at about the 3rd hour, and she did it in the ugliest possible way, which is to say the honest one. She could have held her operators back. The Academy's own containment doctrine had a fallback position, and it was defensible, and it would have preserved the institution's independent capability for the following morning. What she did instead was sign every trained operator, every cart, and the Academy's entire reserve of inhibitor silver over to a rota she does not control, run by an old sealwright who resigned his craft authority on the basis of a 5-year survey record. She sent it with a note. I have the copy. It says, "This is a transfer of resources and not an endorsement. The annual survey stands, and I expect the pattern to be maintainable in the morning. And that is the closest thing to faith that woman has ever committed to paper. And it arrived with 11 carts, 41 operators, and a quartermaster who wanted a signature for every bar of inhibitor silver. Oren signed for all of it in the yard at the 3rd hour with his hands shaking, and then went and sat down on a crate for a while, and Bryn took the clipboard off him without saying anything about it. Rovan Krell followed his orders until the 4th hour, and I want that stated in those words, because a great many people have since described him as having been on our side that night. He had 200 guild people in the field that night, and every one of them was doing real work. Cable rescues off the 5th District stair, 2 evacuations. He pulled 9 civilians out of a collapsed rope walk with his own hands. And he held the line his instrument told him to hold, which was that the current in 3 towers belonged to one command, and that a single command in a citywide emergency saves more people than a committee. And he had watched that proved once. At the 4th hour, the command current started drawing, and the first person to notice was not an operator or a seal keeper or anybody standing on a spur. It was a physician at a district station with a thermometer. It is the part no one had modeled, including me. An emergency current with a sole recipient does not simply sit in 3 towers. It maintains itself, and it maintains itself by drawing from compatible carriers in its precincts, which is every person in 3 districts with any curse condition at all, contract clauses, oath burns, suppression courses, the ordinary background carrying that half this city walks around with and never thinks about. It came off them in 1s and 2s and it did not kill anybody, and Mira had 12 cases at the 5th District Station inside 20 minutes, all of them cold at the extremities, all of them people with old contract clauses. 4 of them were guild recruits, Rovan's own, 19 and 20-year-olds with standard guild articles and a discretionary welfare clause on their backs at a district station, feeding a command current in a tower. Rovan read Mira's list at about the 4th hour and 30 minutes. He read it standing up in a station doorway with his cable launcher still on his back, and then he asked her a question, and she gave him the dispensary references. He did not change sides, and he never has. What he did instead was narrower than that and cost him more, and it took him half an hour in a station doorway with a physician's list in his hand to arrive at it. What he did was refuse a specific order. He would not move his teams off the district stations to the tower precincts, because moving them meant leaving 19 people on their backs in a station to keep feeding a current. He said so on the open channel in the formal words, once, and he stayed in the field all night doing rescues, and he did not attack anybody, and he did not join us, and he did not apologize to me then or later. The central route is the old cistern line under the Academy's lower ring, and by the 5th hour, it was the only thing in the city still going in the direction we needed. Era and I held it together with Corin's line above us and Joran's shields at the stairhead, and it is the first time in 5 years the 2 of us worked in the same 8 meters for a whole night. Shared ward is not a weapon, and it is not a shield. It divides released pressure across prepared voluntary anchors, in proportions somebody has to calculate, into people who have agreed in advance and can stop agreeing at any time. 21 people had a withdrawal route written on the inside of their own briefing card, and every one of them knew exactly where it went, and that is the only reason the ability had anything at all to divide into. There were 7 prepared voluntary anchors, and I spent that night doing arithmetic out loud while Era called shapes, and between us we moved the fault's output through 21 consenting people for 6 hours. 6 towers came down to stable by the 7th hour, which I learned from a bell code and a chalkboard, and not from anything I could see out of a window, and which I did not believe for the first 4 minutes. Not calm, stable. The note in the ground stopped climbing, the gutters settled into a slow crimson instead of a fast one, and the district stations stopped receiving new cases, and 11,000 people in the Works district stayed in their houses. Nerith did not fall that night. That is the entire win, and it is enormous, and it took 209 operators, 31 carts, 21 volunteers, and a 5-year argument about who is allowed to say no. And then Danever took everything in the 2nd, 5th, and 6th corps and put all of it through the 7th tower at once. He could do that. The instrument gives the sole recipient command of the current in 3 towers, and a command includes the right to direct it, and directing it into a 4th precinct is not prohibited anywhere in 4 pages. The 7th tower is at the top of the Works district above the arena. Its collar went from black to red to something I have no word for in about 90 seconds, and the ground under it opened along the old ritual line. Not a hole, a sight. Every black glass line in a 400-meter radius went white and stayed white, and underneath the 7th tower, a chamber that has been sealed since the 2nd decade came open along its own seams. I have been in that chamber. In a life that did not happen, I died on its floor with a knife under my ribs, and a woman chained to a fault key across a ritual circle, and I recognized the shape of the opening from 600 meters away. Era went down on one knee on the cistern floor at about the 8th hour, without a sound, with one hand flat on the stone, in the specific way she does it when she has decided not to make it anybody else's problem. The seventh tower's opening put the fault directly under a woman who has been tied to it since she was 15, and the frame took what it could, and the rest went where it has always gone. She got up. She has always got up, and I have watched her do it for 5 years, and it has never once been a thing I could help with. What she said, when she could, was that the 6 stable towers had left one clean route into the 7th precinct, that it ran through the arena's grounding rings, and that she could hold it open for one crossing. I said the thing I had promised myself I would say if it came to this, which was all of the risk out loud, in order. What shared ward can and cannot do. What happens to her if the frame's blanks run out inside that chamber? Then I said the part that mattered, which was that if she said no, I would go alone and it would probably fail, and that this was a fact and not a lever, and that she should treat it as one. She said, I know the difference by now, and then she said it again for Corin. Because Corin was standing 4 meters away with a spear and a formal objection he had been composing for most of an hour. We went in at the 9th hour through the arena, across the copper rings she had reseated on a different night 5 years earlier, with Corin's line behind us and Joran holding the stair. One came up through the arena sand 30 meters in, out of a gutter that had been dark for 100 years, slow and wrong and enormous, and it went for the warmest thing on that floor, which was a trainee with a lamp. Corin took it off her with the spear. I drank what leaked, and it did not slow the thing by a step, because it never has, and I have never stopped trying. Joran got his shield under the girl, the lamp went out, and we kept walking. Nobody captured us, nobody chased us. There was no cordon and no cage and no dramatic escape, because the only reason we were able to walk into that precinct at all is that 6 towers were being held stable by 21 people we had asked politely. Dane was waiting at the ritual site with the current from 3 cores running through the 7th tower into a circle cut in the floor, and 2 carriers named in a public instrument walking into it on their own feet. The chamber under the 7th tower is a granary-sized room with a ritual line cut into the floor in one continuous groove, and it has been down there since the 2nd decade waiting for somebody with a reason. Dane Vare had brought lamps. That is the detail I keep. Not an altar or a banner or one theatrical object of any kind. 40 lamps on stand so that everybody could see what they were doing, because he is an engineer before he is anything else. There were 9 of his people in the room, and 4 of them were clerks. He had a ward registry copy of his own instrument on a folding table, with the fallback page turned face up, which is not a flourish, it is a defense. He said good evening. He said it the way he had said it in a corridor 5 years earlier with his hand on my shoulder, and it worked on me for about half a second, which is half a second longer than I would like. Then he told us what he wanted, in front of 4 clerks, and every word of it is in a transcript, because one of those clerks was Tessa Quills and had been placed there 11 days earlier. He wanted the fault open under a single command. Not destroyed, not exploited, opened, so that gate response in this city stopped being a negotiation between 13 bodies and became an order given by one person who could be held responsible. He said the 9th of the 11th month out loud, 5 district bells in 4 minutes, and a boy at a table choosing which towers to abandon, and he said, you made that choice, and you made it wrong in the 7th, and 41 people paid for it. He is right about that, and I have never been able to argue with it. I gave the 7th district the thinnest cover on the board because I was counting people instead of counting exits, and a woman burned 2 blanks and a frame holding a crossing I should have covered. The cost of it is written on the 2nd page of his own instrument, and he did not hide the page, and he had turned it face up before we came in. 2 named fallback carriers, a registered seal keeper of the city, and the operator of a class the Hall of Measures calls removal by ingestion, both notified by post. Both at that moment standing in a chamber under the 7th tower. He offered twice. The first offer was to me, and it was the same offer he made on a step outside the Hall of Measures when I was 20. Come inside the structure, bring the network with you, keep every operator, every rota, every name. The second offer was to Era, and it was better. And it was better because he had spent 5 years learning what she would refuse. He offered to remove her from the fallback clause. In writing, that night, with a clerk to witness it, and to register her as the seal keeper of record for the whole distributed pattern, with her name first, and her key on her own body. All she had to do was hold the fault key for one alignment, one night, not as an asset, as the seal keeper of record performing a registered function under a lawful emergency, with a fee. She said no before he had finished the sentence, and then she let him finish it, and then she said no again so that the clerks had it twice. The clean attackers came in at the stair. 11 men, no curse tools, no custody marks, and they had been in position since before the tide turned. Corin Ashfeld met them at the arena entry with his own people and a formal declaration nobody had time to listen to. Joran Pell held the stairhead. That is a sentence that covers 3 hours and 14 meters of stone, and I was not there for any of it, and he has never given me more than 4 sentences about it. He had a shield line of 9, 6 of them far as volunteers who had never held a shield, and he taught 2 of them to lock it while it was happening, and the line did not break, and 2 men went down in it, and both lived. Rovin Krell came into the 7th precinct at the 10th hour with a list in his hand, and he did not come for us and did not look at either of us on the way through the door. The command current had been drawing off compatible carriers in 3 districts for 6 hours by then. At the 4th hour, it had been 11 people on their backs at a district station. By the 10th, it was 94, and 40 of them were guild, his own recruits, 19 and 20-year-olds with standard articles and a discretionary welfare clause, laid out in rows at 2 stations, feeding a current in a tower under an instrument their own guildmaster had signed. He came into the chamber with the dispensary list in his hand and put it on the folding table next to the ward registry copy and asked Dane, in front of 4 clerks, whether the fallback page and the drawing were the same design. Dane said yes. He did not lie. He has never once lied to Rovin Krell in any account I have ever read, and I think that is the only genuine loyalty in the whole of him, and it is what finished him. He said that a current maintains itself from compatible carriers, and that this is written into every emergency instrument in the city and has been for 80 years, and that the alternative is a current with nowhere to go. Rovin said, "They are children with a welfare clause, and you are calling them compatible." And he said it quietly, in a room with 4 clerks in it, without once raising his voice. And Dane said yes. Then Rovin Krell took 200 guild people out of the 7th precinct and put every one of them on the district stations, and he told his teams that the guild's work that night was carrying people off the floor and nothing else. He did not join us. He did not take an order from me, then or ever. He put himself between Dane Vare and a room full of 19-year-olds, and he stayed there. And when it was over, he reported himself for the delay at the 4th stope. Dane activated the sacrificial condition at about the 11th hour, and he did it because he had run out of arguments and not because he had planned that hour. It came up out of the cut line, and it took both of us at once. A mark across my back between the shoulders, in the same place, in exactly the same place, and I had 5 years of knowing what that felt like, and none of it helped. And the fault key on her. Not a mark. The whole weight of a city-scale fault gathering into one living anchor because a condition had just told it where to go, and she went down on both knees with her hands on the floor. Here's what the condition says, and Trace gave it to me in the first 2 seconds because I had my palm flat on the groove. Source, the Nerith fault. Condition, the key supplies the opening, and the cutter severs the old binding. In forced effect, both carriers are consumed in the completion. That is the whole of the erased future in 3 lines of bloodless civic language. He had needed a level 30 carrier who could survive holding a condition long enough to cut it, and he had spent 5 years in one version of the world growing me into one. I could not cut it yet. That is the trap, and it is not clever. It is arithmetic. Clause sever separates a prepared condition from a carrier while it is active, and the condition was active, and the current had not yet moved. Cut it there, and the entire load of a black tide with nowhere assigned goes into the nearest compatible carrier, which was her, or into the city, which was everybody else. The geometry had to move first, and the geometry was not mine and had never been mine, and I have been standing next to that fact for 5 years. Era got up. She was carrying a fault key and 3 restraints and 11 months of docked winters and about 40 minutes left on the second blank, and she got up off her knees on a ritual line and started reading the room. Then she told me what the shape had to be, and she told it to me as a set of instructions rather than a proposal, and I want the order recorded because the order is what mattered. 6 stable towers are holding 6 routes. The 7th relief spur is prepared and live and has 3 people on it. That is 7 prepared voluntary anchors, and it is not enough for a black tide because it was never designed for one. It is enough if the fault is not concentrated first, and the fault is concentrated because a condition has been telling it for 2 centuries to gather into one living anchor, and she was the living anchor. So the thing that had to be cut was not the sacrificial clause at all. It was the tie. The old one, the 2-century-old assignment that had been aiming a fault at one person since before she was born. She said it plainly, and she said it while she was carrying it. Cut the fault's binding to me. Not the ritual condition. The old one. The living seal tie that makes me the place everything goes. I said the thing out loud that both of us already knew, because saying it was the only honest part I had left, and because 4 clerks and a guild captain were standing there to hear me say it. If the fault is not tied to her, there is no renewable source. Her shard replenishes because it sits in the fault's path, and the fault has been routed through her since she was 15, and cutting the tie ends that. No unlimited source and no endless drink. A class that earns nothing from monster kills, permanently returned to living on other people's discharges. At 100 small ugly jobs a year, the way I had spent the previous 4, I have never in my life wanted anything the way I wanted to argue about that for 30 seconds. There was a version where we cut the ritual clause and kept the tie and won the night, and I kept the source, and it was available, and it would have worked. It would also have left her the fault key for the rest of her life, which is the arrangement she had been in when I found her in a cell, and I had spent 5 years telling people that was the thing we were against. She said one more thing, and it was not a kindness. She said, "This is the last time you get to choose about my body." I cut the tie. Clause sever on the old binding at the point where it attached, which was not at the socket and not at the shard, but at the base of the rib band, where 2 centuries of doctrine had riveted a living person into a fault. It took 16 seconds, and they are the worst 16 seconds of my life, because the moment that tie opened, a black tide with no assigned carrier came off the fault looking for the nearest compatible thing, and it had 2 to choose from. Shared ward divides released pressure across prepared voluntary anchors, 6 stable roots, and the prepared 7th relief spur. 7 in proportions. Era called out from the floor while I stood in the middle of a groove with my hands out. I have never done arithmetic so fast or so badly. The first distribution was wrong by about a fifth on the 5th route, and Era corrected it before the coupling seated, and the whole thing went through in about 90 seconds. 21 people held a black tide, not me. 21 people on 7 exterior spurs and 209 operators behind them on a rota, and every one of them had a briefed withdrawal route, and none of them used it. Then the sacrificial condition had nothing left to enforce, and it did not break or shatter or do anything visible. It simply stopped applying to anybody in that room. A prepared clause needs its carriers in the position the clause describes. The key was not supplying the opening because the key was no longer tied to anything, and the cutter had already cut, and the enforced effect had no completion to consume anybody in. I cut the mark off my own back with the second use, which was straightforward and unpleasant and took 4 seconds, and there was nothing left on her to cut because the tie had taken her half of it away with it. Her restraints came off in the chamber, on the floor, in front of 4 clerks and a guild captain, and a man who had spent 5 years arguing that she was equipment, and no one made a speech about it. The throat band, the rib band, and the wrist. They are custody objects, and they are enforced by an ownership clause, and an ownership clause requires a registered living seal to be attached to, and there was no longer one in Nerith. The metal simply stopped mattering. She got the rib band off herself, with her own hands sitting on the floor of a ritual chamber with her back against a lampstand, and it took her about a minute and a half. She dropped it on the stone. It made an entirely ordinary noise. Then she took the other 2 off and put all 3 in a pile, and one of the clerks wrote down the time, and that is the entire ceremony there ever was. Dane watched all of it. He did not interrupt, and he did not attack, because there was nothing in that room to attack that would have helped him, and because he was still doing arithmetic. He worked it out about 4 seconds before I did. His instrument names 2 fallback carriers. It also says, in the same 4 lines, that if the buffers become unavailable, the current returns to the sole recipient, because a drafter has to close both ends of a loop. 2 registered practitioners had just stopped being compatible with a current they were named to buffer, because one of them was no longer a living seal, and the other had cut the mark off his own back in front of 4 clerks, which left one compatible carrier named in that instrument, and he had signed it himself, and he had read the clause, and he had accepted it because there was no mechanism by which 2 registered practitioners could be removed mid-emergency. There is now. It took a level 30 ability, a woman's geometry, 7 voluntary anchors, and 5 years, and it is not a mechanism anybody can repeat, and he had been right that it could not be done and wrong about how long right lasts. The current came back to him at the 11th hour and 40 minutes by the bell house clock, and one of the clerks wrote the time down because writing times down was the only job she had that night. It did not kill him. That is the thing everybody expects, and it is not what happened. An emergency current maintains itself from a compatible carrier, and Dinver is a healthy man of 29 with no conditions on him at all. It began using him. Slowly, the way it had used 94 people in 3 districts for 6 hours, and he stood there with the whole draw of 3 charged cores routing through one body, and he did not fall down. He also did not release it. He could have. There is a surrender clause on page 4, and a clerk with the authority to witness it was standing 11 feet away, and Tessa Quill's copy of that page had been in my drawer for 3 years. What he did instead was reach for the 3 towers he still legally commanded, which is the one part of that night I did not see coming and should have, because it was written on the first page. The instrument grants command of the current in 3 cores, and nothing in the night had taken that away. Not the mark, the tie, or the fallback. He was still the recipient of record for the 2nd, 5th, and 6th, so he locked the 7th relief route. Every distribution I had just made ran through 7 spurs, and one of them was the 7th, and the 7th's route back into the grid passes through the 6th core's collar, and he closed it and reversed it. Forced reverse current into a live exterior spur with 3 people standing on it, which is a thing the design had never been asked to survive, and which the design did not survive. They came off it. All three, on the withdrawal route, on Nia's annotation, and Isel was one of them, and she came off last with her chain still in her hand and a burn up the whole of her right arm. The installed 7th blank fractured at about the 11th hour and 50 minutes, and Isel was still close enough to the spur head to be knocked off her feet by the noise of it. I heard it from 600 meters away, which is not possible, and I have stopped arguing with the people who tell me it is not possible. A calibrated anchor blank under forced reverse current does not crack. It comes apart, and that is a physical failure of an installed anchor, which is the one condition under which a case at the Ash Market relief spur may be opened, and Vela Hurst had been standing beside it since the 10th hour of the previous night. 6 anchors holding a black tide that had been distributed for 7. The proportions were wrong by a 7th, and the network started to walk, spur by spur, the way a wheel walks when one spoke goes. Dane put his hand on the second core's collar and started pulling the rest of it back through himself toward the isolated carriers he could still reach, which is 94 people in 2 district stations and 200 guild recruits under Rove and Krell. He was gray by then, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth, and he had about 19 minutes of consciousness left in him by Mira's later estimate, and he was still the most dangerous person in Nareth. Because if he went down before the 7th route reconnected, the 3 charged cores would have no recipient at all, and a fault already opened along a ritual line would go wider under a district with 40,000 people in it. Era was on the chamber floor with no restraints, no tie, no fault key, and no strength in her left arm, calling proportions for 6 anchors that needed 7. And out at the Ash Market Spur, 200 meters from the sluice head where a thief once returned for a boy with a copper pan, a caravan captain broke a seal on a locked case and picked up the last calibrated blank in the world. A contract pulse is not an attack, it is a notice. The instrument gives the sole recipient command of the current in 3 cores, and a command includes the right to address the parties named in the network's own filings. Every one of our anchor posts was registered. That was Oren's insistence and Melis's condition, and it is the reason 21 volunteers had lawful access to 7 tower precincts, and it is also a list of names in a public registry. So Dane sent notices through 3 charged cores, down 7 precinct lines, addressed to 21 people standing on exterior spurs in the dark at the 12th hour of a black tide. The pulses did not hurt anybody. They arrived as a pressure in the collar of each spur, which is where an operator feels a change in load, and what they said, in the only language that ground speaks, was that the load had gone. An operator holding a share of a fault feels their share. When the collar goes quiet, the correct professional conclusion is that the other posts have taken your load, which means you have been rerouted, which means you may stand down. 6 spurs went quiet in sequence over about 4 minutes. From the inside of any one of them, it looks like being told that everybody else has abandoned the plan and no one has bothered to send a runner. I could not order anyone to stay. That is not modesty, it is the whole design. 21 people had signed a consent that could be withdrawn at any moment, and if I had put a compulsion anywhere in that network, the network would have been Dane's argument proved. What I had was Teo's relays and a bell code, and what I sent down them was not an instruction. It was a reading. 6 anchors live, 7th failed, your share is real, here is the number. 9 relays and 9 runners in the dark with a number. That is the entire counter to a citywide command pulse, and it is embarrassing to write down, and it is what actually worked. The 5th spur withdrew. 2 of its 3 operators, and not from fear, from competence. Their collar had been quiet for 6 minutes, their own reading said unloaded, and a runner's shouted number is not a survey, and standing on a live spur you believe is dead is how people die. Their post leader logged it and used the withdrawal route, and everybody afterward wanted the story in which nobody left. And that story is not the true one. Farah Knoll activated 2 reserves out of the Ash Market station, and they walked the annotated route to the 5th spur. And it took 19 minutes, and for 19 minutes, 6 anchors were 5.5. Era reshaped every remaining coupling twice in that window. She was sitting on the floor of the ritual chamber with a burn up one side and no strength in her left hand, calling proportions for a network she could not see. She did it off the bell codes. 209 operators, 7 precincts, and a woman reading a citywide load distribution out of a sequence of tower notes, which is a thing seal keepers used to be able to do and which no one had needed for 2 centuries. Nia Wren found the route. She was at the Ash Market station with her board because she had been annotating approach routes all week, and when the 7th spur failed, she was standing 9 feet from Vela Hurst and the open case. The 7th tower precinct was locked. Dane had the collar, and the service doors were inside it, and every approach on every printed plate ran through ground he commanded. Her mother had the old plates. Lisa Wren keeps the withdrawn ones, all of them, because a map that has been corrected is evidence. and she had brought the Eastgate set to the station out of pure professional habit. On the plate withdrawn 5 years earlier is the stub Oren struck off the plan in the winter, a dead relief spur under the bathhouse road that feeds the 7th precinct from below and does not pass through the collar at all. It is the spur Vella Hurst's branch track runs over, because when she cut her cargo loose at the 2nd bridge in the first year and took an unapproved road, the road she opened crossed that ground, and the district has walked it ever since. Nia and Lisa put a corrected plate together on the sluice wall in about 4 minutes with a rule and a pencil, and Nia initialed it the way she initials everything, and Teo took it and ran. Vella carried the blank, and she would not let anybody else do it. Her line, her drivers, her branch, and she has been carrying things through this city for 14 years, and she said plainly that she was not handing a piece of ceramic to somebody who did not know the ground. The route from the bowl to the bathhouse relief spur is not her inherited road. It has never been her inherited road. She has known exactly what that cost since the 2nd bridge, and she has paid it twice. Brother Cal was waiting at the corner of the bathhouse row with 4 iron bars and a bag of chalk, and he had been there since the 9th hour on Farah's briefing, because Farah plans for the thing that has happened twice already. The oath came off Vela about 90 meters in, same as the 2nd bridge, same as the containment lane. Her hands went, then her breath, and 30 seconds of a family's inherited road pressure came out looking for somewhere to be. Cal's ward took it. Chalk, salt, and 4 bars, plumb-checked, 200 years old, published 3 times, and it held the discharge in a shape and put it into the ground under the bathhouse row instead of into the 7 people around her. No curse eater within 600 meters of it. A purifier with a geometry he had been trying to give away since he was ordained, holding a woman's oath discharge in a street while she sat on the curb and swore at him. Teo took the case the last 200 meters. Sella Arvin's guards had the spur head against 11 clean attackers who had come down from the collar when the plate went up, and they held it for 9 minutes. 2 of her people were badly hurt there. Their names are on the 7th precinct wall with Corin's trainees. Sella broke formation twice in 9 minutes to pull them clear and then went back to the line both times. Down in the chamber, Corin, Joran, and Rovan Krell held the ritual route between them, which is a sentence I never expected to say out loud and which lasted about 40 minutes. Corin's line at the arena entry. Joran's shields at the stairhead with 6 of Farah's volunteers who had never held one before that night, and Rovan across the chamber door with 200 guild people behind him, doing nothing but keeping his own recruits out of the room. They did not fight together. They fought in the same place, for different reasons, and Rovan gave no order to Corin and took none, and afterward, they both wrote reports that described the other as present. Bryn and Yara held the supply end at the yard with 11 carts and no stock left at all. They had made 7 blanks and 1 reserve, and there was nothing else in Nerith, and there would be nothing for months. Mira ran the district stations with 94 people on their backs, feeding a current she could not stop, and she kept every one of them alive, and she wrote all 94 sets of notes that night because she has never trusted memory. And what reached me in the chamber for the whole of the last hour was bell codes and 1 physical messenger, which is what the design had said it would be for 5 years. The messenger was a courier of Teo's called Rel, who was about 16 and who ran the last relay because the 9th relay point had been cut off by the collar, and she came down the arena rings at the 12th hour and 40 minutes. She said, blanket the spur, ward held, captain down but breathing, Sella holding, 14 minutes. Then she sat down on the bottom ring and was sick, and then she asked whether there was anything to take back. He had been standing for the better part of an hour with the draw of 3 charged cores maintaining itself out of 1 body, and he was gray and his hands had gone, and he was still giving commands into the 2nd Corps' collar with his forehead against the stone. The surrender clause is on page 4. Tessa's clerk was 17 feet away with the authority to witness it, and had said so twice out loud, in a voice that carried, because that is what she had been placed there to do. Rovan asked him first. He said, sign the page and I will carry you out of here myself. Dane said he knew that and that it was the only offer in the room he believed. He was asked 4 times, twice by the clerk, once by Rovan, and once by me. And I did not phrase it well, and I do not think any phrasing existed. He said, if I release it, it goes to a rota. It is the last coherent thing Dine Ver said in that chamber. Not to me. To Rovan, who had followed him for 11 years, in the tone of a man explaining something obvious to somebody he had always been able to explain things to. He also would not have survived losing. A man who releases the current becomes a man in a chamber with 4 clerks, a ward registry copy, and 94 dispensary records, and he knew exactly what that morning looked like. So he held on and reached for the isolated carriers, and I spent the last 11 minutes of that night stopping him from reaching them, and I did it with shared ward and era's proportions, and nothing else. Every pull he made toward a district station, I put across 6 anchors. Every pulse he sent down a precinct line, Era reshaped at the collar. It is not a duel. It is two people doing sums against one man doing sums in the dark on a floor. The seventh anchor went live at the 13th hour and 8 minutes, which is 4 minutes after the point at which Era had told me the distribution would start coming apart. Teo seated the blank. Not an operator, not a seal keeper. A courier with a route ledger, kneeling on a dormant relief spur under a bathhouse with Cella's line 9 meters behind him, following an instruction Yara had written on the case lid in chalk. Seat it flat. Quarter turn. Wait for the window. The window went from white to the faintest pink, and the seventh route came back into the distribution, and I felt the proportions come right under my hands the way a wheel comes right when the last spoke seats. 7 anchors, 21 people, 2 of them 19 minutes into a shift they had not expected, holding a black tide across 7 exterior spurs and the proportions a woman on a chamber floor had been calling for an hour. And the current in 3 charged cores had nowhere left in the world to be, because every point of the fault it had been drawn from was now assigned to somebody who had agreed to hold it. There is no explosion in it anywhere. An emergency current maintains itself from a compatible carrier, and when the fault it was drawing from is fully assigned to registered voluntary anchors, there is nothing left for it to maintain itself with. The instrument stopped meaning anything at 12 minutes past the 13th hour. Command of a current that no longer exists is command of nothing, and the cursed command authority that came with it went with it. The 3 tower collars went from red to black in about 90 seconds, one after another, 2nd, 5th, 6th, in the same order they had lit. And the fault closed under the 7th tower in the same minute, because a fault distributed across 7 anchors with a maintained rota is a fault that is being held, which is what the original network had been built to do and had never been funded to keep doing. Dane Vare did not die. He went down on the chamber floor at about the 14th minute, and Mirakes treated him for 11 hours, and she has never been asked to justify that, and would not. He was taken into ordinary custody the following afternoon by a magistrate with a warrant, on the evidence of his own instrument, his own filings, 94 dispensary records, and a transcript taken by a clerk he had allowed into the room. Not on my account of a future, not once. I gave no evidence at any hearing and was never asked for any, because every single thing that convicted him was something he had signed in this life in front of witnesses. He is alive with no guild, no gate authority, and no instrument. He has written to Rovan Krell twice a year for 4 years, and Rovan has answered every letter. Rovan preserved the Guild Rescue Fund before anything about his own position, and the discretionary welfare instrument survived intact because he refused to let the receivers touch it. Joran Pell's brother finished his course that winter. He is 18 now, and walks with a stick and works in Bryn's yard 3 days a week, and Joran has not thanked anybody for it in words, then or since. Sella Arvin took an independent field command in the spring. So did Corin Ashfeld in a different district, and the 2 of them have argued about evacuation doctrine in public 4 times and are on their 5th argument. Halvek Bale writes containment procedure now from a desk, and about a third of the current manual is the 4 incidents from his own record with the corrections written underneath. Malus Orr has run the annual survey every autumn since, has still not endorsed the network in a public sentence, and has signed for its operators every year without fail. The Academy struck the living anchor doctrine in the 2nd year afterward. The clinics lost the right to hold a person as containment equipment. That is a change in a rule book, and it looks like nothing, and 9 people are not in cells because of it. Teo and Jory Bran are turning Velahurst's civilian line into a chartered cooperative route, so the branch track she opened at the 2nd bridge in the 1st year now has 41 members and a set of bylaws. I am still a curse eater. Level 50, which is a large number attached to a class the Hall of Measures registered as removal by ingestion, and which children in the Ash Market still call the eater to my face. There is no unlimited source anymore. There has not been one since the 11th hour of that night, and I earn what everybody on the rota earns, which is 100 small, ugly jobs a year and a physician's ledger with my name on it. What I have instead is a list of 209 people who will take a bellcoat from me, and 7 spurs that hold whether or not I am in the city, and a smith who will not sell me a blank without a signature. Era Solen holds the sealkeeper register for Nareth, and she signed her own certificate. She wears no restraint and no frame and no key on a chain, and she goes where she likes, and the fault is held by 21 people who can stop. She still corrects my geometry. She does it in front of operators, at length, in technical language, and she has never softened it, and I would not trust a single one of her readings if she did. We are partners in the ordinary sense. There is nothing owed in either direction, and no link between us, and no arrangement that either of us could not end by saying so at breakfast. And it took 5 years to be able to say that sentence out loud. Last week we were in the Ash Market at the Sluice Head, and I bought a honey twist because they are 2 coppers, and because I have never once managed to walk past that stall since I was 20 years old. She took it out of my hand, tore it roughly in half, checked both pieces against each other with a completely straight face, and gave me the smaller one on purpose.
Here is what this story is actually about. A man came back with 5 years of memory and the one class everybody laughed at, and he found a woman the city had filed as equipment, and inside her was more power than he could ever spend. He could have kept her. Everything he built would still have worked. He gave her up instead, because power that only runs while you own somebody is not strength. It is a lease, and he had spent 5 years telling this city that was the thing he stood against. What held Nerith in the end was 21 ordinary people who were allowed to walk away and chose to stand there anyway. If that is the kind of story you want more of, subscribe.